cost around $8,000 or more. Don't leave your loved ones facing unexpected bills. Right now, Life Care is helping veterans.
Glad you asked. Thanks for asking. Right, here is the lesson essential question. What can I do to create the kind of society that I want to live in? Right, because that's really why you're here.
Right.
As our friend Stephanie would say, that's actually in your workbook. That's why you're here, isn't it? Right. Mission critical. We're all fighting battles for the kingdom in our communities for the things that matter most. Right is right and wrong is wrong. That is biblical,
Right.
which is why in your manual, Ezekiel 33:6 and other verses are so important. What can I do to create the kind of society that I want to live in? Everything that you do through this training and as you use this workbook will always come back to this lesson essential question. So that is the overall arching piece. Within each chapter, there will be a chapter essential question to help you focus on the task at hand, but all of this will flow back up to this question. And you'll see it pop up here in a bit. Okay, so how the training works. We actually devised a system that makes a lot of sense. Here's how it works. We ask the lesson or chapter essential question. Then we go through a component or an exercise where we learn, right? What are we working on here? Then we put it into action. That's the visualization. So what does this look like for me? I need to tell my story. How do I do that? What's my visual to help me walk through that? Then we look at the practical application of what you've just picked up. Right? So let's talk about the thing that you want to advocate for. How are you going to tell that story in parts? And we work through it and help you to fine tune it. Then you have an opportunity to reflect on what you've learned. Mm-hmm. And as you go through the manual, you'll see at the end of each section, there's an area for you to write notes. And then in the back of the workbook, you add notes. Here's what happens. At the end, you basically have a blueprint of everything you learned to execute on the issue that you want to execute on. So we didn't just leave you hanging with a bunch of stuff where you're kind of like, what do we do with that? You actually have tangible pieces where you can actually go and get to work right now.
So the workbook is kind of buildable, right? And you're going to may feel a little lost when you're doing it, right? But putting everything in the back, when you finish going through the entire workbook, will have all of your highlighted notes, right? So you'll be able to read everything through in a condensed version, and you'll be able to go, okay, now I really understand where this is going and what I need to do next.
Yeah. So with that said, how about we get some work done? Everybody excited to get some work done? Awesome. Yay. So let's do this. What you should see on your screen is the lesson essential question. So here we are back again. We told you this was going to show up again. So as we work together today, here is your lesson essential question. What can I do to create the kind of society I want to live in? About as straightforward as it gets, right? So that starts with naming your moment, right? So what is the core of what we do? If you have your manual open to section 1, you'll see it'll say name the moment. Naming your moment is taking your story, your personal story, and putting it together in such a way that someone can take that, own it, and then carry that story and tell it to someone else without you being around.
So let's break down this section. You're going to have 4 chapters in this section. This is all about the research that you're going to be doing, whether it's you're researching your heart or you're researching what you want to advocate for. So section 1 will be, chapter 1 will be your moment in history. So that talks about, what was going on and what is your story. We're going to help you develop that. Chapter 2 is going to be the mountains of influence. So who are what mountain are you going to be the most influential in, right? We want to figure out where you land. That's really important. Then chapter 3 is cutting the issue down to size, right? You can't say something too big that you're going to advocate for. It's too big. You got to be very specific about what you're going to advocate for. We're going to help you to figure out exactly what that is. And then chapter 4 is becoming an advocate. What does that mean? Right? You need to make sure that you have some of the tools that you need and know what you need to know. So we're going to go through chapter 4 together.
Right. And Juliana, you mentioned earlier that the manual is buildable. What you're going to find in these first 4 chapters of section 1 is that they build on each other.
Yeah.
You're going to get your story down. You're going to figure out where you have the most influence and where you can make the most impact. We're going to get you super focused on your issue.
Yeah.
And then we're going to take and put all that together so that you've got it packaged and ready to go.
And just note the fact that if you don't get each chapter completely done, it's okay. You may need to sit with your workbook for the next couple of weeks until you're like, okay, I think I've got this where I need it to be. We just want to make sure that you understand each of the chapters and you're at least starting it and understanding what you need to do for that chapter. And don't worry if, at some point you're thinking, oh, I'm feeling a little overwhelmed. It's all right. We will walk you through figuring out what you need to have, what you need to write.
Yeah. And so, guys, for those of you who are joining us virtually, we do have you muted for now. If you have a question, feel free to pop it in the chat. And then when we get to the end of sections, if you guys would like to share, we'll go ahead and unmute you so that you can share with the group. And we can answer questions for you that way. So you can pop them in the chat, or we can wait till the end of a section and we can address the questions there. Just let us know. You can raise your hand or pop in the chat. Okay. So what is our chapter essential question? How can I leverage my personality, my aptitude, my knowledge, and my skills to move the needle on an issue that I care about? Because listen, let's be honest. We're all really good at stuff. We just don't give ourselves enough credit for it, right? And the way that the world is designed, when you're advocating for issues on the right side, we know how the world works. It doesn't necessarily like that. But you are beautiful and handsome and well-skilled and all of those good things, right? Because obviously we're better looking than the other side. So, right. Where does this start? Well, it starts with the story of self. Marshall Gans, Harvard professor, relatively smart guy. He says, well, wait a minute. The public narrative, what story is told, wins the day. So, key to victory here, best story wins. Yes? You see this happen all the time, and you wonder to yourself openly, how are these freaking knuckle draggers winning these battles? Let's be honest. They tell a better story that's more easily carried by the masses of people than the other side.
And just note the fact that the shorter your story is, the harder it's going to be to get it there. Very nice and concise. And we're going to work on that with you.
Yeah. And so there's a paragraph here, the second from the bottom. The story of self is a personal story that Gans emphasizes and shows why you were called to what you have been called to. That's important, right? He also says that everyone has a story about an experience that got him or her involved in a given cause. This section right here, super mega key. Because when you get that right, nothing will stop an incredible story. Absolutely nothing. People will gravitate to you and say, I own a piece of that, or I understand, or you know what? I had something similar happen to me. If you've ever been in a conversation your entire life, when do you know you're on the right track? When people say, oh, you mean like this? Or I had that happen to me. That's a connection moment. So, guys, you'll see at the bottom of the page, there's Gans's model for the story of self. So we're going to give you the 3 words that you need to fill in at the bottom. Gans's model for the story of self is simple. Number 1, challenge. Okay, you guys can fill that in. Gans's model for the story of self is simple. Number 1 is challenge. Number 2 is choice. We'll explain these in a second. Number 3 is outcome. Challenge, choice, and outcome. Those are going to be your best friends. Okay? Because it's going to help you to frame any story for anything that you want to advocate for. Challenge, choice, and outcome. Everybody good?
Yep.
Awesome. What does that look like in life? Well, if you turn the page and you visualize, here are some things to think about. Right? When you tell a story, most of us say, well, I went down the street and I went to the store and I got a soda and then I came back and I did some garden work, and average story, right? But when you set the stage properly for your story, if you can get people to visualize with you what it sounded like, colors, emotions, and Juliana and I both have stories, even in our backgrounds,
right,
that fill this, and we'll share those with you guys so you get an idea of how this works, right? And then if you look over to the right, you can see you've got 3 boxes here. So box 1, obstacle or defining event. What was the challenge? 2, what was the choice? Was it easy or was it complex? And then what did I learn? Okay. So when I talk about this, I will tell the story. The guy that you see today is relatively well put together.
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. Right now, Life Care is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. Call 800-519-1427.
Watchmen Action Training provides a masterclass for advocating. In less than a day, you and your group are ready to win the battles that matter most. Visit watchmenaction.org to learn more.
Attention, cancer victims who were in New York on or after 9/11. If you or a loved one were in Lower Manhattan during the 9/11 tragedy or during the 11 months afterward and were later diagnosed with any of these or other cancers, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. A $10 billion compensation fund is in place for these cancer victims. Do not wait to file your claim. Call now and speak with us. The call is confidential and free. Or reach us online at worldtradecenterfund.com.
If you are exposed to asbestos, you may be entitled to financial compensation.
Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve. Call now.
800-895-0489.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be
Well spoken, but it didn't necessarily start that way. So
I got married.
Till I got married. So I grew up in San Francisco, pretty idyllic childhood in the 80s, but in my sophomore year of high school, we moved east to a city called Richmond, California. That's north of Oakland, about 10 miles. Richmond, California at the time was the second most violent city in the United States, murders per capita. I went from Club Med to Club Fed in basically one day, okay? Richmond High School, where I attended, on campus, it was a quad with offshoots and no windows. Do you know what else is built like that? A prison, okay? The school was the border between the Bloods and the Crips. There were shootings, beatings, stabbings, everything, every single day. Our t-shirts for the class of 1992 said, "I survived Richmond High." And people thought it was a joke. And it's like, no, I actually survived Richmond High. I had to decide what I was going to do. Was I going to lean into that lifestyle and just say, you know, YOLO, and this is the way the world works and they want to kill me anyway? Or am I going to claw and scrape and scratch and do whatever I got to do to get out? Right? So I had to make a choice. My challenge was I'm in an environment that is hyper violent and every day is survival. When you're in that mode, it's difficult to do anything other than survive. And Juliana is going to tell her story in the same way. For me, it was music and sports. I was so fortunate in all of that chaos to have those things, and they got me through. And during that process, I found that I loved music, I loved competition, but I also loved to speak. I loved to learn. At 16, I attended my first Toastmasters meeting, kind of on accident. And I spent 3 years there, and it shaped me and helped me understand there was a whole world outside of what I was in. So the moral of that story is, your environment can dictate terms, but those within your environment can change them. Challenge, choice, and outcome.
You want me to do mine?
Yes, please.
So I was looking for my community of people. I didn't know, as we were building a technology company, who my people were. So it was either I stay quiet and we try to figure out how to build a business alone, or to find my community. So one day we got to 1 million cups, and 1 million cups, I was like, oh my gosh, here's my community. So we decided, instead of doing it alone, we decided to take over the 1 million cups and facilitate it. 1 million cups is like your local Shark Tank. Anyway, the outcome of that was we wound up opening up a community and business resource center where we could do business together with all the different companies that were coming and working together. So our outcome was being able to now do Watchmen Action, actually. Yeah.
When you personalize your stories and you can help people to visualize that, they will often have an experience that they can anchor to and say, you know what, you're singing my tune.
Yeah.
You're speaking my story, different experience, but I get it. Like I had that same run through. Juliana told a story of progress, right? Where we moved and it's like, hey, these great things happen. I told one of struggle that led to an outcome that was positive versus a negative, right? Because for my story, there were 10 other stories where young people made the wrong choice. And some of them are just getting out of prison. Right? They were doing 25 to life. So you guys can see that if you take the time to use this formula and the things to think about, you can frame a story for your issue that nobody can beat. Everybody good? All right, good. The plane is getting to a comfortable cruising altitude, right? So if you turn the page, what we want to do at this point is we want you guys to take a few minutes and brainstorm the points for each section of your story. So why don't we take, what do you think, 5?
Yeah, to get started.
Yeah, let's take 5 minutes and get started on this. You guys will see you've got some blue there, challenge, choice, and outcome. Just take a few minutes, make some notes. We'll give you 5. I'll actually turn the timer on. And then we'll come back. And if someone would like to share, we want to hear it. We want to talk about it and see if we can fine tune it before we move on. So why don't you guys go ahead and get started.
I just go through the workbook. We don't fill the whole thing right now. Cool. If you want to, cool. Well, I can fit in the time for each section on the little piece of paper. I thought it was sticky notes, but it's not. It's also.
Oh.
I have a couple of challenge things: the human trafficking, interacting with people that were victims, and roadblocks with Orange County. Really? People in leadership. And some of them, and the people I was trying to, the kids I was trying to help are in witness protections. Okay, so we're the 3rd worst city in the country. And so this is good because we need to get more, I don't think parents understand the threat because I've been called insane. I was blocked on Nextdoor, taken off for a month. Talking about the pedophiles in Orange County in leadership. Oh yeah. Orange County Commissioner and was accused by multiple people. Fishbuck was accused too, wasn't he? I don't know. But is that what you're going to be at? One of the things, the other thing is I've been working on, I want to finish Mom's book she started about hope and miracles going through medical challenge. So I want to do that one first because a lot of people could because her story is great. But I also want to do especially Mike Scott's up for re-election. And he's the Air Force vet, got a congressional grant from Val Demings that he wasn't qualified for. And his brother's keeper, he has unrestricted access to corrections to juvies. And so one of his victims had called the Orange County outbreak office, and I took the call. And I'm on part of the public record. I got threats. I was being followed.
Because you were talking about that.
Oh, yeah. And then I went to one of the times and I went to Ashley Moody's office and got who to contact locally that would claim human trafficking, part of the human trafficking task force. And with the problem was one of the victims was brave and came forward. So now him and he's now an adult, but some of the kids have all been moved to a different county in witness protection.
So what is it about your story? To go back to this, what is it about your story that wants you to do that?
All right, guys, 2 minutes.
What do you want to talk about?
I want to get the people arrested. You know, I want to protect kids.
To justice.
I want justice. I want to protect children so that other children don't have to face it.
Was there something in your past? Or is it just you saw something
I've always tried to protect any
innocent?
unrighteousness in school. Like when I moved to Florida, because I grew up on Daisy's third grade, though we moved to Gainesville while my dad was in Vietnam, and white kids were calling black kids. You know, I wanted to jump rope with the black kids, and they started calling me an in-lover. They were being prejudiced against all kinds of racist stuff. And I just, you know, it's like they're having fun. I want to have fun. You know, you're a bully.
So your challenge was, when I was a kid, I saw so much injustice and I didn't like that. So my choice was I made a decision that I wanted to help human trafficking specifically because that's the.
Hey guys, you know Juliana and I and what we do, so let's be honest. The healthcare system has become a maze of red tape and sky-high costs. That's why we want you to check out Altrua Health Share. That's a community of people helping people. Now, Altrua isn't insurance. It's a faith-based health sharing community where members cover one another's medical needs, not corporate profits. Okay, important stuff. You'll get access to over 1 million providers nationwide, and you can save thousands of dollars a year based on what you're dealing with now. It's time to take control of your healthcare. So here's what we need you to do. We need you to go to altruahealth.org/Watchmen. That's altruahealth.org/Watchmen. And when you get there, use the promo code FREEDOM100 for an additional discount. Or you can give them a call and discuss the options. 512-717-4639. That's 512-717-4639. altruahealth.org/Watchmen. Make sure to tell them the Watchmen sent you.
Most growing businesses are making 7-figure decisions on gut feel and assumptions. The biggest companies in the world don't operate that way. Neither should you. Sherloc gives you market intelligence they pay 6 figures for. We find your buyers before your competitors do. Visit investinanswers.com to learn more.
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We tailor solutions to fit your specific needs, giving you the personalized attention you deserve. The IRS has resumed collection enforcement. Don't wait until it's too late. Our team can help you resolve your tax issues before liens, levies, or passport restrictions kick in. Behind on filing taxes? We specialize in getting you back on track by filing past returns and negotiating with the IRS. Does the IRS claim that you owe money that you don't have? We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford.
Something I'm going to focus on. And the outcome is that now I'm going to be advocating for, right, or working towards.
All right, everyone start to land your plane, please.
To get the evildoers that I know put away, or help protect. Because one of the things when they have press conferences, that no lawyer wanted to represent these people. The superintendent of schools said we have protocols, but canceled the meeting with the families and the kids. Wouldn't let them speak at her town hall.
All right, guys. So that's time. Amazing. 5 minutes is a lifetime, right? Somebody told me you could tell your life story 3 times in 5 minutes if you did it right. If you had your challenge, choice, and outcome together, you could do it in less. So what did we come up with? How's everybody feeling after taking a minute to digest? Nobody's story is going to be perfect at this point. But if you'd like to share, we'd love to talk about it. For those of you online, if you guys want to, just kind of raise your hand or pop in the chat saying, I want to share. We'll bring you up so everybody can hear you. We'd love to hear it and talk through it. So who wants to share? Anyone ready to share?
We've had classes where nobody talks, and we have classes where everybody talks. And if this is a nobody talks, but we would love to hear your stories.
Yeah. And you can share parts of it. If you have parts of your story together, that's fine too. Jeff's raising his hand. Yay. 1 second, sir. Let's get you asked. I'm going to ask you to unmute. You should get a pop-up.
Yep. Hey, Jeff.
Go ahead, my friend.
Guys, yeah, only because no one else spoke up. Because, you know, pastors can talk forever. But this one was so easy and, you know, a lot in my teachings and everything that I do. So that's so awesome to get to be on this end because my challenge was growing up in the church.
Jeff, sorry, 1 second. Could you get closer to the mic just so the folks can hear?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't bring it in. Is that better?
Perfect.
Yes, thank you.
That good? Okay. So, my challenge was growing up in a church and hindsight was not having a personal relationship with Jesus Christ.
Oh, wow.
So the challenge now, I know there's a term for it. It was called holy discontent.
Never heard that before.
And the choice was to either go deeper spiritually or walk away because I was feeling shallow and fake. I knew how to play church, but lacked this personal relationship. And the outcome has been an active disciple maker, husband, father, and serving the Lord in as many ways as I possibly can.
Thank you.
Jeff, thank you for sharing that.
Yeah.
For those online and here, we had the opportunity to meet Jeff and his incredible wife when we were in Knoxville together, speaking at an event at Patriot Church. And Jeff, that sharing, I think that's such a common story. And when we were together, we talked about some of the challenges of people feeling that imposter syndrome. But how powerful is this? Was what Jeff shared. He had a framework of being able to preach the gospel. Because let's be honest, in society today, one of the most effective ways to connect with people who are lost or seeking is to meet them at a place with the things that they see and deal with every day. So Jeff could have played pastor, the fakest tree, and just say, well, you know, this and God and the Bible and everything. But he said, no, wait a minute. I felt like I was a fake because of the way that this system is designed, right? And I had to make a choice as how I was going to resolve that. Am I going to be a man of God and do it the right way? Or am I just going to go down the fakest tree road? No. So he made a choice to do the right thing, which feels wholly uncomfortable to us, right? Because it's not comfortable. But then the outcome, I think, is super powerful for people. It's because there are a lot of people that were like Jeff, where he says, now I'm a family man, I got my stuff together, and I can go and share this story with other people. If more people just did that, so many people would get saved in the most practical way possible. Like they'd just be like, oh my God, I've been missing out. When we write, we are the Watchmen Weekly, this is literally the conversation we have with readers, is we're like, here's what's going on in life today, okay? This feels like a disease to you because your spirit is telling you it's wrong. You may not know that. Here is why. And often when we talk to people, we will quote scripture without telling them it's even scripture. And they'll be like, where'd that come from? And we're like, the Bible. They don't get mad. They get curious. Well, they kind of get upset because they're like, why didn't I learn this? But now their minds are open, their hearts are open, their spirits are open because the stories are personal. Right. So Jeff, thank you for sharing. I didn't mean to put you on the spot, bud, but thank you for sharing the story. And I moved you over so everybody could see you for a minute. So now I'm going to move you back over. Okay. So let's do this. We'll move Jeff back over. Now he's in a little square. I'm going to mute you again, Jeff. Just raise your hand if you want to come back on. Anybody in the audience with us today that would like to share? Oh, Deanna, you can do it from there. Just to make sure people can hear you. Just make sure you speak up.
Well, my challenge was when they were integrating schools in Florida,
Okay.
that I faced injustice or saw injustice, and it made me mad.
Mm-hmm.
And I stood up to the bullies that were opposing integration of the schools. And that I made friends, had fun, and that made me feel good as a third grader. My choice, I was manning an office, a political office, and a victim of trafficking, human trafficking, called the office because they weren't getting any support from their political party. So they couldn't get a lawyer to represent them.
Mhm.
So they were trying a different party. And so I recognized that this person was a victim, and that they needed help and support. And I supported them, going to sheriffs in different counties because it was a tri-county network.
Mm-hmm.
And anyway,
That was your outcome?
well, no, the outcome was Orange County Sheriff filed charges to prosecute the pedophile,
Mm-hmm.
and the state attorney refused to prosecute. But I got from Ashley Moody's office when she was Attorney General, I got because I wanted to make sure there were people that were not affiliated or connected
Mm-hmm.
to make a referral to, but they ended up helping not only this victim, but other victims
Awesome.
that, and they're in witness protection.
So what Deanna shared here, she shared her background as a child. I'll come back to that. And then she shared what was happening with human trafficking and how people were looking for help. And she was able to stand up. What I think is interesting about the outcome, Deanna, is that you did the right thing and there was supposed to be a prosecution and the district attorney chose not to, but you were able to make a change. Here's what's interesting. You told two really good stories. And as you were talking, I'm thinking, what sticks out to me, because Deanna, you're a conservative, I think that's okay to share with people. We all are, right? So it is interesting to me that a stereotype is broken in your first story, because the world would lead you to believe that conservatives are inherently racist when it's actually the opposite, right? If anybody knows the history of conservatism, it's actually the opposite. But a lot of people don't understand that. And for you to share something like that with people that's personal is going to stop them in their tracks. And they're going to say, wait a minute, the person I'm looking at in the story I'm hearing don't match in my mind because society has told me those things don't match.
Right.
So you've broken a barrier right there. Anybody that was going to come at you, you don't understand. It's like, I understand way better than you think. I've been fighting this battle since I was a kid. Right. So there's this strong sense of justice that opens that story. And then when you carry it on to say, being an advocate, here's what happened to me. Like, these poor people were looking for help and they were just calling, and I answered. I answered the call. I said, we're going to fix this. So the strong sense of justice carries you to the point where you did the right thing and then you saw the system not do the right thing.
Yeah.
Wow.
But the current attorney general ended up calling Monique Worrell, the state attorney, out when he was mentioning the 20 million pedophiles that Interpol said there was a network in Europe and US, and Orlando is the third worst city in the country. So we have a huge problem that people aren't aware of.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that story, like as you go and fine tune that, Deanna, you're going to find that that's a calling card for you.
Yeah.
It's going to open doors for you to be able to have conversations with.
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592.
He had a good business, solid product, good people. He just couldn't figure out why growth had stalled. Sherlock found the buyers he didn't know were looking. Now he knows exactly where to go next. Learn more at investinanswers.com.
You don't buy life insurance because you plan on dying. You buy life insurance because your loved ones plan on living. Life insurance can be a legacy and a wonderful gift to your family.
When it comes to life insurance, there are lots of options. How and where do you start? With over 40 years in the business, SelectQuote will shop some of the nation's most highly rated providers, with many policies starting at less than $1 a day. A licensed insurance agent will work to find you the right protection at a price you can afford.
SelectQuote is a one-stop shop for buying life insurance. It allows you to compare the prices of providers across your state. We're doing all of the work for you. We're streamlining the process for you as a true concierge service.
With SelectQuote, you could save over 50% on life insurance that fits your needs, your budget, and your life. Get your free quote now from a licensed insurance agent.
Protect your family's future by calling SelectQuote for your free quote with a licensed insurance agent. We shop, you save. 800-212-3199. 800-212-3199.
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense.
And get things done. And that's why we love this section. That's why it's the first section.
Yeah.
Because everything is going to build off of you getting the story together. And any story that you create is going to work off that formula.
And you can change your story.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? Depending on, who your audience is. So I would write out a couple of stories, but I would write them out, right? And then just kind of like how you memorize it. It becomes a routine for you. Like I had to memorize a 16-page, single lines typed. Took me an hour to be able to just tell the presentation. That's how long the presentation was. But man, when it was all written out, I knew exactly what I needed to say. It gave me courage to be able to say it because I knew what I needed to say, right? So I would write it out and then just, you wear the script like a sweater.
Amen.
Right? You're putting it on and you become that. So,
yeah. Okay. Yes. Oh, Stephanie. Yay.
Try.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Please. Come on.
I'm going to stand because I talk about it when I'm standing, but this is a recent story, so that's why I want to try it. I haven't actually shared it ever. I haven't written it out. I just started with your thing, so I'm going to try it. Challenge, choice, outcome. Okay. So all of my career, I have felt really passionate and focused in advocating for freedom and our founding principles and how people can lean into their giftings. And this has been I've been fortunate to have this job, but it's always been in the secular world. And then, so I loved it and I was able to express my passions. I love speaking. I love talking with people. I love seeing them grow. But as our country started to decline in our culture, I started to see this darkness coming over people where they didn't, even conservative people were using like politically correct words and multiple gender things and things that I just thought, what is happening? And so I started praying to God. It was after like 20 years or so. For the first time I was saying, God, I want to work at a Christian organization. I want to work for a place where I don't have to edit myself. And when I say to a class, where do your rights come from? I don't have to say you were born with them. I can say from God, right? I just don't want to edit myself anymore. So I kept praying, God, use me, send me to a Christian place and use me, and thy will be done. And so I prayed all this. So this was like this, gosh, I was so frustrated because on the one hand I was working, but it was this like a fork I was trying to make happen. And there wasn't a fork. It was just still me doing it. So God provided an opportunity. But it was not at all. I had my own idea. I thought, wow, when the door opens, right, it's going to be like a conservative Christian political thing. And it's going to be speaking, and it's going to be books, and it's going to be traveling, and it's going to be all the things I like. And it wasn't that. It was a ministry that shares the gospel, not even in America. It's in Africa. And my opportunity was to be an administrator and be in the office every day. It's nothing I like, and it's in a state I don't want to live in. And I was really wrestling with God. I was going, that can't be it, God. And I try another door and it would close. I try another door and it would close. And that was the only door that would open. And so one day I went to McDonald's drive-through. This was like my way to just escape. I was in the car. I'm going to go get a Diet Coke. I'm going to sit in the car and I'm just going to convince God that this is not the way, because I don't like this choice in this. And so I was just telling God, like, God, this can't be it. This can't be it. And God just said, like, he really rebuked me and said, you asked me to use you for my will, and this is the job. Do you want it or not?
Oh boy.
And so I instantly went, okay, sorry, thanks for making the choice easy. Yes, use me. Even though I still did not like what I was about to go do. But I made the choice. And so I was, what I hope and think, I was obedient to God, because all of that was stuff I did not want to do. And my husband and I had to find a new place in this area. We had to be separated while our old house was still selling. There was a lot of sacrifice. And it was really hard. But the outcome was, honestly, it's been 1.5 years. So it's a new story in my life. It's been 1.5 years. And God has shown me that even in this role where I couldn't see where my gifts and talents could be relevant, he has opened up so many other people to be able to use their gifts and talents because of the position of unique authority that he put me in that job. And so because I was obedient, I'm getting to see so much fruit in other people where I was never seeing fruit before. So it was just such a lesson to me and a reminder. I mean, we know this on an intellectual level, but I didn't realize, I wasn't really walking in faith that God really does know the plans for me, and that they're good plans, and that I need to stop trying to wrestle them back into my planning sheet. And so that was why now I'm doing what I'm doing, and I'm trying to lean into how I'm explaining it to people, and not going on tangents, and just being a lot more focused, because I know that it will bring other people into whatever it is they're being called to do. So
Stephanie, great job. Before we move on quickly, how important is it to get that out of your system, to go through it, right?
Well, I wanted to hear it because you were talking about how Father's leading you in the wrestling match that you went through with him, and you realized, yeah, you're bigger than me. I better submit, right? Yeah. So I needed to hear that.
Yeah, and a lot of people do, right? Because what's the thing? No test, no testimony.
Right.
It's in the word, right? Literally. So, but that's so important because our friend Cameron McGill and his wife up in North Carolina at Lake Church, you may be the only Bible some people ever read.
That's right.
Ooh.
What are they going to get?
Yeah.
Right. So you may not want to do it. You may not want to say it.
But
that's not what you asked for.
Right.
That's what Stephanie said. Great job, you guys. Those are awesome. So let's do this before we move on. Let's take a moment. In the back of your manual, there is a section called Reflections.
Like all the way towards the back.
Yeah, all the way towards the back.
Yeah.
Blue box under chapter 1. We've got some homework for you, so we'll give you a minute or two to do that. Write a couple of things that you learned from this section and one question that you still have outstanding. Give you guys a minute to do that. If you have questions, you can either raise your hand. If you're online with us, you can raise your hand or pop in the chat. If you're in the room with us, just go ahead and yell them out. Very good.
Does it have to be one story? Does it have to be like, yeah, I guess that's my question.
Well, if you're developing a couple of different storylines, I think that's okay. Because if you're thinking here, you need to do this and you need to be talking about that, if you're able to do two at the same time.
Yeah. If you've got a couple brewing, just lay them out and then you can fine tune them later.
Yeah, like, I mean, it doesn't have to be necessarily your origin story.
Correct.
It could be like what I just shared is a recent
Absolutely. Yes.
story, and it doesn't account for lots of other.
Yeah. So
the person that's in front of you, that's your audience. You have to be very specific about what you're going to say. Right. So depending on what you need to say, tweak your story. So if you need to make a couple of versions of it, right?
100%.
Yeah.
So we'll give you guys another minute here. Gonna get your thoughts together. Got notes? If you don't, that's fine too. Some people are like, do I have to write that stuff out? No, there's actually no requirement for you to do that. We encourage you to do that, but you don't have to do that.
It's easier when it's all written out.
That's true.
Yeah.
You guys are doing great. That's a lot to take in, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we'll give you guys another minute here to land the plane. I think everybody's been.
You don't have to write out the story or the reflection.
Either one. We encourage you to.
Yeah.
But I mean, people, do I have to? It's like, no, you don't have to do anything. You're an adult. Like, have to.
Yeah.
We encourage you to.
Oh, I would like for everybody to do the back of the book. Having said that, if they're not solid, it's okay, right?
Yeah.
Because you can go back afterwards as you go through the book and
Process.
Right.
yeah, you need to process the information. There's a lot of information you're going to become. You'll be like, I didn't think about that for decades. Now I got to deal with that situation.
Thanks, RC and Juliana. Okay, guys. So let's go ahead and move ahead. So we're going to move to chapter 2. And this one is a bit more straightforward. So here is your chapter essential question for this section. This is Mountains of Influence. Chapter 2, Research 2. You'll see it. It'll say Mountains of Influence along the top. How can I strategically determine where to place my efforts and my energy? Now, a little while ago, we gave you guys the example of the person who has the gift of administration should be knocking on doors at your state house, right? So there are mountains of influence. There are different areas where you can have an impact. Now, in your workbook, you can see that we have 8 listed. There are the 7 mountains. You may have heard of those. We've added an 8th, and that's technology, right? Or some people refer to it as STEM or STEAM.
If you are exposed to asbestos, you may be entitled to financial compensation.
Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve. Call now.
800-895-0489.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489. The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We tailor solutions to fit your specific needs, giving you the personalized attention you deserve. The IRS has resumed collection enforcement. Don't wait until it's too late. Our team can help you resolve your tax issues before liens, levies, or passport restrictions kick in. Behind on filing taxes? We specialize in getting you back on track by filing past returns and negotiating with the IRS. Does the IRS claim that you owe money that you don't have? We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592. That's 800-785-5592.
In the modern sense. So this idea has obviously been around for a while, but we said, listen, here is what holds true. Your gifts and talents may have you in more than one of these mountains. But what we want to help you do is figure out which ones make sense for you. Because now you got a story together. Now we need to figure out where you have the influence.
Right.
Go ahead, Gina.
So like for you and I, our influence really is media, right? And probably, I would say religion.
Yeah.
We're definitely in technology, but that's the backbone of who we are, right? But that's where, we have most influence is media, for example. That is our number one influence.
Right. So we know in that mountain, the stories that we tell, the things that we do, when we train, we have an impact there. We can reach masses of people to get them in.
Right.
But once we get them in, the Watchmen Action training that you're going through today, you'll notice it's designed to equip you.
Right.
So it is issue agnostic, right?
So I would say like Deanna, right? Your mountain really is government, right?
Mhm.
You have another mountain that you really work in that's
Healthcare,
really okay.
from being a caregiver
Okay.
for both my parents and a lot of the things that I've seen wrong with taking care of the elderly.
Yeah. Okay.
So here's what's interesting. If you look at the description of the family mountain, it shapes individual character and societal norms. So you actually work, so we know government, but you also actually work in family and, in a way, education, because you're helping people understand these experiences. You were with both your parents, right? And so you took on that responsibility. Well, you learned a lot about how the systems work from that experience, right? So you could easily become an educator on helping people. And I think we were talking about that the other day, where you do that with some people. You help them to understand what's going on. So you work in multiple mountains. You know kind of where your lead is, but you know that it goes over to others. And that's the beauty of having these laid out, guys. It helps you to see the areas that you fit in.
Jeff, where do you think you mostly fit?
Let me unmute Jeff. Martha, you're free to join us too. I know if you're just listening and when learning, that's fine. You don't have to jump in, but you're more than welcome to. Go ahead, Jeff.
Where do I mostly fit?
Jeff, your mic's too far away, sir.
Oh gosh, I keep forgetting that because I didn't even want to do that. But
go ahead.
Okay. You know, one of the things that you've already talked about here is gifting, where we're at, and I'm a absolute constant teacher of that. In fact, the fellow I do most of my ministry with, he is actually accredited in the National Christian Counselor Association, which is talking about temperaments and how basically it takes personality tests, whatever, and breaks it down. And so one of the things that these mountains have taught me, if that's what you're asking, is that it's cool if I can't do what the guy next to me can do, because that is the first freeing thing, right?
Yep.
You know, when you all of a sudden realize, because what's going to happen is, I believe the Lord, you know, puts that in you, and you begin to have small successes and realize, oh, well, here is my area. Much like the story you told earlier, you tend to put people in their wrong places because you don't know. And I believe this is very scriptural when it talks about we're supposed to know each other intimately in the body of Christ. So if we did that, then we would obviously know each other's gifts. So that's what it's done for me. Been able to use, I see all 8 of these things, particularly technology now, learning to not bury your head in the sand from new things and just say, oh, that's bad, I'm not going there, but to step up and be that light in technology and throughout all these things.
So where do you think you have the most influence right now? Like if you were to reach out to people that are in your sphere, you know, where are you working the most?
Oh, such an easy question for me. I have this thing where I feel like one of the reasons that it appears faith has kind of lost some ground is because I believe that we have kind of had a system that's created some, basically, I'll just say it, biblically illiterate believers. Mm-hmm. And so where I find the breakdown is not with people that are pursuing because they're seeking. It's with people that think they're good and literally could not quote a verse if their life depended on it, yet have said in church. So I consider myself a first grade teacher teaching just identity out of Genesis, who you are, that you're an eternal spirit, and try to have people grasp an eternal mindset for this life versus the dust to dust that most of us have bought into. So that's totally my niche.
Yeah.
Jeff, thank you for
Jeff.
sharing that.
That was awesome.
I'm going to mute you for a sec here, try to leave you up on screen. I think I can do both so everybody can see you here in the room. So helps to kind of get an idea of where you fit, right? Well, then let's do this. Let's reflect, shall we? So this one's a little quicker than the first exercise, right? If you guys turn back to reflections, and you can just make a note here of the mountains where you think you fit. And if you've got some notes or a lingering question, it's a great place to put it. Reflections, blue blocks under chapter 2. We'll give you guys a minute to make those notes before we move on. So you guys are doing a great job. I think what we'll do is we'll get through section 1. We'll give you guys a break. We'll come back and then tackle section 2.
Excellent.
Yeah. Yeah, what did we learn when we did Sarasota last month? We got to give people a chance to go stretch their legs and use the bathroom, or they just sit there and they'll be in their eyeballs.
Especially with the coffee.
Yeah. It's like, Mr. Williams, Ms. Ormond, can we have a break? No.
We have classes that are like, can you please just slow down? You're talking too fast. Just slow down.
Sorry, what'd you say? No, wait. Oh.
I think it's interesting with the telling your story or how breaking it down.
Mhm.
I think because some people from Channel 2 that were Barbara West and her husband, I went to one of their how to tell your story.
Mhm.
And they kept, and so you were supposed to say something in a nutshell, but they didn't tell you how to tell your why.
Right.
And this helps break it down.
Yeah. Well, and it's like, I'm not going to go on a tangent against news anchors, but let's be honest, because I grew up with some of the best in the world in San Francisco. I grew up at KGL. They read teleprompters.
Right.
The stories are fed to them. Very few have the gift of being able to take it and make sense. And those guys, I mean, Fred Van Amberg as a news anchor, he was the first local news anchor in the US to make more than $1 million a year. I used to see this guy every day. This is like 78, 79, 80, right? So this is like, it's a ton of money. Everybody, he was such a guarded personality. He's a kind guy behind the scenes, but he was so guarded, but he got San Francisco through some of the most difficult times in the history of the city. Moscone assassination, Jim Jones, right? Jonestown, all of that was happening at the same time. Patty Hearst, like all this stuff's happening basically at the same time. And he had this incredible way of taking what was on the teleprompter and personalizing it. And he would drop his news anchor. And at one point he would say, a guy named Dave McElhatton was the same way. They would just stop with the teleprompter for a second and you could tell. And then they got real personal. They're like, I live in this neighborhood where this is happening right now. This doesn't need to be happening. And you're like,
Then they go back to their.
yeah, then they go back to what they were doing. So yeah, that's why.
Yeah.
This is that part of that formula. So, all right, guys, if everybody good, did we get our notes in? Sorry for going off on a story tangent, but we are talking about stories. So, all right. So moving on to chapter 3, this is research section 3. Now we've talked about your story and the mountains that you need to be in, but cutting the issue is super critical. And we're going to show you guys a diagram in a second that will be seared into your brain forever. Once you see it, you can't unsee it, as the old saying is, right? So how can I narrow down my issue to the most productive level to get the most meaningful results? Now, we'll look at something, and you guys will see this in a second. We'll look at a topic. People say, well, Deanna, what are you working on? Healthcare. That's awesome.
Too broad.
Okay.
Right.
So now what?
Fix up.
Right. So, okay. You guys kind of getting the gist of it, right? So the notes are here on how you can do these things, but obviously we're visual by nature. So let's take a look at what that potentially looks like if you guys turn the page. So in this example, we're talking about education. What are you advocating for? Jeff, did you have a question or are you just turning the page? Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure. Education. Boy, that's a popular one, right? I'm working on education. That's great. What are we doing in education? Well, education, that doesn't help, right? But if you're able to take.
When you choose Patriot Mobile, you're not just picking a wireless provider. You're choosing a company that shares your values. It's easy to switch, and you can keep your number, your phone, and most importantly, your values. With Patriot Mobile, you get the power of nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks. That means wherever life takes you, we've got you covered on the same reliable networks you already know and trust. And when you need us, we're here for you right here at home. Our customer service is 100% US-based because we believe that support should come from people who understand you and your values. At Patriot Mobile, you're not just another call, you're a priority. In today's world, where you spend your money matters more than ever. Every dollar is a vote for the kind of future you want to build. Join the thousands of Americans making a difference with every call, every text, and every connection. Choose a company that shares your values. Choose Patriot Mobile.
Before you buy a stock, it helps to know what the legends would say. Investornator scores it against 8 legendary investor playbooks. One clear answer, backed by real data. Investornator.com.
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. Right now, Life Care is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. Call 800-519-1427.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family.
Education and break it down, like this example, is super good.
Right.
Choose your adventure, so to speak, right? And I'm working the board here while I'm there. So if you are working on education issues and you say, what are you working on? I'm working on school choice. Oh, that's pretty straightforward. Oh, you want parents to be able to have the choice of where their kid goes to school or if they homeschool them. Got it. I like that too. Or I want to work on something else. But now you've taken education super broad and you've made it simple in one step. That's easy, right? Well, if that's what you want to do, congratulations. Now we help you to cut every issue you're ever going to deal with in the rest of your life, right? I don't like my neighbor. Cut off their water. Okay. So, just kidding. Don't do that, please. All right. So you could also go the other way. So let's say that you're more hyper-focused. Within education, you have a focus on curriculums. What are the kids learning, right? Okay, that's great. But you can get even more narrow. I'm going to focus my energy on high school curriculum because those kids are going to be running the world someday sooner than younger kids. So I'm going to focus my energy on high school curriculum, right? And then I can choose my adventure one way or the other. I'll do both for you guys quickly. Within high school curriculums, I'm going to focus on gender ideology because that's insanity, right? And I'm going to focus on that in English because what I'm finding in these books that are coming out now, they're trying to shape the behavior of young people to confuse them in their gender. And that there's like 3,000 genders or they're a furry or whatever they want to call themselves today. So I'm going to focus on high school curriculum, getting gender ideology out of English. That's one way you can go, yes? Okay. The other way, you can say, well, I'm going to focus on high school curriculums, but this diversity, equity, inclusion foolishness is driving me absolutely nuts. So I've got a problem with them trying to push DEI to high schoolers because they're going to be in the workforce in a couple of years. And I worry that it's going to degrade society. Okay, good. So far, so good. You can take it a step further and say, but I'm focused on Lee County. For those of us who are not in Florida, this is the southwest corner. This is Sarasota, Venice, that area. So if you look at a map of Southwest Florida, I'm going to focus in Lee County schools. So my energy is going to be focused on killing DEI and high school curriculums in Lee County schools.
Yeah.
Do you guys get a sense of what's happening here now?
Being very specific.
As you narrow down, right? Here's why. And I think we learned part of this from what RFK Jr. did with Maha. Maha sits in the middle.
Yeah.
Great.
Right.
There's only 18,000 moving parts to Maha. To the point where Maha doesn't even agree with Maha anymore. Okay. The people who won the day on that and who got resources and got legislation moved and everything got hyper-focused on the part they wanted to work on. Whether it was vaccine injury, naturopath medication, or was it homeopathic? Right. Homeopathic. Thank you. Allopathic is the bad guys. Okay. So they focused on a particular set of things, or they said, we're going to do events and educate people. So if you break it down, it's much easier for people to follow you.
Right.
Part one, right? It's easier for them to figure out where they fit, what mountain of influence. And it's also easier for them to carry your story. Imagine that you get the mad mom in the minivan, taking an old radio term, and she's ticked off when you told her about what's going on in Lee County schools. And she goes to talk to her book club and she barges in the door. And she says, do you know what they're doing with DEI in our schools? Those high schoolers are going to be working in 2 years. And Stephanie told me if we don't stop it, these kids are going to take us over a cliff. I can't do that. But seriously, like, you guys understand? So the importance of cutting an issue, when you guys do this for yourselves or when you work with your groups, right? Because likely you're going to have a group that you work with on something. This type of training is ultimate key to victory. Now imagine your great story, having everybody working in the right mountain, and then being able to cut an issue down to size.
So let's give them a few minutes.
Yeah, so let's do this. I want you guys to take a few minutes. You can do this in reflections, or what we've had some people do in their notebook is, if they have a separate notebook or they have a blank sheet of paper, is they'll draw those circles and work an issue down.
So actually, I would go back.
Sorry, let me go back. Yes.
Yeah, I would keep that up and then you guys can draw your own circles.
Yeah. So why don't we take a minute and draw our circles?
Yeah.
We'll give you guys
Something.
6-7 minutes. Yeah. You guys just go for a minute because this takes a little time. So.
Where do you want to do that? Like, what school do you want to do that at? Or do you want to be able to advocate, generally speaking, for shop in high school?
Well, I was thinking books, like, with resources. Library resources. Yeah, because like with the, especially with money, that's my area. Banking, financial planning, that's what I did. Job.
So you're still education in the middle, right? And then you want to break it down to
Like home ec, cooking. Some of the kids can't cook, they always buy fast food.
So you're talking about wanting to advocate to bring in the right curriculum, the right, okay.
Right curriculum, and they're gonna have resources for homeschool or for school. Either videos or, I don't know, I don't know how that through that, but.
Oh, okay, so, but I'm here to talk you through, to see what we can come up with. When you're advocating for what you want to find a curriculum that encompasses.
I have to look to see what's already there, like, Charles Payne has the options for. And I guess video that.
Good job, Becky.
It's easy for people like high schoolers that can do day trading already, do the option. They have a job and try to build money for college or.
So how do you, because it's hard, how would you narrow down where to start? Are you looking to do that in a school? Are you looking to advocate with another organization that is not as tangent?
Well,
That's what I'm experiencing right now.
That's really good.
I have to research and see what's already out there.
Looking at it as a fresh person.
Because I used to teach classes seminars.
I'm trying it with
For
favorite, not because
women,
gospel
for
study.
state
So it's a new thing. So I'm like, okay, we're gospel
uneducated.
US, like I'm in the US, so my focus is on that.
Need to plan your own.
Like I'm not in the field and
Just rely on them doing.
and then I'm thinking about
stuff.
I'm not sure I like this in media episodic series.
Example.
But now I'm getting into results to raise awareness for favor and to raise money so we can bring back people to desperate. You could really get on, is that a tangent or is it trailing down? To really like check my own journey. How interesting.
Yes.
I would like you to work with Deanna to check her journey and narrow down and make sure she's clear what she's done.
Okay. Got about 6 minutes, everybody. Yeah.
Okay. I'm interested in school curriculum.
Okay.
By creating resources available for kids that are homeschooled or teachers are getting having things available for teachers in public school. And I think life skills is a huge thing.
Okay.
Social skills. So many kids, they're all just on their phone, they're lacking in their personal skills. How to do a job interview. You know, shake hands, eye contact is a big problem. Money, managing money. Most parents don't even, 90% of people are living paycheck to paycheck.
So she wants to take these skill sets.
Sure. And so again, no, I actually get it. So I think you need to determine, Deanna, what
level, what education level you want to focus on? Because if you're doing that for high school, it's going to be different if you're doing it for middle school.
Well, I was even thinking like some of them things can start in elementary. I think starting early was saving, putting things on a wish list, not instant gratification.
So let's do,
So I could do it for all three, three levels, elementary, middle.
We're still here, guys. We're actually working on an exercise here in the class. So if you have questions, let us know.
Because there's work in it.
I love that.
So there's education, right, in the middle. And then you're going to do curriculum. And while you want to vary, I think you need to focus on one thing.
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. And today, the average funeral with burial can cost around $8,000 or more. Don't leave your loved ones facing unexpected bills. Right now, LifeCare is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. With a quick call, you can find out if you qualify for affordable whole life insurance designed to help protect your family from these costs. In many cases, no medical exam is required, no lengthy health questionnaires, and coverage decisions can be made quickly. Call now to review your final expense coverage options. Call 800-519-1427. That's 800-519-1427. The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592.
When you choose Patriot Mobile, you're not just picking a wireless provider. You're choosing a company that shares your values. It's easy to switch, and you can keep your number, your phone, and most importantly, your values. With Patriot Mobile, you get the power of nationwide coverage on all three major networks. That means wherever life takes you, we've got you covered on the same reliable networks you already know and trust. And when you need us, we're here for you right here at home. Our customer service.
So let's say that life skills are probably going to be more applicable to high school students.
Okay.
Makes sense so far?
That makes sense.
Right, so high school.
And I have a cartoon list.
Okay, so wait a minute. So we've got education, curriculum, high school curriculum. Right, and then let's take it to the next level. And then let's do life skills. Okay, so then once you get here, so now you've narrowed it down. I'm going to focus on the high school curriculum because life skills are missing. What are those life skills? And from there, I would take the top 3 or 4 that you think you're going to have the most impact. So let's do money.
Social skills, interpersonal skills.
Okay. And then
you want to call it home economics?
Home economics.
That's a good one. Fixing, doing repair, like we did I did that for Habitat for Humanity. Teaching the people, how to they had to work on their own home or other people's homes, but learning how to do repairs, learning how to cook like one pot soup, one pot meals.
So if I was looking at that and I worked it back, right, I could make the statement that we no longer teach life skills in school to the degree that most high school students couldn't change a tire.
Yeah.
Right. Don't know how to shake hands and keep eye contact cooking in. Right. That needs to be solved. I think if we focus our energy on introducing a life skill curriculum for high schoolers in Orange County, we can change education.
Well, yay.
So now like if it's Orange County high schools, you have a direction of who you need to start talking to, because we'll get into that after.
Well, and Elizabeth Baron, when she wins,
Right.
She'd be all for it.
Right. And if you explained it to her that way, she'd be like, "When you start,
Exactly.
What do you need from me?"
Between 8 with the dinner on a dime and Habitat with the So I was on the Orlando board and helped start the Winter Park Neighborhood.
One second, Martha, I see your hand up. Everyone had a couple of minutes to put their thoughts together. Would anyone like to share their breakdowns?
Sure. Okay, and thank you for your help.
You're welcome. You're welcome, Deanna.
Okay, I was interested in helping with curriculum, high school. So my branch goes education issues, curriculum, high school, life skills. And under life skills, the top 3 would be job money, you know, how to interview for a job at McDonald's. Also with money, how to invest, even saving $25 a month for a McDonald's job can grow. Compounding interest is an important lesson. Then interpersonal skills, you have to how to shake hands with someone, look them in the eye, common etiquette, and then home economics, cooking a meal, repairing your clothes, changing your tire, changing the oil, checking your oil.
And where are you going to do that? In Orange County?
Yeah.
Yes, in Orange County. Awesome.
So I think very good, Deanna. So what we work with Deanna, and Martha doesn't have a microphone. She put her question in the chat, and so we'll talk about it in a second. So what Deanna did a great job of, and what we were working on off screen, was her cutting the issue of education down to practical life skills. And so we got that down for high schoolers because they're going to be the ones out there in a minute. And it's going to be crazy if we don't solve it. And then we picked the top life skills that they needed to be ready for. That is a super easy thing for people to follow. Most people will get that right away.
Right.
Okay. So great job, Deanna. Stephanie, did you want to give it a shot? No, you're good.
I'm working on mine.
Okay.
She's not there yet.
Jeff, do you want to unmute? Do you have something you want to share? Let me ask you to unmute, sir. No, you're good. Okay, never mind. So Martha does not have a microphone, but I want to address what she put in the chat. So let me do that. She said her issue is electing the right people for specific offices. And that's not really an issue. Actually, Martha, it is. And we deal with that here in Florida, certainly. So when we talk about the right people for specific offices, if you were to replace education with public service, then you start to think about where. Is it local races? Is it state races? Is it at the federal level? And then you start to pick out the things that you're looking for. Because if we've learned anything on the conservative side of things, is that being a conservative or a Republican does not necessarily mean that the moral compass or character is there. Okay. The reason that that happens, and we say this a lot when we speak, is that if you're not willing to keep an eye on the people who represent your interests, very quickly they will represent their interests. Okay. So you need to think about the type of person that you want to represent you. This is going to become your list of non-negotiables. This person has to be a Christian, and that's okay, by the way. People say, oh, politics. No. If you want someone to have a good moral compass and you believe they need to be a Christian, you put that on your list of requirements, because now you're narrowing the field of who you're going to support and finding the right person. They need to have a business background, or they need to have a leadership background. So now you're putting requirements on it, right? Or maybe they already need to be involved in something. So you start making this list of the things that you want to do. Once you have your issue broken down, when people start coming to you saying, I want to run for office or I want to represent you, you pull out your sheet and you say, do you meet these requirements? And if the answer is no, then tell them to pound sand. And in all caps, Martha's like, I have a list of non-negotiables. Amen.
Awesome.
Right? This is why it's important, right? So if they don't meet the requirements, tell them either pound sand or go back to the drawing board. And what'll happen is that once people understand that, public servants will come to you and say, listen, that's me. And I really want to do this. And I'm not doing it for the money or for the power. I'm actually doing it to represent interests. You're going to start to weed out the bottom feeders and the grifters, which is what you want to do. But until you tell them what the requirements are, they'll just keep showing up to your meeting, asking you for money, maybe getting elected, and then going off and doing whatever they want.
So Martha needs to decide what exactly she wants to do to be able to help find those people, and then what is her focus and what is she advocating for those people? Is what she's advocating for, is it to find the right people and then to get them plugged in properly?
And there's a need for that.
Yeah, there's definitely a need for that.
So Martha, if you're doing your circles where you're at and you've got public servants in the middle, the next thing you need to think about is which level or levels you want to operate on. Is it local? Is it state? Is it federal? Okay. Then you get into your list of non-negotiables, what level of character they need to have. Do they actually need to be a resident of the place? Because, some places you don't have to live where you serve. But if that's important for you because you want to be able to go knock on their door, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Do they need to be a Christian? Do they need to be of upstanding character? Do they need to be a leader in the community already? If it's a young person, do they need to have these skills? Do we need to embrace them and surround them with the right environment to prepare them for that? Something we did here, we're in Orange County, Florida, so we're outside of Orlando. We put together a candidate training through the Florida Republican Assembly. We co-created it, and now we have people who serve in office, and we now know, and they know that we know, because wait, we trained you. Are you doing the things that we told you had to do or not? It's very easy to measure. So you set up those lists of non-negotiables, Martha, you say, okay, here's our list. This is our crew. We're now going to dictate terms to people who want to serve us. So put them through the filter. Okay, so this is awesome. I'm interested in county commissioner and the local junior college region. The environment in both bodies is very toxic and unfriendly, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So this is really good. So Martha, you're now on a course to set up your non-negotiables and your focus. And now you can take your group and say, listen, we have an issue in these areas. Okay. Here's where the problem lies. People are not meeting these requirements. We're not going to shut up until this gets dealt with. And please understand that our group's going to continue to grow because we're not the only ones that are upset.
So she needs to figure out specifically what is she going to do in those different areas. So the county commissioner and the local junior college region, and how she's going to go after those specifically.
Correct. So now, Martha, you have some tools to be able to whittle that down. It's going to take you a little time, I think, but the good news is that what these people understand at any level of politics or policy is power. And so your group.
If you're on supplemental oxygen, heavy and awkward tanks can be a burden. Now you can leave home and leave the tanks behind with Inogen, portable oxygen therapy that moves with you.
With my Inogen, now I'm able to do the things that I've always loved. I just press the button here and there's my oxygen.
Inogen systems are so small and light, you're free to leave the house without the hassles of an oxygen tank.
I could play golf again. I could go grocery shopping. I'm free again.
With the Inogen, I can handle my own oxygen. I can carry my own oxygen. I go anywhere with this. Look how small it is.
And right now, you can try an Inogen portable oxygen system for 30 days risk-free. Call us right now. If you qualify, we'll send you an Inogen system to use for 30 days risk-free. Your insurance may even cover your new Inogen system.
If you're on oxygen, you need to be using an Inogen.
Call 800-313-6867. 800-313-6867.
If you are exposed to asbestos, you may be entitled to financial compensation.
Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve. Call now.
800-895-0489.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489.
Vocal and continuing to grow is going to get their attention. and they hate pressure. Politicians, they hate pressure. They don't like to be pressured. They don't like to be pushed. They don't like large groups of people showing up or emailing or calling them. And they'll just do what it takes to get you to stop doing it, including whatever you want them to do. Ultimately, I think the goal for you is that you're going to want to turn those seats over. And how you do that is that you're vocal and you're active and you put those people on notice that, hey, you've only got so much time in office and we're going to get an opportunity to replace you. Right? But that process starts now. If you are not familiar with David Barton, the historian, David Barton is the founder of Wall Builders in Texas. David showed us how within 5 years, they basically took over the Texas GOP. And he said, we did it one county, one precinct at a time. But what I just described to you is exactly what they did. They put together a list of non-negotiables and they applied so much pressure that people either got along or they got along. And before you know it, they're taking over commission seats, they're taking over city council seats, they're taking over mayorships, and then they start getting to the state level. And now their representation is a more fair representation of who they are. It's never going to be perfect, but they're getting closer. And so he gave us that formula. All right.
That's great.
Yeah. Everybody good? Was that awesome?
Yes.
Yay. I love it. Okay, good. Good. Cutting the issue's fun, right? So let's do this. If I can get my arrow back. There it is. Okay, so we did a lot in this section, right? Let's take a few minutes. If you guys go to the reflections in the back, and you have some notes, or if you're like Deanna and you have sticky notes, or however you guys want to do it, take a couple of minutes and just think it through. Anything that's lingering, something you learn, another question you have.
We'll give you just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, we'll give you guys a couple of minutes.
I think everybody's kind of up to speed.
I think building the branches in each branch.
Mm-hmm. Well, Stephanie made a good point as everybody's writing, is that she said, when do you go from working down the list to tangent? And you have to be conscious because you can go forever with this thing, right? You can just draw little circles all the way down that table. For those of you who aren't here, there are long tables in the room. It's like you could draw circles all the way down that table and figure things out. So there's also a level of, all right, I think I've got this down now. And that takes some practice, right? And that's why having a group in a workshop, Deanna, we were able to take what you wanted to do and simplify, because that's very easy to hand off to Alicia Ferrant. She becomes the school board chair. And then you get to implement something like that because she's going to be like, I already got a plan right here. One page, everybody will understand this. No life skills in high school curriculum. Kids are coming out, have no idea what to do. Can't even shake hands and make eye contact. This lady has it fixed. Hi, Stephanie.
I also love what you did, and you just did it again, which is great, is you reverse engineered it too. So it's almost like a math problem where if you do it right, then you can take the answer and plug it back in. Correct. When you were helping Deanna, and you went through it the way the workbook is showing, but then when you repeated it, you reverse engineered it, and you were able to go from the smallest issue and show how it's impacting the biggest issue.
That was good.
And that's so cool. I really like that.
Yay, I'm terrible at math. I always have an yay for me. Okay. All right, guys. I think everybody's good. We've had a couple minutes here, so let's do this. I keep my arrow on the right page. All right. So we're on to chapter 4. Let me do this. Let me try and get this out of the way. There we go. Chapter 4, research 4. So the old favorite, becoming a wannabe advocate. You're only wannabe at this point because you haven't gone through this yet. Once you do, then you're actually going to be one.
Well, we don't expect you to be the expert in the field, but you need to at least have the understanding and knowledge that you need to be able to speak clearly.
Right. And that's what this is about. So how does the understanding of history of an issue help me to influence the issue today? So you guys built your story out. We talked about the mountains of influence. Now we've cut your issue down to size. So now it's time to enhance it. This is the tagine spice, the crack spice of your thing, right? So that's basically what this lays out for you. I totally did. You guys have not had the tagine spice,
He calls it crack spice.
It's crack spice. Now you're going to put the spice on it, right? So this is going to help you to lay that out. That's basically what this page says, okay? If you will turn to the next page, you will see something that looks somewhat familiar to you, okay? You'll remember that when we built your story out, you guys had a grid that looked like this, right? So now we're going to fill in some other pieces, right? Because you've got your story down. What historical data can you use to frame it properly? Okay. And this breaks down in somewhat similar way. I'll go through these boxes for you guys quickly because we want you to get to these components. So at the top there, things for you to think about. How far back in history is the right amount to research? We're coming up on the 250th of America, so you could go all the way back, pre-revolutionary, but really focus your issue because our next book is on Ben Franklin's mutual aid groups. They were called juntos. His group met every Friday night for 31 years.
Wow.
Night watchmen, volunteer firefighters, streetlights kind of came out of that junto because they asked some very basic questions. So we have to go back enough in history for people to understand why that matters. But I don't need to go back to the beginning of time to tell you that story. That's basically what that is, okay? So what cultural beliefs, propaganda, or conspiracy theories are there about it that give your story meat? There's nothing wrong with conspiracy theories. They now become conspiracy facts, as we all know. There's also white propaganda and black propaganda. Probably not all propaganda is bad. What are the key trigger points that led to the controversy? Right? So a lot of people talk about 2020. Okay, so now I'm just going to go ahead and step on the third rail. Okay. But honestly, if you think about it, what's around that? So people believe that was a health issue. Sure, but it was also a financial issue. Being honest and being kind of conspiratorial, I guess, is that 2020 moved a lot of money from one place to another.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
And once people have a hard enough time thinking, you told me something was dangerous that wasn't as dangerous as you told me, why did you do that? Well, because a lot of money got moved, a lot of wealth got transferred in that process. Now people are ticked. So wait, you set me up and you took my money? I don't get you a beating, I'll throw you a beating. Isn't that what they say in New York? I'm going to throw you a beating, give you a fresh one. I'm going to throw you a beating, right? I'm going to give you a fresh one. So then you get into patterns, statistics, and notable figures. Now, I used a pretty easy example with 2020 and COVID, right? So we had patterns. We knew who the players were, right? They were on your TV every single day, telling you stuff. They gave you statistics. They kept running. And it's interesting. If you guys go back and just take a second and think about how that happened, bless you. They weren't running death numbers on the screen. They were running infection numbers on the screen. You know why they didn't run death numbers on the screen? Weren't enough deaths to scare you. So we know the notable figures, we had the statistics, and then we learned a pattern pretty quick as how they were going to do things, right? Okay, so as you guys can see, whatever issue it is, because you guys are going to take a little time with your issues, and I don't want to belabor this framework here in the middle for your issue profile sets you up. And it's all going to have a story. Deanna was working on high school curriculum and life skills. Stephanie's working on hers. Jeff's working on his, right? So here are the three questions that you're going to want to cover. Like your story had a beginning, middle, and end. There are three parts that you're going to want to address in your issue profile. What's the state of the issue today? If the Strait of Hormuz does not open in the next 10 days, you will be paying $200 a barrel for gas or for oil, which means you're going to be paying about $6, $7 a gallon. All right. Well, what's the moral or lesson? Open the straits, so I don't have to pay $7. Thanks. Okay, pretty straight. And then what do you want to see happen? I don't want to pay $7 for gas. Fix it. Right? Okay, I used a basic example, but you guys get the gist, right? So you've got to set the framework of what the state of the issue is today. It's got to matter. There are a lot of things happening, but not all of them matter. And that's okay. Right? Listen, I love puppies like anybody. Let's be honest, right? Strait of Hormuz puppies. Okay, so what's the state of the issue? Why does it matter? What's the moral or the lesson in that? Right? And then what do we want to see happen? Because people have to follow your logic. If they know something's going to cost them more or cause them and their families pain, they're paying attention. They're going to want to know what the heck is going on. What do I need to know or what do I need to learn about that? And then how are we going to fix it? Now, this is going to come up a bit later for you guys today, again, in a different frame. But I want you to think about those pieces, okay, as you build an issue profile, because once you've got your story down, the context that you give to that story is going to make the difference. I know that's a lot to take in before we take a break, but it's kind of what it is. So, big bite of the apple.
Before you buy a stock, it helps to know what the legends would say. Investornator scores it against 8 legendary investor playbooks. One clear answer, backed by real data. Investornator.com. Most growing businesses are making 7-figure decisions on gut feel and assumptions. The biggest companies in the world don't operate that way. Neither should you. Sherlock gives you market intelligence they pay 6 figures for. We find your buyers before your competitors do. Visit investinanswers.com to learn more.
When you choose Patriot Mobile, you're not just picking a wireless provider. You're choosing a company that shares your values. It's easy to switch, and you can keep your number, your phone, and most importantly, your values. With Patriot Mobile, you get the power of nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks. That means wherever life takes you, we've got you covered on the same reliable networks you already know and trust. And when you need us, we're here for you right here at home. Our customer service is 100% US based because we believe that support should come from people who understand you and your values. At Patriot Mobile, you're not just another call, you're a priority. In today's world, where you spend your money matters more than ever, every dollar is a vote for the kind of future you want to build. Join the thousands of Americans making a difference with every call, every text, and every connection. Choose a company that shares your values. Choose Patriot Mobile.
If you are exposed to asbestos, you may be entitled to financial compensation.
Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve. Call now.
800-8.
And there are 2 boxes at the bottom here, and we're not going to go into the 2 versions, but let me just explain. So what story of human struggle does the timeline of events tell about the issue? Deanna had a great example of when she was a kid and she wanted to play with Black kids, like the overt racism, bigotry, and everything, right? That's a struggle, and that's a struggle everybody understands. And like I said earlier, what they don't expect is you to tell it because you don't look the part, which is great. That makes an impact. Okay, that's in your wheelhouse. That's a good thing. Where do you come in the story? How can you help others to see their place in the story? I did the thing about oil in the Strait of Hormuz, right? Everybody gets that. It's like, well, I don't want to pay $7 a gallon for gas either, RC. How are we going to fix that? Like, we're going to go to the White House and tell the boss that he doesn't need to do that. Okay, all that said, things for you to think about in your advocacy as you put your issue on Front Street. All right, guys.
So this is a really meaty chapter, and it's going to take a few minutes to get this one done. It's not as quick as the other ones, like the Mountain of Influence. So I would say just, eat at it little by little and try to whittle it down and answer the questions, and then we'll help you.
Yeah, so let's do this. I'm going to set the timer, I guess like 10 minutes.
10 minutes, yeah.
Let's set the timer for 10 minutes. And again, yes, Stephanie, go ahead.
Just for my own clarity, so this is a worksheet, I can see that. Is the goal of this worksheet to answer these questions because we're doing research so that we know our issue? Or is it to articulate all the things we find right now? Or we don't have to worry about that. Should we just be finding the answers?
I would find the answers, and then the most important things are going to pop out at you, and you're going to obviously remember those things, and you're going to want to integrate those into your storyline.
Yeah.
And Stephanie, when we get into part 2, we're actually going to put that to work.
Okay, so that's what I was thinking and checking in my mind is this is like kind of a preparation stage for something else.
Correct.
Good.
Yes. So Stephanie posed a great question to those who were online.
Okay.
She was asking, is this preparation for something that's going to come later? The answer to that question is yes. This is a research phase for you because we're going to fine tune your story on your issue in part 2.
Right. Yeah, I'm just putting the pieces together. It's funny when I look at this. I mean, I really am. I'm putting the pieces together in my mind. This is like how do I become a subject matter expert?
Right.
But it's not that I'm necessarily, this is a question, I'm not necessarily gonna use everything I find.
Correct.
That's to decide later.
Correct.
Is that right?
That is
Yes,
correct.
you're doing fact finding right now to
Yeah.
understand really a holistic view of what you're wanting to advocate for. So you need to understand the issue,
That we
right?
just cut.
Right, that you just cut, and then you're gonna be pulling out the most important things that, when you're talking to your audience, what you want to say. And it's good to have all the extras, because depending on who your audience is, you may
Yeah.
want to pull out some of those facts and talk to them
Yeah,
about
that
it.
actually is very cool.
Mhm.
Okay.
So get to researching, y'all. 10 minutes on the clock.
I guess we could do it also via like conversations, right? Because we can help each other learn these different parts of the plan.
Okay, that's perfect then. Maybe I have a conversational comment here.
So
Go ahead, Jeff.
Go for it.
Yeah.
I was just going to tell you to mute me, but now I'll make a comment on that, Juliana, because
Hey.
what I had a crisis a few months ago, one of those awesome spiritual crises that James speaks about, to consider joy, right? And what happened was I began to realize that the things that I believed were largely based on the fact that somebody just told me that.
Ooh.
And so what I began to do was offer a lot less opinions and did a lot more research on why I say what I say. Is it because I have independently researched this and found it to be true, or is it the old hand-me-down, cut the ham off the end Easter story, right?
Yes.
So right. And so what I came down to is that, and what we teach also is that how do we make our decisions? And in my world, because I'm a born again believer in Jesus Christ, there's only two ways. You either use a biblical worldview or you use a secular worldview. So as much as I'd like to make this all very difficult, this is all outside of my flesh. These questions to me are so spiritual and deep. My only chains I have are to the gospel. And so it provides me with about 100% of the answers of the things, if you will surrender to it, right? So anyway, that's kind of where I'm at, that identity in Christ is the palm tree thing, where during the hurricane, they may be bent all the way over, but buddy, the next morning, they're standing straight back up. And so when the storms come at us, don't we have to be so solid in how it is we are framing our position on an issue? Because here's the deal. When you start trying to argue this, and be in any kind of apologetics anywhere, the other side is ready to poke holes in you. And if you don't believe it to your core and understand why you believe it, then it's not ever going to fly, and you're never going to receive what the outcome that you want is, right? So being that I am a spirit, right? And that's where I'm at. I got an awesome, I got the best of everything in all these boxes because I've got the word of God, right? That's my issue. Are you kidding me? But through the business world and all around the world, it's led me to this because this is the truth. And so that's what I'd challenge us to do, is to, when we feel some way, is it because we have a cousin that's a nice kid and there's no way that God can hate him even though he's gay? Or is it because I'm a changed, person, and I'm a chain to the gospel, and it's not because of that, it's because I have a concern for his eternal soul, right? And the Bible says I'm wrong. So anyway, that's kind of where I'm at with it.
Jeff, great job. Stephanie, go ahead.
First of all, I'm so glad he wasn't muted.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, that's.
I'm going to let Jeff self-mute because he's okay. He can
golden.
mute out and come back in whenever he needs to.
That's so good, and it's helpful for all of us in the room. So thank you. And then I'm wondering too, as I was listening to Jeff, and this is a question for you too, really, because do you think, I'm not attaching an answer, like, do you think is this worksheet a good place to also be thinking through, like Jeff's worldview is very solid. Is this a place too to be thinking through the objections that you might get? Or no?
Yes, and all the propaganda, because you're going to be fighting against those objections and the propaganda and the lies, right? again, back to our story, we're market researchers. And when we started finding things, we were like, oh my goodness, we need to start talking to people. This is exactly what happened to us. We had an issue, and the issue was everyone's being lied to. What are we going to do about that? Right? So yes.
Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah.
So Stephanie, it's interesting when you do that, and you've heard people when they speak, they'll do this, and you'll be like, I could have had a V8.
Yeah.
They say something to the effect of, let me answer the question you didn't ask, but you want to. This is a chance for you to get out in front of that and say, okay, what questions are going to come up in Jeff's example? What questions are going to come up about being a believer in the gospel?
Right.
Let me have answers to the most basic questions so that I can say, listen, I know how you feel right now. Let me answer the question you didn't ask, because it's going to spur another one. You hit them with it. They're like, oh, yeah. So then what about this? And you're kind of ready on that path. That's why I do the joke. Glad you asked. Thanks for asking. Right. Yes.
I always talk about the Bible being our foundation, because if you've got the Bible as a foundation, then you can't be talking about it's okay to do DEI. It's not okay to be talking about, you're a little boy, but actually we're going to call you a little girl.
Right.
Right. So we have only one basis of reference, and that is the Bible.
Yeah.
That's it.
Amen.
That's it.
Thank you.
No problem. No, it's good. So we have, take a couple more minutes here if anybody wants to share, or if anything pops in your head. Feel free. It's a workshop. Y'all feel free. And after this, we're going to take a break. Give you guys a break. Yeah.
Huh?
We get this thing down, Stephanie. Like, we've got timing down now to where it's like people are probably about ready for, right?
We're going to go break.
Oh, yeah, after we do this.
Yeah.
Hello.
All right, guys, we'll give a couple more minutes for any comment or anything like that. I'll give another minute or so. I think what Jeff did kind of opened the door for us to all discuss it. So I think we're good there.
Good.
Okay, so then let's do this. Why don't we I think we're good, right? Everybody good?
Does everybody feel like they did? Yeah. Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
That was the fastest we've ever gone through becoming an advocate. Because now, Jeff, thank you so much for what you said, because it made so much of this to be clear for us.
Yeah. So, this is in there.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489.
When you choose Patriot Mobile, you're not just picking a wireless provider. You're choosing a company that shares your values. It's easy to switch, and you can keep your number, your phone, and most importantly, your values. With Patriot Mobile, you get the power of nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks. That means wherever life takes you, we've got you covered on the same reliable networks you already know and trust. And when you need us, we're here for you right here at home. Our customer service is 100% US-based, because we believe that support should come from people who understand you and your values. At Patriot Mobile, you're not just another call, you're a priority. In today's world, where you spend your money matters more than ever, every dollar is a vote for the kind of future you want to build. Join the thousands of Americans making a difference with every call, every text, and every connection. Choose a company that shares your values. Choose Patriot Mobile.
Most growing businesses are making 7-figure decisions on gut feel and assumptions. The biggest companies in the world don't operate that way. Neither should you. Sherlock gives you market intelligence they pay 6 figures for. We find your buyers before your competitors do. Visit investinanswers.com to learn more.
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense.
For you guys, and you don't have to use it right now, there is a page where it says your personal timeline of events. This is to help you to kind of flesh out that diagram. If there are other things that were keys in your timeline or in the research that you do, this is a page for you to use for them. Okay. There is a resource. Use it as you need to, but it's just designed to help you to flesh out your thoughts. Okay. Where did your life story intersect with the issue, basically? So that's there for you. And then under chapter 4 in reflections, if you guys want to take a minute and make any notes that you haven't made, because I see you guys taking notes, and this is so great. If there are other things that you'd like to plug in there, you're welcome to. I'll give you guys a minute for that, and then we're going to give you a break. Yeah, that issue thing, Jeff's showing us a new way.
Yeah.
That's good.
Because the bad people know their arguments better.
Yeah. Oh, certainly. That's why when we talk to people,
We have to be prepared.
yeah, we talk to people like, devil knows scripture better than you do.
Yeah.
So what does that tell you? Right? How prepared do you have to be to do that? And we know best story wins. But as you guys go through this and you really set the stage and you know your stuff, you will find that the strongest position within the best story wins.
Yeah.
Right? Because it's when we train candidates or whatever, we talk about the high ground. How do you get the high ground in a battle? Because we know historically that whoever holds the high ground gets to shoot down. And the people running up are probably going to die for whatever that's worth. So how do you get the high ground in a conversation? Because what the other side does is they try to claim moral superiority, even though they're degenerate. But they do it in such a way with their story that people will think that aren't thinking, well, no, why would I don't hate people. Because isn't that what they try to get you? Just what Jeff was talking about. Like, you know, since I'm chained to the gospel, I worry about the person's immortal soul. Okay, I don't hate them. I don't hate them because they're gay. I worry about what's going to happen to them after. And that for me is more important than their feelings. And so what the other side will tell you is, well, love is love. And do you hate people? You obviously hate people. And that's what they do, right? They get this fake moral high ground, and then they force you to fight uphill. If you cut it off at the pass,
Yeah.
right, then you put them in a position where it's like, I'd say once you get these guys in a box, it's like when we talk about the tech bros. Like if you watch Sam Altman, who's the founder of OpenAI, and Peter Thiel, when they get asked a hard question, and these guys are supposedly the smartest guys in the world, they look like a robot. They're like, tick, 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 tick. They can't answer the question, right? And I'm like,
There you go.
see the demon? See the demon? Okay, guys, great job. Let's do this. Let's take, take 15 minutes. All right, let's take 15-minute break. Everybody use the bathroom, get a refresh on their drinks. We'll reconvene in 15. Thank you, guys. Great job today. All right, guys, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed the break. So we got through a nice chunk this morning, right? We got through the name your moment. So we talked about your story, the mountains of influence where you can have the most impact. We then talked about cutting your issue down to size.
Yeah.
And then the last part, we started with our research with our issue, right? So we wanted to give some background to it. Now, Stephanie posed a question earlier, is this preparation for something? It most certainly is, and I'll get to that in a second. So now that we've got your moment laid out, now we need to talk strategy. Now, for Juliana, this is one of her favorite parts.
I love strategy.
Right? She loves strategy. So now we're going to develop our structured approach to translate what we've put together to people so that we can get them into action. We're going to be well prepared to go in right before the break. I think we talked about before the break and we talked about it during the break is one of the most powerful things you can do, because Jeff was talking about his issue framework, is to be prepared to say something to the effect of, let me answer the question you didn't ask. That's powerful. That's good strategy planning. You are out in front of something and you get to the point where you have the high ground in the conversation. And that doesn't have to be a negative. That can be a positive.
Most people don't even know what to ask because
Right.
they're so ignorant about the situation. So
Yeah.
you answering the question they didn't even think to ask is important.
Yeah. So let's go through what we're going to deal with here over the next couple of chapters. So strategy 1, we're going to deal with the SWOT analysis. The Leesburg grid is not in the Express Pack version. That's in our full version of the training. The two are similar, just a slightly different context. And we'll explain that as we get into it. Then you'll notice issue story frames are back. So we had you do the research. In strategy 2, we're going to show you how to put that into action with the public narrative and the human action model. That's what HAM stands for. Not ham sandwich, human action model. Okay. Strategy 3, we're going to talk about leveraging your communities and your networks. And we're going to help you understand the difference between the two, because that's kind of important, right? And then part 4, we're going to deal with power mapping for influence. You will see something similar when we get there to what you saw this morning, but it'll be used in a different context. Everybody good?
Mm-hmm.
Feeling good? You guys are doing a great job. So let's get to it. Strategy 1, if you'll turn to the SWOT analysis page. Your chapter essential question. How can background research lead to more effective messaging? We're so glad you asked. Thanks for asking. Okay. People think they know a lot about an issue, but the thing that they're not doing is being brutally honest about where they sit or where their organization sits on the issue. The SWOT analysis, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats has been used in business for years. Okay. We're now going to apply it to you and your advocacy. Make sense?
Yep.
Shall I continue?
Yes, you should.
Excellent.
Excellent.
So we talked about strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Strengths are internal attributes, right? Because people ask us, well, what is that? What does that mean? Internal attributes, things that work well for you. You are strong in these things. You cannot be knocked off the mountain. Okay. Weaknesses, those are internal challenges. So what are the weak points? Is it we don't have this team member, we can't cover this area well, we ain't got no money? Like whatever it is, that's a weakness, right? Opportunities, what other factors that are external can you leverage for your benefit? Well, I know the person who does X. Great, that's an opportunity. Are you going to capitalize? And then threats. What's dangerous that's outside? If we do this, is the DSA, Democratic Socialists of America, are they going to come beating on our door? Right? Are we going to get flash mobbed and then somebody's going to have to pull out a bull cannon and take care of it, right? Don't do that, please. But you get to lay out what that looks like and you get to be honest. So let's do this. Let's actually go to an example graphic for the SWOT analysis. So if you guys turn to the example, you'll know you're there. You'll see an orange box with blue lines, and then you'll see a bunch of writing in there, okay? So in this example, we actually look at the 2010 midterm elections for the Tea Party. There's a pretty good example, right? So here's the deal. The campaign was that the issue was reducing government spending and deficit. That's why the Tea Party was put together, right? What was the outcome? Well, it was successful, right? Republicans gained control of the House of Representatives. So you then do an honest assessment of the strengths and weaknesses. Now I'll go over a couple of these in each box so you guys have some context, and it'll give you an understanding of how to use this. So strengths, great grassroots support and mobilization, clear focused messaging, effective use of media. Something the Tea Party did really well is every media opportunity they capitalized on, no matter how big, how small, they were always there, right? And there were conservative figures and organizations that said, if we don't get on board with this, we're going to get left behind. So they jumped on board, right? Let's go over to weaknesses. That's the right-hand side, top right. They were perceived as too extreme by moderate and independent voters. Oh, you guys are crazy. We're going to have the Boston Tea Party all over again, have another Revolutionary War. We don't want that.
All the costumes.
Right, all the costumes. So lack of cohesive leadership and central organization. Now, as conservatives, we are ferociously independent. So centralizing doesn't work well for us. Limited policy proposals, right? Potential alienation of minority and young voters. Okay. If you actually ask young people what they think and you take the time to listen to them, you will find that they more agree with you than the other side. And they'll say, the reason we don't say that is because nobody listens. True story. Okay. What are the threats? Opposition from the Democrats and liberal organizations, negative portrayal in mainstream media. I think everyone who was around for this remembers that pretty vividly. Those Tea Party, the crazy extremists, they're going to shoot us. Right. Internal divisions within the Republican Party. That was a big deal, right? Because it fractured the party because people are like, are we going to do this right or not? Right? And
attention, cancer victims who were in New York on or after 9/11. If you or a loved one were in Lower Manhattan during the 9/11 tragedy or during the 11 months afterward and were later diagnosed with any of these or other cancers, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. A $10 billion compensation fund is in place for these cancer victims. Do not wait to file your claim. Call now and speak with us. The call is confidential and free. Or reach us online at worldtradecenterfund.com.
When you choose Patriot Mobile, you're not just picking a wireless provider. you're choosing a company that shares your values. It's easy to switch, and you can keep your number, your phone, and most importantly, your values. With Patriot Mobile, you get the power of nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks. That means wherever life takes you, we've got you covered on the same reliable networks you already know and trust. And when you need us, we're here for you right here at home. Our customer service is 100% US based because we believe that support should come from people who understand you and your values. At Patriot Mobile, you're not just another call, you're a priority. In today's world, where you spend your money matters more than ever, every dollar is a vote for the kind of future you want to build. Join the thousands of Americans making a difference with every call, every text, and every connection. Choose a company that shares your values. Choose Patriot Mobile.
Hey guys, you know Juliana and I and what we do, so let's be honest. The healthcare system has become a maze of red tape and sky-high costs. That's why we want you to check out Altrua Health Share. That's a community of people helping people. Now, Altrua isn't insurance. It's a faith-based health sharing community where members cover one another's medical needs, not corporate profits. Okay, important stuff. You'll get access to over 1 million providers nationwide, and you can save thousands of dollars a year based on what you're dealing with now.
And Big Rhino does not like to be poked.
Yeah.
Okay. Potential backlash from voters on spending cuts, right? And then the opportunities, that's the lower right side. There was so much public dissatisfaction that there was a huge opportunity, right? National debt, government spending out of control. Growing influence on social media and digital platforms to reach voters one-on-one. Mind you, this is 2010 when this is happening. That's 16 years as we're recording this today.
Yeah.
Wow.
So think about where things were at with social media at that time. Huge greenfield to reach people directly that we really had not seen in the past.
And memes.
And memes, right? So it's the funny things, right?
It's Charlie Kirk. He's a kid and putting out memes.
So you leverage what you can. So that gives you guys an idea of a SWOT analysis, right? Okay, so here's what I'd like for you guys to do now is you can take a piece of note paper, or what some folks actually did when we were in Pennsylvania, is they took a sheet of paper, they turned the page, and then they just outlined it. So they had their own version. But what we'd like for you guys to do now is take a few minutes on your issue and create a SWOT analysis. And it doesn't have to be overly complicated. Just draw the lines and then think about your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats.
Maybe I'll grab some extra paper.
Yeah, let's grab. Yeah, thank you, Juliana. So guys, let's take a few minutes with that. Jeff, go ahead and unmute yourself. I don't think I muted you.
Okay, so perfect opportunity here for us to remember as we do this that we want to do this in spirit. Because all of the things that we're talking about here, right? I think Paul covers in Ephesians where he talks about our battle is not against blood and flesh. We are dealing with these powers and these principalities, right? And so what I heard in there that I completely believe is that nobody cares what you say until they know you care, right?
Yeah.
Meaning that nobody wants to admit they're ignorant about any issue, and they certainly don't want you telling them about it, because the human selfish, sinful nature that we're born with is masked through fear with pride. And so a lot of times what we're dealing here is pride, okay? And that's why I continue to say these things are spiritual, just as before. I believe 2020. All that, man, that was so totally spiritual if you use your spiritual eyes to kind of notice that. So one thing I realize as we're talking here is that before we talk, we got to do 3 things with our audience, and that is listen, listen, and listen. Right? Because at that point, the people start to understand that you care. We have a little saying in my business: make a friend, be a friend, lead a friend to Jesus. And so I think you could apply that here in saying that, hey, the Lord, if you're a spiritual person, the Lord will open up that opportunity. Just don't get ahead of him. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Jeff. So guys, that's a great context. Let's do this. Let's take 5 minutes. If you've already started, you're ahead of the game. If not, that's fine. Let's take 5 and let's just lay out a base SWOT analysis. You don't need all the answers now. Just think about your issue that you want to advocate for and be brutally honest if it's a strength or a weakness. It's okay to have weaknesses. The quicker you point them out, the quicker you can shore them up. Right? Just take some time, go through and think about that, and then we'll share for those who want to share. Paper and punching holes into it. The efficiency is unmatched, man. Here.
You want to talk through anything?
Yeah, I mean,
Sometimes talking it through helps.
yeah, we try to give you guys time to think through, but if you have something you want to share, please feel free to share it before we're done with the
I
time.
want to give it to you and you can do it for me. That's what I want.
Oh, wouldn't be the first time. Hey,
Let's be the laziest student ever. I'm like, just do this for me. It's hard.
hey, sponsors do it all the time. Can you sell this? Sure, sure. Come on.
It really forces you to be specific and discard what's not absolutely essential. All these do. Actually.
That's
why it's important to write it down.
One thing I see as one of my weaknesses with doing the student curriculum on life skills is anyone that would oppose it would say, why are you doing it? You have no kids.
But that's being honest, right?
Yeah.
That's potential weakness. How do you combat it?
I have a big family with lots of cousins and second cousins and third cousins that I want to help.
There you go. Right. So now you've cut that off at the pass. And that's when we talked about the high ground earlier. And Jeff did such a good job with the spiritual positioning of this thing is look, at the end of the day, we're fighting on the right side of the kingdom. And the better job we do of assessing where we're at, the easier it is for the Holy Spirit to get in the mix and be like, okay, you laid out where you're strong, where you're short, I got the rest, right? Because that's how it works. And so it's important to do that. We've done it with the business. We've done it with the ministry. We also used a book called Traction. It's the entrepreneur operating system. And I got to tell you, after we did that for Watchmen Action, things became so crystal clear for us as to what we needed to do and the metrics we needed to hit because we took the time to be honest about where we were. So I'll let you guys keep going. Still got a couple minutes. I'll let you guys go and then we'll review. You look marvelous, darling.
Much we'll be ready in about 30 minutes.
Yes, Stephanie.
Okay, yeah, I'm formulating my question. So this is a reminder for myself. So strengths and weaknesses. Should I be thinking about weaknesses as what I perceive is a weak spot in my own issue, or should I be thinking, what is the opposition gonna say about me is weak?
So
I would say both.
yeah, it's actually the answer to that question is both.
Okay.
Yeah. So for those who are online, if you didn't catch what Stephanie was asking, she said, when it comes to weaknesses, is it what she perceives as weaknesses, or is it what her opponent will perceive as weaknesses?
Which may not be true, but they're framing it that way. And then am I trying to predict that?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. And so we mentioned earlier, the Leesburg grid is not in the Express Pack, but the Leesburg grid, and we're happy to send it to you guys if you want those pages, actually addresses that.
Yeah, so maybe, okay, so then it doesn't need to address it. I think maybe that's what happened is absent that, I'm probably conflating them. Am I doing that?
Not necessarily, Stephanie. I think it's healthy to say, hey, look, I need to understand it. There's nothing wrong with that.
Right, but maybe weaknesses is not the opposition. It's more like we're saying, look,
we're saying
we don't have enough money. That's a weakness. Like,
sure,
opposition didn't say that about the issue, but we know weaknesses. We don't have enough resources or something. Is that kind of the focus or?
So that would be in the SWOT analysis. That would be the focus. If you
Yeah,
break it down that
okay.
way, that would be the focus.
Okay, that's helpful.
It's like we don't want to discount being honest, but at the same time, what's the focus of the being honest in this part? I think is what you're getting at. So,
Yep,
Yeah.
okay.
all right, give you guys another minute or so, and then we can talk for whoever wants to talk
I'm gonna share.
or share. Yeah, sharing is caring, friends. Jeff, I gotta tell you, man, you look great. Like that camera quality and your lighting and everything looks great, man. Look good.
It's like Charlie Rose is gonna be next to him.
Yeah, right.
Like,
Jeff was the one that I could talk and he throws out scripture at.
yeah, I believe it. That's so cool.
We had so much fun in Knoxville.
Yeah.
Like barely any.
He's
on mute.
You're muted still. Go ahead and unmute.
Is that better or worse?
That's good.
It's good. No, you're good.
Great.
You look great.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
my TV light I just turned on.
Fancy.
I didn't have it on because I didn't want it beaming at me.
Yeah, that
And I went recently with this PTZ
Oh.
camera.
Oh, that's cool.
look at you.
Yeah.
Y'all thank.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489.
If you're on supplemental oxygen, heavy and awkward tanks can be a burden. Now you can leave home and leave the tanks behind with Inogen, portable oxygen therapy that moves with you.
With my Inogen, now I'm able to do the things that I've always loved. I just press the button here and there's my oxygen.
Inogen systems are so small and light, you're free to leave the house without the hassles of an oxygen tank.
I could play golf again. I could go grocery shopping. I'm free again.
With the Inogen, I can handle my own oxygen. I can carry my own oxygen. I go anywhere with this. Look how small it is.
And right now, you can try an Inogen portable oxygen system for 30 days risk-free. Call us right now. If you qualify, we'll send you an Inogen system to use for 30 days risk-free. Your insurance may even cover your new Inogen system.
If you're on oxygen, you need to be using an Inogen.
Call 800-313-6867. 800-313-6867.
If you are exposed to asbestos, you may be entitled to financial compensation.
Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve. Call now.
800-8.
See and stuff.
Network quality. I'm
Man,
scared.
when you're in the midst of pros like you guys,
Oh, stop it.
you gotta bring it, man.
We had so much fun with Jeff up in Knoxville. Like they did this event, and it was the kickoff of college football weekend, which is the absolute worst time to do something in Tennessee. But we all got a chance as speakers to spend time together. So it was great. We got a chance to spend a lot of time together.
It's that voice.
Yeah,
Very
it's a
cool.
great voice.
Very cool voice.
Man, there were knowledge bombs being dropped everywhere. If you guys don't know who Trennis Evans is, he's down in West Palm. He's been advocating for like J6ers and stuff like that. He's not a lawyer, but he runs this group that funds to help defend these people. And we were just all dropping bombs. We're like, man, this, and then this, and then this. And we're all just sitting together, hanging out and talking. So it was great. Okay. Great job, guys. Would anyone like to share? The floor is open for shares. Go ahead, Jean.
I'll do the best I can.
That's fine.
Strength. I am a strong supporter of grassroots.
Okay, very good.
I believe I'm good. I have good communication skills,
Very good.
and I believe I'm a people person.
Very nice.
Those are the strengths that I believe I do have.
Okay.
Weaknesses. I believe I'm perceived too right wing.
Okay.
By my liberal friends.
Okay.
I am too busy doing too many things.
Mm.
An organization, so
Right.
I'm being stretched.
Mhm.
And currently I'm limited financially, so that keeps me from doing more.
Okay.
Okay.
Threats. I have friends who want me to dedicate just to them. They pull me, and sometimes I have to say no. And many times I do it against my own will, and I sacrifice myself and my family
Okay.
to help others. And they demand too much without consideration, in my opinion. That's a threat for me personally.
Very good.
Opportunities. I know a lot of people, and I think that I can contact them on a one-on-one basis for whatever we need. And I believe I can influence them.
So, Jean, Jean did a great job there. Thank you.
Yeah.
Very nice. Well done.
Yeah.
And bilingual is a strength.
Bilingual is great. Yeah.
I love that. That's huge.
So what Jean did is she did this self-assessment using the SWOT analysis, which now helps her to say, all right, I know that's a threat, because now she's laid it out. So I believe this to be a threat. The next time it happens, she's going to be conscious of it, right? Or when she's listening to something or she's in a meeting and she knows that there's an opportunity because she has great relationships, she knows that there's a call that she can make. Now, prior to this, maybe subconsciously you would know that in the back of your mind, but now it's in the front of your mind, right? Because you were honest about those things, and that's really great job, Jean. Yeah. Well done. Well done.
Anybody else?
Anybody else?
Okay, I did it for the education, the life skills curriculum.
Awesome.
Okay.
Strength, there's wide agreement of the need.
Wide agreement of need. Very good.
I see that on nextdoor.com constantly, where parents, their kids are failing job interviews.
Right.
At fast food places. Weaknesses. I see too many possibilities or the breadth. So focusing on the 3 top categories is good.
Right.
I talked about the no kids.
Yep.
And how to overcome that. Opportunities, knowing Alicia Perron, or when she becomes the chair of the school board, then she could easily implement it.
Sure.
Right.
And then the threats, the communists and the socialists and the Democrats in our county who basically have too many positions on the school board would definitely oppose prayer in school, would definitely oppose pro-family agendas. So the overcoming that would be building more coalitions and trying to be more moderate, reaching out to the people in the middle that would support those things.
Right.
So Deanna, great job. So Deanna's been working on this thing where she wants the life skills curriculum in schools, and having an honest assessment of where you're at with that is critical. So now you've taken this, by the time you're done with this class, you're going to be ready to go. I already know, right? It's great. But I think it's so good that one of the things you brought up, you're like, well, I don't have kids. And it's interesting because I don't either, like any biological kids. And so I've had to address, like, how do you know? Well, I'm fortunate, Juliana's incredible kids. And so I get this opportunity, grandson now, right? So, but it's an honest question. And how do you address that?
Right.
And you said, look, I think this is a weakness. Here's how I'm going to address it. And that's what this is designed to do.
Yeah.
So,
Just both of you, because you're both saying there's too much stuff going on, right? Being focused and narrowed in is so vitally important. We were doing the same thing. We were scattered. We were trying to do this, that, and the other thing. And we were like, you know what? Father was like, you need to get rid of anything that has nothing to do with Watchmen Action. You represent only Watchmen Action. That is it. Everything started to take off when we started to hone in and focus.
Yeah.
So when you're done with this, you should feel like this is my position. This is what I'm talking about. Nothing else can come in the way for what it is that I'm doing because I am now laser focused on what it is I need to do.
Amen.
And people will respect that because you're setting yourself boundaries for you, which sets boundaries for everybody else. Yeah. Okay.
Amen.
Yeah.
Stephanie, you want to share?
Yeah, after I heard your self-assessment, I started doing that. So I had to focus. Okay. So I'm specifically working on how to create an episodic series or make this happen at the organization where I work. So that's what this is about. So the strength of that idea is that it has a gospel message. It engages new audiences who, the way we want to do it, it would engage new audiences who should become Christian curious.
Christian curious.
And it energizes and mobilizes support for our organization, right? It will create awareness and it can build our movement. So I think those are strengths. Weaknesses, it has a gospel message. In which case, so it's a strength and a weakness because it's going to narrow the audiences who may be interested. And that may be right away, depending on how we market it, it could be a turnoff and then we're not even going to reach them. It's going to be, for that reason, it's going to be stereotyped. That's a weakness. Okay, so that's kind of what I got there. And then threats, that could be too, a stereotyping, a distortion of our message. Maybe it belongs in that box. I don't know if this is a threat, but I put lack of resources like money. It's a challenge, certainly.
Sure.
It can't go in the strength box or the opportunity box. Maybe it's a weakness. Money, and also a weakness of this project is too many ideas, too many. Again, like you just said, you have to narrow your focus, even if it's multiple episodes or something. What is the clarity? What's the follow through? And so too many ideas. And then opportunities are relationships that we already have in media out there that just need to be cultivated and stewarded better and not neglected. Like they're sitting there kind of not doing anything. And also that right now, we are fortunate in our organization that we still have direct access to our founder and we can just talk to her anytime and she still exists and she still lives in chat and she's still doing the mission. So, not a lot of organizations are like, wow, our founder died 10 years ago. So what we got is what we got.
Right.
So I think that's a big opportunity. So
very good.
Awesome.
What I like, since I learned more about your founder and the mission, her mission work, it's such an inspiration to be brave in the midst of a war, the Civil War, the violence, countering that. I mean, that's so inspiring to me.
Amen.
Yes, thank you.
And I think that could be a hook to build that bridge to people. Oh, it's religious.
Right.
Yeah, because so many people.
Hey guys, you know Juliana and I and what we do, so let's be honest. The healthcare system has become a maze of red tape and sky-high costs. That's why we want you to check out Altrua Health Share. That's a community of people helping people. Now, Altrua isn't insurance. It's a faith-based health sharing community where members cover one another's medical needs, not corporate profits. Okay, important stuff. You'll get access to over 1 million providers nationwide, and you can save thousands of dollars a year based on what you're dealing with now. It's time to take control of your healthcare. So here's what we need you to do. We need you to go to altruahealth.org/Watchmen. That's altruahealth.org/Watchmen. And when you get there, use the promo code FREEDOM100 for an additional discount. Or you can give them a call and discuss the options. 512-717-4639. That's 512-717-4639. altruahealth.org/Watchmen. Make sure to tell them the Watchmen sent you.
Attention, cancer victims who were in New York on or after 9/11. If you or a loved one were in Lower Manhattan during the 9/11 tragedy or during the 11 months afterward and were later diagnosed with any of these or other cancers, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. A $10 billion compensation fund is in place for these cancer victims. Do not wait to file your claim. Call now and speak with us. The call is confidential and free. Or reach us online at worldtradecenterfund.com.
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We tailor solutions to fit your specific needs, giving you the personalized attention you deserve. The IRS has resumed collection enforcement. Don't wait until it's too late. Our team can help you resolve your tax issues before liens, levies, or passport.
There's injustice or conflict that everyone faces and choices that they make. And so someone that makes the right choice fearlessly is very inspiring.
Right, and everybody can relate to it.
Amen.
That's good.
You inspired me to be fearless about all of that. That's awesome. Thank you.
So Jeff, you kind of set the tone for this section. Do you have some stuff you want to share on the other side?
Wow. I'm so glad you asked. To use your line.
Yes.
Okay. This is also awesome. Strengths, weaknesses, threats, opportunities. It's so funny how you never know. You're running parallel ministries with people, but maybe using different vernacular. I mean, it's just, it all points to the same thing because of John 14:6, right? It's the truth, the way, the life. It's there. So one thing I wanted to share here for me is that it is so critical for me in anything I'm doing. It's a strength, a weakness. There's threats that are opposed, but it also provides opportunity when you're able to have your passions and your focus be whittled down to something that you have got this unshakable personal story, which we've already talked about today, okay? And we can't forget what we've led up. This is a building, things are building on each other, as you can see throughout the day today. And we can't forget the part where we talked about our own story. So when I hear someone say, well, when I get, maybe a little unsure, maybe it's because we need to revert. First thing I got circled here, pray. Pray. Okay. And when you receive that clarity, I can just about promise it's going to be something so close to your heart that you can throw the notes down and just speak from your heart. And authenticity is what this culture is craving. Teleprompters are gone. Nobody believes it from age, what's my grandson, 6? He don't even buy it. Right?
Perfect.
Amen, Jeff. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've asked Martha because she doesn't have a microphone. If she has something to share, she'll share in the chat and then we'll share it with the group. So Martha, if you have something, let us know. If not, that's fine. But we want you to know that it's easy for us to participate and answer your questions too. So pretty nice, huh?
Yeah.
It's getting a little more granular, right? So if you guys wouldn't mind using the incredible reflection section in the blue box under chapter 5 in the back of commandment. You got a couple of things you learned. If there's a question still outstanding, go ahead and include that there. We'll give you guys a couple minutes to do that.
To think.
Yes.
Yeah. That's a hard thing to do, thinking.
And this is why most people are passionate about issues, but they only want to talk about them and complain because this is the hard part.
Yep.
Right. Doing the work, not just complaining about what needs to get done.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And prioritizing your time, setting boundaries on.
Yeah. We interviewed at CPAC, we interviewed a young man named Lucky Bassieri. So this kid is in Southern California. One of the most liberators, just turned 18. He started when he was 12 and he made national news because he was speaking out on these issues. And so we have this young guy who's nationally known, sits down with us. And we asked him, we said, what do generations ahead of you need to hear? So we put him in a position and we said, we need you to answer honestly, or this is never going to get fixed. And he gave, we've got to get the interview cut up so we can get it out, but he gave like the best scenario and answer. And basically he said, he's like, look, we want the same things that the generation came before us want. We want families in this and the opportunity for upward mobility, but we feel like we've been sold a bill of goods.
Yeah.
And there's nothing there. It's just empty now. It's like an empty IOUs. And they're like, what about us? We just want people to listen, like hear us out, and then help us understand what we need to do. So there's like this call from a kid who's got a national presence, who's in a good way begging the other generations, like, please help us.
Yeah.
And it's amazing to me. He was honest, right? But he actually went through a SWOT during that interview. He talked about the strengths that we have, the weaknesses, the threats, and the opportunities. And he said, you know, in large part, we need that mentorship, and we're not getting it in a meaningful way, which is going to set us up to fail. And it hit us hard. So, all right, everybody get their reflections and such down. Are we all reflected? Any other questions before we get? Go ahead. Yeah.
A thought on my helping students.
Yes.
With the mentor, or based on what you were saying about the interview. Churches should be mentoring students, especially high school students, adopting a school near them.
Yeah.
To help the students, because they need tutoring. They need mentoring.
They just need engagement from the church to be there and influence them, right?
But that's a great infiltration. I mean, it is actually, you know, that you come in and tutor them, but then there's opportunities. You're surrounded. At least there's a cross on the wall. At least there's a Bible on the table.
Exactly.
Opportunity for conversation.
Exactly.
Question.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Jeff.
Who is the church?
We are.
We are. Uh-huh.
That's right.
Of course, a pastor's going to ask that question, right? At least one who's worth his weight.
We were ready.
That's right. You got a bunch of sisters here, brothers.
My church had retired teachers that were mentoring the Hungerford Elementary School.
That's awesome.
Before they tore it down in Orange County.
That's awesome.
So influence, I mean, this is a lot of, we'll get to more of that in a second, but this is what it comes down to. They're either going to be influenced by one or the other. Who's going to win? Okay. Go ahead. Did you have something? No. Okay. All right. So chapter 6, we're in strategy 2. Communication using story frames. So we talked about our issue story framing in part 1. As Stephanie pointed out, is this the groundwork for something else? Indeed it is. So here it is, right? So here is your chapter essential question. This is the thing to meditate on as we go through this exercise. How can story frameworks help me talk about the issue in a way that is relatable and also urgent to everyone who I'm engaging with? Honest assessment, yes? So we're going to talk about 2 pieces here. We're going to talk about the human action model. This is a von Mises creation, and the public narrative that was created by our friend Marshall Gans. Now, you'll remember him from the very beginning when we talked about naming your moment. He came up with the idea of the story of self. Now, these concepts have been used at the highest level for campaigns and things that you've seen every day. Whether they're trying to sell you a product or get you into a movement, you guys are going to find that some of the stuff we go over has effectively been used on you and gotten you to feel a particular way about a particular thing. When we do candidate training, I take them through this exercise of getting people to own the experience of your story. And I'm like, there are things in your life that when you hear, if you hear ba 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 ba, you know exactly what it is, right? Wait a minute, they turned a jingle into a thing where it doesn't need words. This is how that happens. So you guys are getting a chance to look at the guts of how you get there. And that's what the human action model and the public narrative are about. Okay. So let's start, if you guys will turn the page, let's start with the human action model and let's break this down a little bit. So we talked about von Mises. This is a framework that explains human behavior through the lens of purposeful action. Now I'll skip all these kind of words and I'll go down to the diagram because I know people like pictures. Okay. So what is it? 3 parts. Part 1, there's the sense of unease. What the heck is going on? World's on fire. Giant dumpster. Somebody standing out there pouring gasoline on it. That's not good. Why does that matter? Because if we don't fix it, you'll die. And if we don't fix it right now, you're going to die. Pretty straightforward, right? Okay. That's the sense of unease. You guys may note that whenever you watch a TV show or a movie, these 3 things always happen. Sometimes you hear them called the hero's journey. All of these things happen. Also, in addition, you will notice that many of these things are in segments of 3. The reason that is, there's actual science, not like fake science, not like COVID science, but actual science. There's actual science behind the fact the way that the human mind works is in sections of 3. That's why there's a beginning, middle, and an end. Right? And they take you into this cadence and this rhythm. There's a wonderful series of books by Carmine Gallo, who's now an executive consultant. He was a news anchor in LA for years. He wrote Talk Like Ted, The Storyteller's Secret. He talks about this and how conditioned we are for those things, which is why when you see a presentation or you watch a show, it is structured in a very particular way. And there's going to be a tension in there because that's how our brain operates, and it can only hold things in a particular way. And I'll do this one and then we'll get to the rest. Even phone numbers. You guys all remember Empire Today? You've all seen that commercial. 800-888-5300 Empire Today. There's a cadence to that.
If you were exposed to asbestos, you may be entitled to financial compensation.
Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve. Call now.
800-895-0489.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489. The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We tailor solutions to fit your specific needs, giving you the personalized attention you deserve. The IRS has resumed collection enforcement. Don't wait until it's too late. Our team can help you resolve your tax issues before liens, levies, or passport restrictions kick in. Behind on filing taxes? We specialize in getting you back on track by filing past returns and negotiating with the IRS. Does the IRS claim that you owe money that you don't have? We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592. That's 800-785-5592.
That's it, right? But here's the thing. It's a tool. These things are tools. They're agnostic.
Yeah.
Which is why the training is issue agnostic. What matters to us is what matters to you. These tools will work for you. So we talked about the sense of unease, right? So if you're going to take people up the roller coaster and tell them they're going to die, you got to show them what's going to happen and we can fix it. Because if not, then you're just a doomer and that's not good. Yeah. What's the vision of a better state or a better life? How vivid can you make what the world is going to look like be to someone who you've basically told they're going to die? Hey, look, we're all going to die, except for the part where we can stop all of that right now. Right? We can stop it. Oh, wait, I don't have to die? Some I don't want to die. Okay. Well, then you got to show them how we're going to get there. So how are we going to get to the point where we don't die? Because you show me that there's a vision of a better state. Now you got to tell me how I'm going to get there. And these three things are pretty important. There are three things in each box, but let me focus on the path to get there. Is it easy to understand? This is where your story comes in, right? We simplified your story. Okay. Is it something people can and will do? Can I move them to take an action? One of the things we say about this class is if we get you to take one action while you're in this class, there is a 90% chance or better that you'll continue. If we let you leave without taking a definitive action in this class, you'll never do it. True story. When we take action, we become invested in the process, which is why we've got you guys writing and moving and doing all these things, right? And does it have a clear call to action? Because people get you real excited, and then we say, what do I do? It just falls flat. Well, listen, I need you to come to these 14 meetings, and then I need you to listen to this 30-minute thing, and then I need you to go across town and wait for instructions. Nobody's going to do that. Gene, I need you to call the person that you know will send this email right now. Can you do that for me? Yes, absolutely, RC. I know exactly who will send this email for us. Great. Can we get them on the phone, take 2 minutes, give them the script, and they can hit send?
Yes, that's a true story.
Right. Very clear call to action. Because Jean's like, well, I'm in. What do you want me to do? And now I've given her something based on her strengths and knowing there's opportunities that she could take that action right now because I'm listening. Okay, so the human action model lays out pretty simple. It's happened to all of us, right? At one point or another. The sense of unease. Somebody sets the stage of a story for you. Why is this happening, right? Then they tell you how it's going to get better. But wait, there's more. There's always a solution. Things are going to get better. Great, RC, what do I do? Well, let me tell you. Here's the path to get there. That is the human action model in a nutshell. Everybody good so far? Is that making some semblance of sense? I promise you're not going to die. Okay, I know I use that example and it's kind of extreme, but I had to show you the sense of unease, right? Okay. So then if we take that, and if you guys turn the page and you look at the public narrative framework, this is the storytelling approach, right? You guys remember the story of self we did in the beginning? It's going to show up here in a minute. 3 parts: story of self, story of us, story of now. You'll note that section 1 there is the story that you put together this morning. Aha! Right there it is. It fits.
There it is.
Okay. So let's go through the 3 of these. The story of self. How did this impact you? How'd you feel about it? Why are you so passionate about it? Why? Why does this matter? Why? That's why your story is so important. Okay? So then, what's the story of us? Why am I talking to you? Why does this matter to me as much as it matters to you? What's the shared belief about it? What do we share in common? Now, Deanna and I would agree that life skills and high school curriculums is pretty serious because I don't want a bunch of brain deads out there running the future, because eventually I'm going to get old and not be able to do things myself, which I don't relish the idea of, but inevitably it's going to happen. That's just the way things work. So I want to make sure that doesn't happen as best I can. She's shown me a way to get there. We agree on this. That's the story of us, right? And then the story of now. So we're kind of back to what we did in the human action model, because what's the first question? What's so urgent? Why is it so important? Why does it matter right now? Okay. What specific actions do you need me to take? What do I do now that it's urgent and I know and I got to do something? What do you want me to do? Awesome. Then the cherry on the sundae, if you're looking at the story of now and you're looking at number 3, how will the actions that you take make a difference? Right? Because if you've done these parts up to that one, you've done a really good job, because you've probably got someone who is interested, invested, understands conceptually, can tell that story, and is ready to take action. And you see it every day, because for just 10 cents a day, you can make sure no animal goes to the shelter. Or you can make sure that animal gets adopted for just 10 cents a day. How will the actions make a difference? Puppies don't have to die. If you just do your 10 cents a day makes all the difference. You see? Mm-hmm. See how they do it to you, right? But you're able to use these same tools. We told you guys we were going to get to the guts, right? So you're going to get to see under the hood of how these things work. So your story of self now gets plugged in, and then you expand to include others, which you've already kind of done. And you know where your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats are. And then you show them why it's so important and why it's got to happen right now. Told you guys earlier, once you see this, you can't unsee it. Now, everything you look at when you watch TV or you do something, now you're going to be like, Let me see what I have next here. Okay, that's reflection. So let's do this, guys. There's some meat to this because there are 2 components. Here's what I'd like to do. I have the human action model page up for you guys. I'd like for you guys to think, based on your story and the issue that you want to advocate for, I'd like for you to just take a few minutes to think about these things. And I'm not asking you to write a complete story here. I'm just asking you at a high level to think about some things you might say. Okay? Why is it important? What does it look like when we fix it? How do we get there? Let's start with that one first. Why don't you guys take 5 minutes and just fill in some notes. And then we'll go back to public narrative and we'll do the same thing. But I want you guys to take some time with this one because it's going to help you to flesh out.
On one issue you want to have.
Yeah.
On one.
Yes, on one issue.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You're not going to get through all of it. And that's okay. I don't want you guys to feel stressed. I got to fill out these 3 things. You do as much as you can. Okay. We'll talk about it. We'll answer questions, and then we'll go to the other side. Because you guys are going to go back and fill in a lot of this over the next week or two. So.
Did you say put one of these ham or public narrative?
No, I want to do both of them.
Oh.
So we're going to do ham first.
Taskmaster.
5 minutes on ham, and then we'll do 5 minutes on public narrative.
Okay.
It's not going to be perfect, and we don't need it to be. We just need you to flesh it. The most important thing here is you're fleshing it out, right? Because you guys are going to come back to this over the next few weeks. You're going to go back through your notes. You're going to be thinking, you're probably going to go back and watch this. And it's nice is then the recording, you can just fast forward and move to the parts you want to hear. But you're going to spend time with it and you're going to start to flesh out more. So let me stop talking. Let you guys get going. So Martha, I'm seeing your thing in chat about the story of self. If you want to go ahead and, yeah, see story of self, I couldn't. Yeah, just go ahead and share it in the chat once you get your thoughts together, and we'll try to answer that for you. It feels like maybe you couldn't, or you didn't get a chance to put that together. And that's okay, because you can go back and work on that after. If you can't fill it in right now, it's not the end of the world. Take another minute or two, and then we'll do some sharing for whoever wants to share, and then we'll go to the public narrative.
If you are exposed to asbestos, you may be entitled to financial compensation.
Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve. Call now.
800-895-0489.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489. Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. And today, the average funeral with burial can cost around $8,000 or more. Don't leave your loved ones facing unexpected bills. Right now, LifeCare is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. With a quick call, you can find out if you qualify for affordable whole life insurance designed to help protect your family from these costs. In many cases, no medical exam is required, no lengthy health questionnaires, and coverage decisions can be made quickly. Call now to review your final expense coverage options. Call 800-519-1427. That's 800-519-1427.
Love to see those pens moving. Those brains working. Oh, so as we're kind of wrapping up on the human action model. So Martha shared in the chat the story of self. I couldn't continue employment. Story of us. Your kids will be denied good teachers. The story of now. Vote for good junior college regents. So she took a baseline because she's typing. She can't say it. So I can totally understand that. Right. So if I'm reading this correctly, she couldn't continue employment. So something happened in her life, right? She became passionate about this because she saw that this was wrong, right? Your kids are going to be denied good teachers unless we address this issue. Well, I had no idea this was going on. Like, why is this happening? So people are going to ask her questions in that section, right? And then the story of now, we can change it. If you don't understand what junior college regents are, let me help you understand why they're so important, right? Oh, she couldn't continue her employment at the junior college, right? And I think in part of that is because of the way the system is. There are bad people at the core. She saw a problem. She couldn't keep working there, but she wants to address it so it doesn't happen to anybody else. That's pretty powerful.
That's very.
Because I have no idea what a junior college regent does. So I'm going to be curious and be like, what do they do? And Martha, you don't have to type in what they do. That's fine. I'm just saying I would be very curious as to what they do and how something like this is allowed to happen. Right. So she's done a good job of giving us a framework. Right. And people ask me, and then we'll open. I just think it's interesting timing. People say, listen, we know you don't want to be a politician or work in government, but if you could, what job would you actually want? And I tell people, I would want to be the Solicitor General of the United States. They say, why? Because they decide what cases the Supreme Court hears. It's one of the most powerful positions in DC, in the country, actually, because they decide which cases get in front of the Supreme Court. Wow. You're life-changing opinions, right? I want to be the person that's at the helm of that. Sure. And some justices, their jobs, at one point, they were the Solicitor General of the United States. So all of that said, let me stop. Who wants to share parts of their human action model? Anybody want to share, Jean?
I don't know if this is what you're looking for.
Go ahead.
But my passion is doing civic work. So there's two organizations under one umbrella. One of them is called Kids Arc, and the other one is called Freedom House.
Okay.
They're in the jungle of Honduras.
Oh, okay.
And they didn't have any schooling. Kids from little ones all the way to high school age didn't have any education. So I met someone actually through AFP that is no longer with us. She moved. And so I collect books, school supplies, Bibles to every family. It's very difficult to find Spanish books here. So through an organization that I belong, that is in Puerto Rico, they're shipping me tons of Spanish books for school, including Bibles and encyclopedias.
Okay.
Toys for the little children. On the Freedom House side, and we provide them also clothing.
Okay.
On the Freedom House area is human trafficked women and little girls that they have been rescued. So they built a house. And so we send them Bibles, kitchen supplies, clothing, bed linens, because I learned that, for example, if this lady this little girl, 12 years old, they were trafficked and it was in a pink room or a blue room, they don't want anything related to that color.
Makes sense.
So many details that are entwined or together. So every month, through another organization that I belong, we collect a bunch of things and we ship them to Lakeland, and then they send a van every 3 months and it's delivered. So it's my passion.
So Jean, good job. So I think what we got here is you took these pieces and you started to put them together. From there, now that you've got it fleshed out in a way, you can start to fine tune it. Because I followed your story, right? You're going to probably tweak some things to make sure that people are able to follow the path.
But I had to classify them.
Right. And why it's happening. Like, I think giving context, why does this happen? How do we get to the point where these young people don't have that? Because I think the thing for me that I heard was lack of resources and lack of understanding make young people vulnerable. And the problem you're solving is you found a way to get resources to those people, right? That's pretty powerful. People don't like to hear that young people or people in what we would consider third world countries are struggling for basically no reason. It's basically what you're saying. But that's a really good start. So when we do these things in class and we have these workshops, we want to pull it out so that you can fine tune it. So good job, Jean. Well done. Yes. Stephanie, do you have your hand up?
Actually, kind of for you, because that's an amazing issue and you articulate it very clearly and the importance of it. But what I didn't hear in that was myself. I heard what's important to you and what you need to do, which is the start of it. But I didn't hear why I need to do anything or why I need to especially be involved. So when I heard that story, I would leave kind of going, great, good luck with that. But I wouldn't be looking, I'm not feeling drawn into joining.
You see.
So I think the piece that's missing, which is you got the meat of it, but the piece that's missing when I hear it is connecting it to why it should matter to me.
And join me.
Yeah, why should I get involved? Whether I'm supporting you or volunteering or whatever. Yeah.
That's powerful. Totally makes sense.
Yeah.
Deanna, go ahead.
I was thinking reaching out to Hispanic churches locally, not just the one organization you're with, but the broader community to get more things to help more people.
Hey, Jeff, did you have something you wanted to share based on this?
You need to just go ahead and
Mike, sir.
Do you not have something to share?
Yay!
Because I always will. Well, I took you a little bit literal here, and I started thinking about because I know I'm extreme, but we've been on this path. Just didn't know this is all what it was. I love getting all the words to match up and all these little boxes because it explains where I've been basically 15 years. But what I heard, and I love what was just shared because that testimony, here we go again, that's really coming into play and why you have this sense of unease. And with me, it's pretty clear. I had a sense of unease that I lived 44 years without a personal relationship and was basically faking it through something that was like really, really, really important, right? And so what we have done in our ministry is realize that words are great. But man, people can absolutely, a lot of people are thinking about how they're going to respond when they're not even listening to really what you're saying. And also, we are memorizers through the Greek thing where we memorize it for a minute and then forget it because we had to pass tests when we were growing up, right? But visually, we really remember things. And so I took you a little bit literal. And so, we wrote a book, okay, I'm extreme, but you could have a flyer, something that brands you, that makes your cause something that they can see is more than just a bunch of words because of how many people now get to expose that. And also being, for instance, I think that'll work. That was one of our books. This is our new book that's coming out here. And the pillars on what it's based. I didn't want to go too extreme, but I had a little guy I could have put up behind me that we drag along with us that talks about how I'm a spirit with a eternal spirit with a soul living in a temporary body, talking about identity, right? And
before you buy a stock, it helps to know what the legends would say. Investornator scores it against 8 legendary investor playbooks. One clear answer, backed by real data. Investornator.com.
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592.
If you're on supplemental oxygen, heavy and awkward tanks can be a burden. Now you can leave home and leave the tanks behind with Inogen, portable oxygen therapy that moves with you.
With my Inogen, now I'm able to do the things that I've always loved. I just press the button here and there's my oxygen.
Inogen systems are so small and light, you're free to leave the house without the hassles of an oxygen tank.
I could play golf again. I could go grocery shopping. I'm free again.
With the Inogen, I can handle my own oxygen. I can carry my own oxygen. I go anywhere with this. Look how small it is.
And right now, you can try an Inogen portable oxygen system for 30 days risk-free. Call us right now. If you qualify, we'll send you an Inogen system to use for 30 days risk-free. Your insurance may even cover your new Inogen system.
If you're on oxygen, you need to be using an Inogen.
Call 800-313-6867. 800-313-6867.
Attention, cancer victims who were in New York on or after 9/11. If you or a loved one were in Lower Manhattan during the 9/11 tragedy or during the 11 months afterward and were later diagnosed with any of these or other cancers, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement.
So I think you can do a lot that opens that path, right? That, in other words, the path is already set for you. If you do those first two steps right, it appears to me in the on the human action model.
Awesome.
Thank you, Jeff. That's good though. Context, right? Anybody else? No?
I didn't get far enough.
That's fine, Deanna. It's like, I don't want you guys to worry about it. So let's do this. So we've done the human action model. Here's what I want to do next. I want us to then work on the public narrative framework. And then after that, I have incredible news. After that is lunchtime. So let's take a couple of minutes here with the public narrative framework and talk about the story of self, us, and the story of now. Right? So I'll leave this up on the screen. It's also in your book. I'll give you guys 5 minutes or so, and let's put some of those pieces together. Juliana's brain's going too, huh? All right, guys, take another 2 minutes or so. We'll do some sharing. And it's time for Groob. How would I tell the story of my issue and the change that I want to make? Jeff messing with his backgrounds. That's good. He's got all his backgrounds there. So, all right, guys, another minute or so.
Looks so perfect behind him. What's behind you? Is it a screen?
Green screen.
Hey,
Microphone.
You got to unmute. And then you guys pull his mic closer once he unmutes. Yep, there you go.
Virtually, it is.
Yeah. So what's happening is he's got those backgrounds
uh-huh.
because he's got a black background is when he's in the studio, but his lighting is good, which is why you don't see him bleed because he's got.
I think it's this inside of video and effects in Zoom here. I'm able to import these.
Oh no, we're just talking about how you don't, because a lot of times when lighting is bad, we got those backgrounds, you bleed in. Yeah, you actually look great. So
yeah, I spent time getting that because I do that weekly show on Beck, and so I do, every week Winging a Prayer. Have to look professional.
That's Trent, right? Trent Luce.
Yeah.
Awesome.
He's the man. Trent's the man.
Don't tell him.
I know, right? Listen, if I could dress up like that on TV and get away with it, I would too. So you guys don't
sleeps in it.
Yeah, we're talking about Trent Luce on the Beck Network, where our other show is on. He has like the cowboy hat on. He looks like a cowboy. Right? He's got this whole thing. He gets the Western gear. He's got the handlebar type mustache or whatever, and he's a character. But he's like legend. He's like legend in the Dakotas. So, okay. Planes landing. So we're considering how we tell the story of our issue and the change that we want to make. Now, part one of that you did earlier this morning. Okay. Again, we're not going to be perfect. But if anybody would like to share how you'd walk people through that story, let's take a few minutes and do that.
Okay, well, here is an oldie but a goodie. I was a realtor for about 40 years, and there was always a need, and actually started as a timeshare salesman. Don't hate me. But in that climate, right, it was really so important that you established your credibility. Like they said 60 seconds, literally, is what you had. Where the people either had their ears open or closed. And so one of the things that we want to do in our discourse, no matter what our goal is to keep the discourse at a civil level to where something can be accomplished, right? And so many times when you have somebody that comes at you strong, we have the feel, felt, found thing. Man, I understand how you feel. There was a time when I felt that way, but what I found was, right? And it's kind of disarming, right? Because you've got your bullet points ready to go with, but what you've done is you have been able to keep that temperature of the discourse really low, because that's the only way that we move forward. And so that's what I would do in this public narrative. Is try to make sure that I was seen as a listener, but up front, I have isolated the four, what I feel like are my major things that are up against me when I'm talking about helping people understand their identity in Christ. And that is weak leadership, biblical illiteracy, lack of accountability, and lack of urgency. So I already know, right? Once again, I'm in my passion, right? I've been something that I just have this story about, right? They cannot punch holes in it because my story is indisputable, right? So we can have a discourse, because you can disagree with someone's story, but you sure can't argue about it. So feel, felt, found is kind of designed to come into that mold, if that makes sense.
So Jeff, I love the way you described that, because what Jeff did is he built on the parts, right? So with a good SWOT analysis, he was able to establish those four things and then move them into a story. So you can disagree, but it's indisputable because he's already laid out and he already knows what's going on. So that allows for a civil discourse. Because look, what we tell people in Orange County here is that there aren't enough Republicans for you to win, speaking politically. That means you're going to have to convince some people that don't necessarily agree with you that you're a better option. How are you going to do that? Well, if there's no real public discourse, They may agree with you on the issues, but they look at you in a particular light until you show them that there's another light.
Mm-hmm.
And then those independents or those non-party affiliated will say, you know what? No, we actually agree on way more. I'm down with you. And that's the way you have to do it. But without that discourse, we don't get anywhere. So Jeff, I think that was a great layout.
Attention, cancer victims who were in New York on or after 9/11. If you or a loved one were in Lower Manhattan during the 9/11 tragedy or during the 11 months afterward and were later diagnosed with any of these or other cancers, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. A $10 billion compensation fund is in place for these cancer victims. Do not wait to file your claim. Call now and speak with us. The call is confidential and free, or reach us online at worldtradecenterfund.com.
Watchmen Action Training provides a masterclass for advocating. In less than a day, you and your group are ready to win the battles that matter most. Visit watchmenaction.org to learn more.
Hey guys, you know Juliana and I and what we do, so let's be honest. The healthcare system has become a maze of red tape and sky-high costs. That's why we want you to check out Altrua Health Share. That's a community of people helping people. Now, Altrua isn't insurance. It's a faith-based health sharing community where members cover one another's medical needs, not corporate profits. Okay, important stuff. You'll get access to over 1 million providers nationwide, and you can save thousands of dollars a year based on what you're dealing with now. It's time to take control of your health care. So here's what we need you to do. We need you to go to altruahealth.org/Watchmen. That's altruahealth.org/Watchmen. And when you get there, use the promo code FREEDOM100 for an additional discount. Or you can give them a call and discuss the options. 512-717-4639. That's 512-717-4639. altruahealth.org/Watchmen. Make sure to tell them the Watchmen sent you.
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We tailor solutions to fit your specific need.
Of that. Anybody else would you like to share? If you don't, that's okay.
I think that was great because I moderated a debate among Republican candidates in a Black community. And so there were curious people that showed up, mainly non-Republicans. And some of the questions I asked shocked them because I asked what the candidates' positions on homelessness were after talking about having volunteered to build habitat houses. And so that really engaged people that had prejudices against Republicans.
So, I mean, look at that. If you do discourse and you ask honest questions, people will be shocked because they have a stereotype in their head, remember, of what they think is until you start talking to them and there's actually a civil discourse. They're like, wait a minute. No, that actually makes sense to me. And they start to understand that it's less about party and it's more about practicality, right? And who do you better align with? Because at the end of the day, that's what matters. So, yeah, Stephanie, hi.
Get a try.
Yay!
Okay, public narrative, right?
Mm-hmm.
Self-us noun, okay. My beautiful Christian niece of 15 years old fell to the darkness of satanic rituals and practices and passions right under the noses of everyone at the dinner table, of everyone walking through the hallways next to her at school, and in the darkness of her bedroom at night, because it all came right through her cell phone every single day. And everything that she fell prey to in the best of homes, from the best of parents, everything she fell prey to is sitting in your children's phone right now. And it's just waiting to be popped up in a notification bar that you will probably never see. So we need to enact legislation that makes people realize that cell phones are not children's toys. And they are a tool that requires as much maturity as a gun.
Yeah.
And you can use it for good, but it can be used for evil. And so it's easy to put things off. There's always been evil in the world, but how much longer would you wait if you knew that your child is about to click on something like that right now, upstairs from you? How much longer would you wait before you want there to be some kind of restrictions?
Wow.
That was powerful.
That was powerful, right? So think about all the bases that were covered. Now everybody's going to lean in and be like, I don't want that to happen.
Yeah, go get the cell phone.
They're going to run upstairs. You're going to hear a bunch of people going upstairs. But Stephanie, great job.
Thank you.
Right? So that's the jam here. Okay. So let's do this, guys. We're going to take 30 minutes. Let's do 30 minutes for lunch. I have a timer going. Let's plan to reconvene, let's say around 5 after the next hour. Some of us are in different time zones. So 5 after the hour, we'll reconvene and we'll continue. You guys enjoy your lunch here physically, and then our friends who are remote, enjoy your lunch. We'll see you in a half hour.
Yay.
Yay.
Okay, this.
Recording in progress. Yeah, I knew that was coming. All right, guys, welcome back. Hope lunch was good. If not, this training
Is
will
good.
replace that. It is good. So we covered a lot of ground, right? If we go back to this morning, we got your story down, right? So your moment, right? You named the moment. We got the story together. We figured out which mountains we were going to work in. We cut our issue down to size, and then we started to lay the groundwork on how we were going to frame our issue. Well, in the first half of part 2 here, we dealt with the SWOT analysis, and then both the public narrative and the human action model. So now we've built a framework for us to work on our issues. And you guys have done a really good job, I think, ferreting out some of that. Over lunch here locally, we were talking about how impactful it was and how we would address things. So I think that's great. If you guys will take a look at chapter 7, strategy 3, we're going to talk a bit about the difference between communities and networks and building them. And then there's like a word bank exercise that we'll have you guys go. So let's talk about it, because you can leverage both of these to impact change, right? And to amplify your message. But it's interesting. So when you look at communities and networks, let's do the sum of the parts first, right? So communities produce long-term engagement through deep commitment. That's your tribe, right? That's a community. If you guys are looking for that, that's the third bullet in the middle of the page there, right? Communities produce long-term change through deep-rooted commitment. That's your tribe. Those people you hang out with, get things done.
That's like us hanging out at AFP.
Yeah.
This is our community.
Yeah, this is our community, right? Networks lead to immediate results, but they're often short-lived, right? So they're useful, but they're different. So if this is our tribe, right, our network may be one of the organizations that can help us to move our advocacy forward.
But they may not be necessarily part of our community. It's just somebody that you know that's helping us within the community.
Right. So it's important we know the difference, because people throw those words around almost interchangeably, and they're actually not. Right? If you look at the first bullet under attributes on this page, communities are united by shared values or goals, fostering strong relationships and collective identity. A little more meat to the words there, right? Networks are more fluid, and they connect individuals or organizations for specific purposes, often through professional ties. Kind of what we talked about, right? But it's important to understand there, because you guys, I think, shared in one way or another that being pulled in multiple directions is an issue, okay? But that's really important, because now you get context around why. You know, what are you dealing with here? A lot of those that are pulling you are networks. They're not communities.
True.
Or they themselves have their own community, and you're really just a network to them, and they want to draw you into their community. You're like, no, I've got my own community over here. Like, you can use me as a network if I need to connect you to somebody, but my tribe is over here. right?
Does that make sense?
Because you're getting pulled into different communities.
Right? Everybody.
It would be just a network, just use me for a quick introduction or something like that, and that's it.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, for like with the Orange County Republicans, it used to be more of a network. They're working to become a tribe.
Mm-hmm.
And so that.
Right.
Yeah. And AFP's a tribe.
Mm-hmm.
And we're trying to grow that tribe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So does everyone have a handle on the difference between the two? It's a great reference page for you guys. So let's do this. On the next page, if I can get my cursor there, we actually have a word bank exercise. It's kind of fun, right? So that word bank, you can fill in the attributes of either a community or a network. Try to use all the words, and then let's figure out where they fit. We'll give you guys a minute or two to do that. Should be pretty straightforward. It's like you'll do this exercise and you'll have this page for reference for yourself. It'll be good to go back to. When you start hearing certain words from people you engage with, you're going to start to figure out whether or not you're dealing with a community or a network.
Well, that helps you know how you're supposed to work with that person.
Right.
Some people you want to network with, but you don't want to invite them into your community.
Also correct.
Right?
Yeah.
It's like, I got to network with that person. I don't necessarily like that person, but I got to network with them. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I've been interested in getting more involved with veterans groups, but too many of them like the happy hour too much.
Yeah. All right, you can go hang out at the Eagles Club or right. Yeah. The what is it, the VFW? Yeah, you go hang out there. American Legion, yep. Tell you what though, if you are a partaker in refreshments, man, they got some of the best prices in town. Oh man. It's like, boy, no wonder people go hang out over there. It's like, why would I go to a regular bar when I can just go for the discount and join?
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592.
Watchmen Action Training provides a masterclass for advocating. In less than a day, you and your group are ready to win the battles that matter most. Visit watchmenaction.org to learn more.
Hey guys, Juliana and I and what we do, so let's be honest. The healthcare system has become a maze of red tape and sky-high costs. That's why we want you to check out Altrua Health Share. That's a community of people helping people. Now, Altrua isn't insurance. It's a faith-based health sharing community where members cover one another's medical needs, not corporate profits. Okay, important stuff. You'll get access to over 1 million providers nationwide, and you can save thousands of dollars a year based on what you're dealing with now. It's time to take control of your healthcare. So here's what we need you to do. We need you to go to altruahealth.org/Watchmen. That's altruahealth.org/Watchmen. And when you get there, use the promo code FREEDOM100 for an additional discount. Or you can give them a call and discuss the options. 512-717-4639. That's 512-717-4639. altruahealth.org/Watchmen. Make sure to tell them the Watchmen sent you.
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. Right now, Life Care is helping veterans and their families learn about
and get all I want and get karaoke and the whole thing. Like I get my whole, right?
Oh, great entertainment. But when they are doing veterans events to help veterans, networking with networks or veteran services in the community, that I love.
It's a hopping Saturday night at the VFW when the bar is open, the music's playing, and roasted chickens on the menu.
All right. So
okay.
the different words and which ones are communities and which one are networks.
Yeah. So who wants to jump in and kind of talk about what they laid out?
So for me, bottom up would definitely be community.
Hmm.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah. Transactional. Well, that's network, right? Impersonal.
Yeah.
That's network. Whereas personal, community, right?
Shared values.
Shared values.
Definitely community.
Right?
Yeah.
Shared interests. Did we talk about shared interests?
Yeah.
Shared interests.
Network.
Yeah.
That's kind of like a community. You know what? I kind of would have gone there, but now that you say network, you're right. It is just a network.
Because I'm thinking, I put that because I'm thinking like, well, the Harley Davidson thing, that's a shared interest. That's why they have a national network. They only come together around that shared interest. It doesn't really matter what else they all think.
Right.
It's because of the shared interest in it.
Very interesting.
So, no, that's.
But that's an important difference, right? Because you're like shared, okay, that's great. But shared values and shared interests are two different things.
Yeah.
The post-lunch catcher, right? Are you paying attention? So
Location centric community.
Mm-hmm.
Less
network, because those networks will meet anywhere. Your communities usually have a place or specific places where they spend time together.
Impersonal?
Impersonal, that's a network.
Network.
Right?
holistic and relational is the
community.
Right.
And you know what? Because I hear, it's just something I wanted to share because I hear a lot of people talk about the Facebook community and they'll push back like, no, Facebook is a community and I have friends and blah, blah, blah. And somebody I saw talking about this one said, a good test of if it's a community or a network, because it can feel like a community on Facebook. It feels like it, but the test is the two examples I've heard, depending on what you like. One is there anybody you could call in there who would help you move? Test. And number, so because it has to be personal aspect. And then the other one I liked, which is a little less of a hard test than that, is if you didn't show up to that thing for a period of time, would anybody care or notice?
Right.
Like LinkedIn. Okay, sure, people say like the community, but if I don't post or like things, nobody's gonna be reaching out going, are you all right? Why aren't you
right?
Exactly.
So community is the real test there. That's kind of how I keep it straight is if anybody would notice that I'm not there, it's community. And sometimes the real test is even in your own church. Right. Do you have a community in your church or do you have a network in your church?
That's interesting because today Martha was like, you haven't been here. We've missed you, right?
That's community.
That's community. You're absolutely correct.
Jeff, any thoughts to share, sir? He's got to unmute. He's got to get his mic. There we go.
Okay. Yeah, there's so many great things here, but the one thing I'm so happy that you put the word identity in there. In the intro to this chapter, because the truth, the way I see it, and of course, remember, I'm a admitted slave to the gospel, but the gospel speaks of two tribes only.
His tribe and not his tribe.
Come on, and we are historically tribal, which we're speaking of. It can be good, but it also can create this bubble, right?
Yeah,
where we are not equipped to talk to someone that disagrees. And one thing that the scriptures will show us over and over is that back in the day when you were arguing your position for Christ, their job in the audience was to poke holes in your theory. They talk back. So people were naturally more equipped on one side or the other, So that's why I want to point out that I've been saved and have been able to become a political atheist, I call it. And it's because I realized that there were times when I was going along with things that my spirit was saying no. And I'm a Proverbs guy, and without a doubt, the proverb would come up the next day that would really call me into question as to where my authority really lied, right? And so I think in a way for me, that's what simplifies this exercise, right? that
There you
there
go.
are only two, right? And if I'm continually trying to be obedient and dedicated to understanding who I am through the scriptures, right? Well, then some of these things have been answered over and over in the word. So anyway.
Thank you, Jeff.
Exactly. I tell people that what you just said all the time, and when someone's really plugged into Father, right? Because like these three women here, those are my sisters. Those are my friends. I always tell people I don't have time for friends, but I have time for my sisters. There's a big difference, right? That's my community versus a network. I don't have time for the network people, but I've got time for my sisters. Yeah. Yeah.
Anybody? Are we good? Everybody good? Okay. All right. So if you guys will take a minute, if you want to take a minute, anything that resonated with you, Jeff shared, a couple of us shared, I thought was really good. Let's take a minute. And if you've got something in the back of the book under reflections, you can list it there. If not, that's okay too. We want to give you a second to do that should you want to do it.
I should just put it there.
Yeah, sure. It's fine.
Unless you want to ask it.
You want to ask it now?
Well, I mean, maybe somebody else has it, but as I'm looking at this, and it might be here, Now we've unpacked the difference between community and networks, but have we really put a punctuation mark on why we need to know the difference and how we're gonna use them both, or does that come later?
No,
Setting priorities.
I think it does right now. And I would say, you need to know your audience. We always go back to who are you speaking to? Because somebody in your network, you're going to speak to differently than somebody in your community. Like somebody in my community, I may go, okay, I'm going to give you some background information so that you understand. My network is, I'm just asking you a question. Like, I don't need to justify or qualify anything, right? But community is like, no, you need to understand what's going on, the why.
Right. Relationship is totally different.
Correct.
Yeah, if you're trying to grow your movement or support or volunteers, whatever it is, then you're gonna have different ways of talking about that in community versus them.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Awesome.
Thank you.
No problem. Good job, friends. Let's continue. Power mapping for influence. So what is our chapter essential question here? Strategy 4. How can I identify and influence the key decision makers of my issue? Okay. How do I get to the man? All right. So there are a couple of things here. We're going to go through the steps and then we're going to visualize it for you guys in a second. So there are a couple of things you got to do right in order for this to work. You got to determine your targets. You got to know who you're after. Pretty obvious, right? Then you need to map the influence of your target. So that may be your target, but are you sure? Can they really influence the outcome, or is it that you want them to? Tough questions, right? What are the relational power lines? Who are they connected to that you may be connected to?
That's so important.
Right? And then step 4, you got to target priority relationships. Just because you like someone does not mean that they are going to be influential in getting to where you want to go. And that's totally fine, right? And then step 5 is kind of the obvious one, Captain Obvious. Make a plan. You got to have a plan in order to execute. RC, what does that look like? Well, let's take a look. So here is your power mapping analysis grid. That's on your next page. Section 2, chapter 8, page 2. If you're looking at the bottom. You'll see something that looks similar to our SWOT analysis. A little different here though, right? So you've got to map out who your players are and where they sit. You guys can see here, irrelevance in the lower left, sole decision influence is in the upper left, and then at the bottom you've got diehard support or diehard against. Pretty simple, right? So you want to determine who the players are and where they sit.
Even if it's a bad player.
Yeah, even if it's a bad player.
You need to know where they sit.
Right? Because if someone has like sole decision influence and they're diehard against you, you've identified a potential issue.
Right.
Right? So another take on SWOT that kind of has this dot grid to it, right?
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. And today, the average funeral with burial can cost around $8,000 or more. Don't leave your loved ones facing unexpected bills. Right now, LifeCare is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. With a quick call, you can find out if you qualify for affordable whole life insurance designed to help protect your family from these costs. In many cases, no medical exam is required, no lengthy health questionnaires, and coverage decisions can be made quickly. Call now to review your final expense coverage options. Call 800-519-1427. That's 800-519-1427.
Most growing businesses are making seven-figure decisions on gut feel and assumptions. The biggest companies in the world don't operate that way. Neither should you. Sherlock gives you market intelligence they pay six figures for. We find your buyers before your competitors do. Visit investinanswers.com to learn more.
When you choose Patriot Mobile, you're not just picking a wireless provider. You're choosing a company that shares your values. It's easy to switch, and you can keep your number, your phone, and most importantly, your values. With Patriot Mobile, you get the power of nationwide coverage on all three major networks. That means wherever life takes you, we've got you covered on the same reliable networks you already know and trust. And when you need us, we're here for you right here at home. Our customer service is 100% US-based because we believe that support should come from people who understand you and your values. At Patriot Mobile, you're not just another call, you're a priority. In today's world, where you spend your money matters more than ever. Every dollar is a vote for the kind of future you want.
You probably have 5, 6, 7 people on this thing. But again, what it forces you to do is it forces you to get really honest about who's in the circle and what they can actually do for you. Because you may like someone and you're like, you know what, I think they can help me out. But when you're honest with yourself, they show up like down here. And I'm pointing at the irrelevant diehard support side. So they love you, but they can't really do much for you on the issue.
I think people
They do.
Yeah, we do.
Because they're nice, they enjoy those people and it affirms them, but they're not gonna get anything back.
Yep, exactly.
And that's why this is in here, right? Much like the SWOT analysis is we want you to be honest about the decision makers. Now, if you guys, I think at this point, let me see, make sure I've got this right. Okay, so we'll come to that in a second. So you guys will come back to this. All right, but I want you to, like, your brain should be going now. Okay, like, all right, I need to be honest with it because you're going to use this a lot. You guys are going to start drawing, you're going to be drawing like SWOT analysis things and these things and everything like that. So let's play this out a bit more. What if we had to draw out connections to the decision maker? Now, if this looks familiar to you guys, there is good reason. When we cut the issue of education in our example, it kind of looked like this, right? Well, here you are again, except this time, the decision maker's in the center. That's the person you got to get to that can move your agenda forward, yes? Much like your other example, there are a couple of different ways to get there. We'll go through them quickly. 4, there may be the golf club. So your decision maker's there. Maybe you're a member, maybe you're not. You go as a guest, you know you can get to them, right? Staff. You may be friends with his or her chief of staff. Well, that gives you an in, right? You could probably get a meeting. Or their family. You know who their family is, and you can go and kind of work your way in that way. Those are certainly ways to get there. Here is a slightly different way. Look at the other side. There's you. Hey, hello, you. Okay. Right. Then there's your wife and his wife, who happen to go to the same Bible study at church. Now, let's be honest, right? We're a husband and wife team. Who is the most influential person in your life? Your spouse, right? Your wife, your husband, right? So if you think about this, yes, you can get there that way, but think about it if it comes from this direction. So what's happened? It's a place where there's a level of mutual respect and a shared belief. In a Bible study with ladies, and there are the wives that are friends. So what do you think is going to happen? Oh, I was talking to so-and-so. Do you know her husband? Oh, yeah, they go to church, right? Yeah, so here's what they're working on. I think we should talk to them. Guess what the decision maker is going to do?
Yep.
It's going to come in a different way because you can have that conversation here. Maybe he or she is going to be standoffish. But if it comes this way, it's probably a private setting. Oh, we should have them over for dinner. Or maybe we should go out and do something. And now you're in this more intimate relationship where it's like, hey, my wife was telling me about what you're doing. Why don't you explain it to me? Well, now they're open to the idea.
I've gotten him now to asking for the husband's information. So if I'm talking to the wife, I'm like, oh, talk to the husband.
Yeah. May I share something?
Sure.
Yeah,
Just wag this finger.
Thanks, Jeff. Glad you're here for me, buddy. Appreciate you.
Go ahead.
I actually wanted to share something that I learned about a potential blind spot in my own experience with power mapping.
Ah, very nice.
Specifically not power mapping.
Oh.
So as you know, okay, I work at a nonprofit. My boss is named Carol, just for sake of easiness of telling the story. My boss is named Carol, and we had been of a very different mindset. I've been there a year and a half. We were a very different mindset for a long time when I would say we need to be in a different place, a different office, a new place. And she was no, 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 no. And I had all the right reasons. I had the right argument. I had the law, like legal reasons, everything. And she was not receiving it. And I never thought of a power map because I thought, well, I'm the 1 degree. I mean, I'm talking right to her. She's the decision maker. She has veto power. The other decision maker's me. I mean, she's the only one who can veto me. So, or maybe the board. But so I didn't think about doing this, right? Because I have direct access. So that was my blind spot because her daughter, her adult daughter, came to visit one day, and I wasn't talking to her about my issue at all. And it was only when it came up by pure happenstance, and I was talking in a casual conversation on the front porch of with her daughter, and her daughter was saying, this isn't really an ideal place. And I'm like, oh, yeah, you don't know half of it, blah, 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 blah. And she goes, oh, yeah, that's Terry. You can't be here. You can't be here. And then she turned around and walked in to talk to her mom. And before I could even get back into my office, my cell phone rang, and it was my boss, Carol, saying, oh my goodness, we need to move. We can't. And I realized, oh, I was the wrong messenger.
Right.
So in that case, even though I had direct access to the decision maker, I still should have done, because her daughter didn't live in Florida. She was just visiting. So I should have done a power map and thought, who else is around who are of influence?
Right.
And how might I make connections with that person? Because I'm clearly not the right messenger, even though I have access. So that was a thing, the way I've never looked at a power map before.
That's interesting.
So just a little anecdote for everyone's, in case you come up against that. Don't take for granted, even if you're best friends or golfing buddy with the decision maker, are you the right messenger?
Right. You can plant the seed.
Who's the right person?
Right.
Well, who influences them? Who has their ear? And
No, I understand.
You'll probably know.
What I'm saying is, how do I know who's the person that is a decision maker? For example, way back years ago, this guy comes to sell Encyclopedia Britannica at home. And he's talking to my husband,
Wrong person.
Yeah, there's no problem. So I go to the kitchen, I take care of the kids, and then he's ready to close the deal. And my husband said, oh, my wife is gonna make the decision. And I said, I'm sorry.
That's right.
So, but how would he know who's the decision maker at the end of the day?
So he did a bad job practically understanding that wives in the home generally control the purse.
He made an assumption.
He made an assumption.
Yeah.
And it was a bad one, right? Because common sense and understanding how households work would tell you it's like the wife needs to be included in this conversation because she's going to be the one that makes the decision. And even if she's not going to make the final decision, she's going to have a heavy amount of influence on him because she's going to give him a look that I'm not privy to about whether or not that should be done. Which is why one of Juliana's rules is we won't work with another couple unless she has a chance to meet the wife.
I have to meet both of them. Yeah. If I don't like either one of them, I'm not working with either.
Right.
Yeah.
And don't you find a lot of times people will tell you, actually, like if somebody calls me about mortgages, I could have a conversation, but honestly, I don't want to. We've divided things a different way. And I said, oh, you're calling the wrong person. I'm just gonna stop you right now. That's my husband.
Right.
Call him. Right. Like people will sometimes just tell you or tell the person the degrees of people, right? You know,
and you never know as you're trying to get to your decision maker, the people that you're outlining, they could be people that are planting the seed. You know, I called my girlfriend Kelly. I'm like, okay, Kelly, this is what Watchmen Action is doing. I need you to make some couple of phone calls and just talk to those people for me, right? So I don't even let her open the door. She's got the relationship. She can edify me. I can't edify me in what I'm doing, but somebody else can edify me. right?
So
So,
there's one other point about that to answer your question.
Oh, no, yeah.
It's also that you are not trying, when you fill this out, you're not trying to dream up relationships like, okay, well, I need to reach a decision maker. Maybe we should talk to the wife in the connect group. You're not trying to dream it up. You're trying to make direct relationship connections. Like, you know, the wife,
right.
the wife knows the other wife. That wife is in the Bible study, which is in the church. Like you're making the relationship, one relationship is already formed. And where does that lead to the next one, to the next one, to the next one that gets you to that person? And then you'll find out along the way, if that's the wrong one, they're probably going to they're probably like the wife might go, oh, my husband never listens to me. He makes all his decisions on a golf course. You know, oh, we was golfing buddies. Now I have another trail.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like people talk and you'll just figure out if you're on the right trail or not.
Got a
Yeah.
bunch of bloodhounds.
That's good. Jeff, go ahead.
Along with everything, as I believe, there's the invisible coming along with the visible, of course. And so there's a spiritual component to connectivity. So I've learned, and I've been called a great connector for whatever that's worth. But the deal is, it's all, once again, today, it's building, it's building, it's building. And you have to remember that what this cause, whatever this opportunity that you have chosen, you have.
Attention, cancer victims who were in New York on or after 9/11. If you or a loved one were in Lower Manhattan during the 9/11 tragedy or during the 11 months afterward and were later diagnosed with any of these or other cancers, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. A $10 billion compensation fund is in place for these cancer victims. Do not wait to file your claim. Call now and speak with us. The call is confidential and free. Or reach us online at worldtradecenterfund.com.
When you choose Patriot Mobile, you're not just picking a wireless provider. You're choosing a company that shares your values. It's easy to switch, and you can keep your number, your phone, and most importantly, your values. With Patriot Mobile, you get the power of nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks. That means wherever life takes you, we've got you covered on the same reliable networks you already know and trust. And when you need us, we're here for you right here at home. Our customer service is 100% US based because we believe that support should come from people who understand you and your values. At Patriot Mobile, you're not just another call, you're a priority. In today's world, where you spend your money matters more than ever, every dollar is a vote for the kind of future you want to build. Join the thousands of Americans making a difference with every call, every text, and every connection. Choose a company that shares your values. Choose Patriot Mobile.
He had a good business, solid product, good people. He just couldn't figure out why growth had stalled. Sherlock found the buyers he didn't know were looking. Now he knows exactly where to go next. Learn more at investinanswers.com.
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion.
Prayerfully chosen it because you have a passion for this and you have a real story that connects you to this, okay? So what I'm saying is that as you're speaking to someone, you're not trying to sell them anything. You are sharing a part of yourself with them, right? And
That's
we're
really
talking, basically about darkness and light in most of the issues that we face as conservative Bible-believing people that are under attack. So there's plenty of issues to be all in, and all you're doing is fighting back against these powers and principalities. And as far as talking someone into something, just don't do it. We learn over and over, both from great writers over the millennia and also in the Bible. In fact, Jesus was the best, that he didn't ever get into much debate. He just said, look, let those who have ears to hear, hear. Okay. And so a lot of time we may be seed planters. Maybe you are not going to be the one, but maybe if you can come at this with this low temperature in love, right? If you can come that way in a brother and sister instead of an opposing party or this or whatever, that seed might be planted. And then the next person that comes on, I was talking to somebody, anyway, that's kind of what I get out of that, is that the enemy loves nothing more than isolation.
That's it.
And so connectivity is anti-isolation, right? And so that's what we're talking about. If you've got someone that is pushing back, you got to have empathy and love them in a way, because maybe they are suffering from some of that isolation, right? Or whatever. We don't know their story, right?
Right.
So
Awesome.
Jeff, that's great. Here's what I'd like for you guys to do, right? Because you're not going to have an exact scenario necessarily right now. I think Jeff did a wonderful job providing context, but Stephanie's story was so relevant to this that what I'd like for you guys to do in your reflections, just take a few minutes to make notes on things that you'd like to tackle. And then you'll have this as a reference when you start to break down how you want to tackle them, right? So if you go to the reflections in chapter 8, those two pieces that we showed you, the grid and then the mapping, just think about some things you're going to want to tackle because you're already working on issues and things you want to advocate for. And then you'll be able to come back to this when you're ready to activate. And maybe you are a special student and you're advanced in your nature and you decide, I already know how I'm going to tackle this. Well, then take a minute and do that. Fine, go ahead and do the exercise. Kidding. So guys, take a minute, make some notes, thoughts, and we can answer any questions. Let's give folks a minute to jot down the notes.
Just thought, like in my example, my issue I'm talking about today with this episodic series for favor, that there are more than one decision maker that I will encounter that can move the project forward or stop it in its tracks. And they're not on the same power map. Like it's not like a board or a committee or a legislative body or 8 votes. It's like Carol's the first one who can stop it.
Yeah.
And then if she's good, there's the next decision makers, which are the people I'm pitching it to. So I almost need to think in terms of the different decision makers that will encounter as I clear one and get to the next one.
Yeah.
Because you have a number of them that you have to tackle
along the journey. Yeah. And so and again, see, that's the first time I've thought of that because it's the first time I'm actually doing it.
So what Stephanie is describing is the need for multiple power maps because there are multiple levels of decision maker.
Yeah, level. Yeah.
Right? It's like you got to get to the final boss.
It's like gamification. You get to this level, you advance to the next one where that new dragon is there.
Final boss level. All right, guys. So good job. I mean, that was actually that you guys were super engaged in that process. So we didn't need to do a ton of writing. All right. If you guys will turn the page. Just like that, we get to section 3. It's time to move the needle.
Yay. So chapter 1 that we're going to be talking about, I should say chapter 9, is organizing for impact. And what does that mean? Chapter 10 is really important because we're going to be talking about timeline, goals, and benchmarks. Because if you don't know where you're going and the steps to get there, you'll never get there. Chapter 11 is calling others to action. So how do you get other people to join you as you're doing what it is that you need to be doing? And then chapter 12 is let God be God, because he's most important, which is everything that Jeff keeps talking about. So thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay.
How do we set ourselves up to be a willing vessel at the end of this whole thing, right? Because that's ultimately what this is about.
That's right.
All right. Let's dive in. So organizing for impact. Yes. What is our chapter essential question? Let's take a look. How can I amplify my voice and increase my influence by working with organization? How can you get people to come alongside you and to do more? And it requires more than just enthusiasm, as you'll see at the second to last paragraph. You need the right strategic partnerships in order to do that. And a part of what we do, we have a series of recommended tools and platforms that you can use. Our goal is to make sure that you know what different resources are available and then to try to help you in the best ways to use those things.
Right.
Right? Because there's the opportunity to stack those tools on top of each other. You may need more than one. You may need 4 or 5. How do you make them work together and where does that make sense? right? Some of that may get solved today. Some of that may get solved a week from now. It's going to be, it's going to be. So we're going to go through that process. So let me do this, right? So you guys are looking now at the different mountains of influence, right? What we want you to think about here is organizations that you can partner with to strengthen your issue. All right, take a little bit of time on this, and you are free to use the internet if you want.
And just note the fact, not every organization is the right organization.
That is correct.
Be super particular about who you want to work with, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Good stuff.
And question, and these are not the targets. They're not like the people we just power mapped, right?
Correct.
These are the organizations that are going to help us
do whatever
the things we're trying to do.
That is correct.
Right. Okay.
Organizations you can align with, run with.
Mm-hmm.
What about AI? Is so much like storytelling, you can use storyteller AI to formulate your message.
Mm-hmm. So with that,
Oh, you know what? We're missing we're missing the eighth bubble. Technology.
yes.
Yeah, we need one more bubble.
Tech tools.
Yeah, technology's missing from there. You could probably put it under business though. Just as a
Okay.
put out. So you guys take a little time and write a couple of those out, then we'll go over some of what you came up with. Need the Jeopardy theme music.
Oh, I was about to say foundation or think tanks. It definitely helpful.
Mm-hmm. Right, because think tanks fall under all of these different categories. Much as I don't like them, Media Matters is a media think tank. Right? That's what they do. So
Media Research Center.
Media Research Center, yes. Mm-hmm. Heads are moving, brains are moving. Doing pretty good. Just over 4 hours and change.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's good. Factor in we did 45, 50 minutes of breaks. Mm-hmm. Lunch. Yeah, that's good. Mm-hmm. Jeff's like, he's like, I'm ready. He's got to look at us. I'm waiting on you guys. All right.
I mapped it already.
Mm-hmm.
What Jeff's, does he have like an issue he's articulated? I kind of lost it.
So Jeff, the question from Stephanie is there an issue that you've articulated?
Most growing businesses are making seven-figure decisions on gut feel and assumptions. The biggest companies in the world don't operate that way. Neither should you. Sherloc gives you market intelligence they pay 6 figures for. We find your buyers before your competitors do. Visit investinanswers.com to learn more.
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. And today, the average funeral with burial can cost around $8,000 or more. Don't leave your loved ones facing unexpected bills. Right now, Life Care is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. With a quick call, you can find out if you qualify for affordable whole life insurance designed to help protect your family from these costs. In many cases, no medical exam is required, no lengthy health questionnaires, and coverage decisions can be made quickly. Call now to review your final expense coverage options. Call 800-519-1427. That's 800-519-1427. The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We tailor solutions to fit your specific needs, giving you the personalized attention you deserve. The IRS has resumed collection enforcement. Don't wait until it's too late. Our team can help you resolve your tax issues before liens, levies, or passport restrictions kick in. Behind on filing taxes? We specialize in getting you back on track by filing past returns and negotiating with the IRS. Does the IRS claim that you owe money that you don't have?
So would you mind popping in?
Not at all. What's the question?
What's the issue you're working on?
Okay, as far as I'm always thinking things in parallel universe here. Personally, I'm working on something that I was wanting to say earlier, is that I've learned that everything I say yes to, I'm saying no to something else.
Yeah.
And so you hear about all these things and you just want to get involved in all of it, and coming to the reality that it's probably better off if you'll pick one or two things and just go all in, right? So that's kind of what I'm in the process right now. I've had a church before. That was not my bag. The Lord got a good chuckle out of that. But I'm also moving into the time where we would quote, you would say it's time to retire, where I can't find it in the Bible. I'm still looking. So hopefully there's a hidden chapter somewhere that says, no.
Yeah.
Okay. But anyway, so my thing right now is finding out how to focus and funnel what the Lord's given me in all these areas into producing fruit for the kingdom in whatever way he wants versus me. And that's one of, I think, my biggest struggles always is I'm not patient like I should be. I don't have that, wait mentality like he definitely does. And so it's daily. And that's for me, just staying on point, staying obedient. I have an international ministry that, believe it or not, in Pakistan is so fabulous that they pump me up because of how they are so devoted to this cause that we have. And so, yeah, it's a daily.
What specifically are you advocating for?
I'm advocating for people to know their identity in Christ, quite simply. Know that we are eternal spirits, that we will return to that spiritual condition. In other words, Scripture referred to us as embodied. It will also refer to the disembodied spirits, indicating that everything's spirit. It's just we have been embodied for a whisper or a just a vapor, right? And our legacy, one of my pastor friends said it so well. He wants his great grandson to tell him thank you.
That's great.
Thank you. That's wonderful.
Thank you, Jeff, for sharing.
Yeah.
Guys, did you come up with some organizations that you feel like will help you? We'd love to hear.
I think the church, just to actively join us for our costs.
Okay. So, and I think Jeff had mentioned this earlier too, that church body is us. That's the ecclesia. So being active and going to the rest of the body and saying,
You're right.
But it's a good point, Gene, because what happens is that it becomes corporatized. And so the actual church has to go into the building and remind the leadership of said building that the church is the people.
Right.
That's really important because yes, the building and its resources need to get behind the body. Very good. Very good.
I appreciate that. Clarify it. I thought about it, but I didn't.
If I wouldn't have, he would have. So, according to Jeff. So, Deanna?
Media and think tanks are where my strengths are.
Okay.
Yeah, awesome.
That's good. So you started to identify, for you, it's like, I got my story together. Now, how do I get the word out? So you're focused on how you're going to get out and get that narrative out. That's good.
So when you're thinking about it, try to see later, not now, but deduce it down to specifically who you want to target, what organizations that you want to align with or work with or media.
Yeah, that's good.
Well, and also to refine the message or do more get more research, especially some of the people I know in the media, that's their passion or whatever. So, you know,
who to target, who in the media world that you want to target because they are passionate about what you're passionate about.
Yep.
Yeah. Right. Awesome.
Stephanie?
I was thinking media too, like national religious broadcasters might be a good place to just start getting warm connections. Philanthropic organizations that like to support other like foundations that give grants for things like this. Maybe IFCC, but it's a very networky kind of one. David Jeremiah Ministries and Teach Every Nation, because both of them are also in this space, but kind of some type of partner. And Carol happens to know Bruce Wilkinson, so that might help too.
Oh, nice.
Star mapping. So yeah, maybe those came to my mind.
Awesome.
Very good. Very good. So Jeff, you shared with us what resources did you come up with?
Okay, so I want to go to technology.
Yeah.
And another fact, this is groundbreaking, and I know everybody just really brace yourself for this. It costs money. Costs money. I was thinking, come on, Lord, I'm working for you. This shouldn't no, it takes resources. And that leads me to my point is that part of all this is knowing who your competition is, right? And that's where, oh my gosh, we've got the world at a click. If you've got an idea and you've came up with a little bit of a plan, the chances are there are 10,000 people who are miles ahead of you down the road that might save you bumps, bruises, or even knowing if this path is here and may have already done it, because there is my wife and I, both people will say are good cooks, but man, oh man, do we cook differently. I go to YouTube, watch Gordon Ramsay do it, and frame by frame, I do it just like he did it. She has Mama in her mind. And if it takes another little grab of this or a little grab of that, I mean, she is stirring it in there, right? And so we're not in a position, the urgency is so much here, you guys. We have to take advantage of what we have. And so we can move in warp speed. If you've got an idea, if the Holy Spirit's going to go along with you, I promise he will show you other avenues and places where it's already, you don't have to reinvent the wheel is what I'm saying. And because there is nothing new under the sun. And so in the technology area, I agree that's what it is. One quick thing on the social media. Be careful, because what I see 90% of the time within my own camp on social media is people arguing and fighting and calling each other's names.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's just become something that, I kind of poo-poo, even though I look at it a little bit. There is so much division inside. And when I go back to what I believe is the principalities and the powers, one of their main thing is to isolate you, right? And to make you think that, I love the Florida Gators, so I have to hate the Tennessee Volunteers, right? But that's the tribal mentality that we have, and how beautiful that works for the enemy, right?
Great point.
Great point. Shameless plug. So Sherloc, our business, is a research and behavioral marketing business. If you guys go to Get Sherloc, Sherloc's without a K, if you go to getsherloc.com, there's a free tier of our market research platform that you guys can use to ask it questions, and it will show you where the issue sits, things you need to know, where the gold mines and landmines are. Super helpful.
Thank you.
If you guys will join for free, we'll just bump you up to the premium for free. So Jeff, they're not all paid for, especially in the kingdom. And we can provide those resources, we want people to use them. So yeah, I was just like, wait a minute, you guys actually have a tool. So we spent years putting it together, so you may as well use it. Okay, so that was great. Like it's how you kind of like shake out, right? Like, okay, let me get that out of the system, whatever, right? Which actually made this part, we've already done it.
Right.
Right? With the exercise we just went through, we actually did.
Yeah.
I'll give you guys a minute. If you have any other notes you want to put in, you can take a minute to add those now. If not, we'll keep going.
Speaking of market research.
Yes.
I need to clean up my social media.
But why, Deanna? Why would you need to clean up your social media?
That's forever.
It is.
Some of the, being permanently banned from Twitter.
Yes.
Wow, censored on Nextdoor.
Deanna's claim to fame. She is permanently banned from Twitter. She is censored on Nextdoor.
Nextdoor is hilarious. Taken off when Trump was taken off.
Yeah, just.
Well, that's an honor. That's when I left Facebook.
Yeah.
When they changed his title from presidential candidate, from president to presidential candidate. I was like, I'm out of here. I don't talk to you people anymore.
Yeah.
Before you buy a stock, it helps to know what the legends would say. Investornator scores it against 8 legendary investor playbooks. One clear answer, backed by real data. Investornator.com.
Hey guys, Juliana and I and what we do, so let's be honest. The healthcare system has become a maze of red tape and sky-high costs. That's why we want you to check out Altrua Health Share. That's a community of people helping people. Now, Altrua isn't insurance. It's a faith-based health sharing community where members cover one another's medical needs, not corporate profits. Okay, important stuff. You'll get access to over 1 million providers nationwide, and you can save thousands of dollars a year based on what you're dealing with now. It's time to take control of your healthcare. So here's what we need you to do. We need you to go to altruahealth.org/Watchmen. That's altruahealth.org/Watchmen. And when you get there, use the promo code FREEDOM100 for an additional discount. Or you can give them a call and discuss the options. 512-717-4639. That's 512-717-4639. altruahealth.org/Watchmen. Make sure to tell them the Watchmen sent you.
If you were exposed to asbestos, you may be entitled to financial compensation.
Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve. Call now.
800-895-0489.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped
For Deanna, badge of honor. Yeah, right. I self-selected out. I'm done here. Okay, guys. So great job. Let's keep rolling, yes? All right. So chapter 10. Action number 2 in chapter 10, pretty important. Juliana talked about moving the needle. How are you going to move the needle? Well, here's the chapter essential question for you. How can I get to my end result that I want on my issue? Great question. Goals and timelines are your friend. Now, Stephanie mentioned something earlier when I was working on Deanna's issue. She said you reverse engineered that and explained it in a different way. Here's what happens with goals and timelines, and I'm going to change this here in just a second. But anytime that you do this going forward, the most effective way for you to set up goals and timelines is to work with the end first and then reverse engineer what you have to do. Okay. So it kind of looks like this. If you guys turn to the next page, right? So this helps you to break it down, right? Because who doesn't like graphics? That top box, whatever change you want to happen, whatever you want to get done. Right? Save the manatees, whatever. Do you know what I learned yesterday? Just a quick aside, it's kind of funny. That if you pet a manatee and they catch you, you get charged with assaulting a manatee.
Yeah. Molesting.
Molesting a manatee.
Molesting is the word. Molesting.
What if they nuzzle you while you're giving them lettuce?
We had this one guy, he literally bent down and pet the manatee and he got a ticket for molesting the manatee.
So the change I want to happen is I don't want to be charged with molesting manatees.
Yeah.
Okay, so good. Just saying, that popped in my head. Just
less than.
But I mean, like, you just want to go hang out with them, and you can't. You can't feed them. You can't. You guys are terrible. So the change I want to happen goes in the top box, right? You'll notice what step 1 is. Step 1 is the end goal. What is the ultimate objective? What do you want to accomplish? Because that's the guide, right? Where do I got to get to? A lot of people, believe it or not, this sounds super practical, right? But how many people, including all of us in this room, at least one time in our life, have not done this? And then we're like, man, I don't know why things aren't moving. We're guilty of it in our ministry. It's like, let's just run 18 directions, right? Like, Jeff's funny. You're anti-manatee. It's like, no, I'm not. I'm pro-manatee, Jeff.
Right, that's the.
Jeez, bud. Come on. Yeah. Which is why you get charged for molesting manatee. So,
A cautionary tale.
yeah, but we run in 18 different directions and then we wonder why it doesn't work. Because we don't have a true north. We don't have a clear goal as to what we want to do, right?
Yeah.
So we've got to figure out what we want to do. What do we want to have happen? And then we have to really define what success looks like. You know where you're going. What does success look like when you get there?
This goes back to chapter 2 when you were, trying to get to your issue. What is your root issue that you want to talk about? Right now you have to define that. Okay, so Deanna, you want to be able to talk about, right, helping kids learn how to shake hands properly, right? So how are you going to do that?
Right. What does success look like when that happens? Is it that
I'm in the school,
right? Or 5,000 high school students now know how to shake hands and make eye contact.
So you have the metrics to keep the ball rolling.
Right.
Well, you want to know where you want to be. Right. And that allows you to go, okay, now we're going to develop the benchmarks. And with each benchmark is what are all the different, steps that we need to take.
Right. So you're in goal. So when does it have to be done by? What do you want to do? What does success look like when you get there? And when do you need to have it done by? Any of us who've ever been in a business class, right? You're like, oh my God, I never thought I'd have to go through this again. But here you are. Hi. So end goal in mind. Those are the 3 pieces, right? So then to what Juliana was saying is that once you get that nailed down, now you've got to get the milestones and benchmarks into place.
Right.
Now that I know what I want to do, what success looks like, and what my end date is to get there, how do I put milestones in place? What needs to be done by what date in order for me to get to that goal? Right? So what are the critical milestones? The next question is, how am I going to measure my progress? Because some people get to that point, that first one in section 2, and then they stop. Well, okay, great. You know when you need to reach them, but how do you know if you did it or not? Right? And then inside your benchmarks, you've got deadlines, kind of these milestones and deadlines, right? If I don't have 1,000 students shaking hands and making eye contact by June 30th, I'm never going to hit my goal. So now you know, and either you do or you don't. But you wouldn't know that if you didn't take the time to establish the benchmark and the milestone.
Your monthly accomplishments.
Correct. Which then leads to step 3. So now you get to back it down to the tasks. What specific tasks need to be done to reach your benchmark? Which gets you to your goal, right? Who's responsible? Now you get into project management. Who do I need to do the thing by what time? And then what resources do we have available? Well, like for us, Watchmen Action grew in large part because BJ and Darrell donated an office to us. We have this incredible resource where we can get things done and we can hold events like this, right? That helps us along the way. So getting that task accomplished allows us to say we can hit our benchmarks now because we have this space and we can do all these great things, which gets us to the ultimate goal. Because Watchmen Action, we measure our success by the number of advocacy plans that are launched from our training. So if you go decide to tackle a task, that's an advocacy plan launched, right? That's how we measure. Okay. So once you've answered these questions, you can put together your timeline. And I think, do we have a timeline example? No, we don't. Okay. So here's what I want you guys to do now. I'm going to leave this up. What's that?
There is a time.
Do we have the actual one in there?
But you haven't.
Yeah, we have one. It's just not, it's not in the Express Pack version. Yeah.
I need to add the timeline page into the.
No, I was just saying you were asking yourself.
Oh, yeah.
And I was thinking, actually, there is one, but it might not be.
Okay.
So here's what I want you guys to do. Let's take some time here, and you may not have all the dates or steps in, but draw yourself a timeline. Just take a piece of paper, draw out a timeline, figure out what you want to do and when you need to do it by. And it doesn't have to be exact right now. Just pick a date.
But remember, this is a living, breathing kind of a thing.
It is
stagnant. You're going to have to change it and modify it based on.
Yeah.
So like, don't worry. It doesn't have to be exact, but at least you've got a goal where you know that you want to go. Right.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to willy-nilly it, on the same token, it's gonna fluctuate.
Yeah, so listen, do this. Set your end goal and think about what does success look like? When do I need to do it by, right? And then just think about a couple of basic things you would need to do to get there.
Okay.
And then 1 or 2 tasks that need to get done. Again, it's a living thing, but let's take some initial steps, because if we have you take an action step, chances are good you'll continue. So let's take 5 and let's work on it.
More work.
Yes, more work, absolutely.
More work. And after you do this work, there's gonna be more work.
Yep.
Thanks for the truth.
And then there's a final exam.
And then when you're done with everything, you're gonna go back to work.
Still just the work in order for you to do the work that you wanted to do.
It's work.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, get to work. Because there has to be a coordinator to coordinate the coordinating. Right? Yes. Chief coordinator.
Post-election is.
Yes, right. Wow, what a day. It doesn't even seem like it should be 3 o'clock. That's crazy.
I think from now on, it needs to be 7 hours. I don't think 6 hours is okay.
Yeah, so would we give people an hour for lunch then if we did?
I think we needed the extra hour to be able to do the final wrap up.
Oh, I got you.
When I'm not here, you'll have a lot more time. We'll do a lot less talking.
You guys have done, this is, the amount of talking we've done has been about average when we've done the class.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Well, of course, yeah, you want people to.
Yeah. Well, we're helping each other through the conversation.
Definitely.
I've learned stuff. Yes. Do you have any questions? No, okay.
I'm making my timeline. Because I wanted to do one of the other ones first, but if I hurry up and get this done, we can implement it as soon as
Alicia's
selected.
Oh,
Deanna's on a mission, man.
She is, huh?
Yeah.
You're a rebel student.
I'm a rebel.
I'm a wild child like
You're
you.
right. The salmon up the street. Yes, you are.
But see, this is this is a great example of why this was put on us. The passion to do this is because we hear that and it's like, man, you've got something. Now you've got meat on the bone. Like Deanna's ready.
Yeah.
And I know we're going to see it. It's like Ferrant wins school board chair. And then there's Deanna next to her where they're playing like, and next thing you know, though, end of the year, this story's out about this wonderful lady who says,
Attention, cancer victims who were in New York on or after 9/11. If you or a loved one were in Lower Manhattan during the 9/11 tragedy or during the 11 months afterward and were later diagnosed with any of these or other cancers, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. A $10 billion compensation fund is in place for these cancer victims. Do not wait to file your claim. Call now and speak with us. The call is confidential and free. Or reach us online at worldtradecenterfund.com.
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. And today, the average funeral with burial can cost around $8,000 or more. Don't leave your loved ones facing unexpected bills. Right now, LifeCare is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. With a quick call, you can find out if you qualify for affordable whole life insurance designed to help protect your family from these costs. In many cases, no medical exam is required, no lengthy health questionnaires, and coverage decisions can be made quickly. Call now to review your final expense coverage options. Call 800-519-1427. That's 800-519-1427.
Watchmen Action Training provides a masterclass for advocating. In less than a day, you and your group are ready to win the battles that matter most. Visit watchmenaction.org to learn more.
Hey guys, you know Juliana and I and what we do, so let's be honest. The healthcare system has become a maze of red tape and sky-high costs. That's why we want you to check out Altrua Health Share. That's a community of people helping people. Now, Altrua isn't insurance. It's a faith-based health share.
Look, man, life skills in school need to happen, and I'm on a mission to do it. And there you go. It's like, look at that advocacy plan. So,
And then we expand it statewide and then nationwide.
There you go.
Wow. We do have to do the certificates of completion because Indiana would get a gold star on hers. Okay. Extra credit. Yeah, I'm letting them work. It's fine. They're looking at us like, hey, we want to talk. And it's like, let's talk. Poor Jeff is just sitting here watching all of this, right? Because he can see us when he's on the screen. He's looking, by the way, Jeff is looking at us because we're on the camera, but he can hear everything. So.
See, and as you do this, it's so important that you realize, am I writing a benchmark or am I writing a task? Am I mistaking a benchmark for what is actually just busy things? Because I wrote here one of the benchmarks. I'm like, okay, well, there's certain deliverables that if I get those, that's benchmark. But then I wrote X number of pitch meetings. I'm like, actually, no, that's not a benchmark. I got a pitch meeting, nothing happens. That's a thing I do.
Yeah.
So you can really trick yourself if you're not double checking your work.
Well, that's a task too.
Right, that's what I mean. It's in the wrong column. I already veered off the lane, out of the lanes.
Right. So Martha actually put something into the chat that I think is great. So she listed out the 4 steps, and I'll read them to you in order, and then I want to talk about them a little bit because this is a really good example. So she has find candidate files to run, find and engage support, and then run campaign January through May 2027. So let's work this out. The goal is to win a campaign that's going to conclude in May of 2027. That's what I got to get to, right? And I want somebody to win. Right? How am I going to get there? Right? Well, we've got to identify the right candidates. Do they meet the character that we talked about in her example this morning? Are they going to meet all the requirements? They have to. Once they do, that candidate is going to need the support in order to file to run because they're not going to know what to do, most likely. So they're going to need a circle of people, which Martha and her group would be like, hey, since we're setting the standard, we need to make sure that there is a system around them to do that. Right. So then the candidate's able to file to run. Then they've got to find and engage the support to build the momentum to actually get to the goal. Somebody's have to run the campaign, all of these things, right? All the things you need if you're going to be a candidate. And so this is a great example of something where we have to put it in the proper order, because once you know what the drop dead date is, then everything else you do makes sense. Right? It's like, okay, well, I know I've got until May 2027. That's actually tomorrow if you're thinking of it practically, right? It's like no time at all. We all thought, we're like, hey, we have at best 18 months from election day 2024 in order to get everything codified into law. And here we are, we're done.
We're done.
It's too late.
Yep.
Right? Because we're 6 months?
Yep.
Maybe from midterm. So it comes at you fast. That's tomorrow.
Yep.
So you got to know, okay, I know this goal. Now all the things I got to do to get that done because there are deadlines and all of these things and reporting and all that. So Martha, this is a great example. And I think just kind of talking it through with everybody, we start to see the order. So as you're planning your stuff, keep that in mind. And this is really going to help you to do that. Okay.
Does anybody else want to share?
Anybody else want to share?
She's like, don't look at me.
All tailed her.
Like little kids.
Yeah.
I didn't do it on politics, but I did it on my goal is to get the children ready for school.
Okay.
And August is the beginning day, so we're short of time.
Right.
So I said, well, deadline or the goal is August 15th. July, get them ready. July would be getting them uniforms. June will be getting supplies. May will be getting all the sponsors to get the supplies and the uniforms. And April, just talk with the community. Try to get everybody involved.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah. So those are fantastic benchmarks. Now add the tasks in there. Like, what else do you need to do to get to one of those benchmarks? Right? There's little things that you're going to need to do to make sure that you've accomplished getting the things for the kids. Who do you need to contact? Right?
Right.
Okay.
I'd like to go to Mr. Anti-Manatee. Jeff, since he's unmuted. Go ahead, sir.
As someone who has been molested by a manatee before, I want to know, do they get a ticket for running into you and scaring the whatever out of you, right? My timeline is I have a new show working with Beck and coming out, Authentic Faith with Pastor Jeff. And so my goal is by around the 1st of June, continuing to be in prayer and being ready to launch by preparing, collecting more information, continuing to grow in the Lord, continuing to get good lists of guests. And I wanted to say that you have to still not be so regimented and have everything written down in pen, because some of the most successful things I've done, I've had to pivot because of new information I've obtained.
Right.
And in the past, sometimes I have just said, no, I'm just going to ignore that and go on. And a lot of times that could be, once again, your little spiritual side working for you. Closing doors need to be closed to where the ones that are open are so easy to see. So I see that in the end goal here is to be flexible, right? To know where you're going, but to understand that the plan you've set out with may very well need adjustment according to how things proceed.
Amen.
Very good.
Yeah.
Amen.
Okay.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Yeah. You guys are funny.
Even felt that hit me.
Mhm.
Yeah. I was just, with what Jeff had said, I was just saying, be the water, you know,
Be fluid.
Mhm.
fluid.
That's good. You write those things in pencil, right?
Right.
So that you can erase them later. Go ahead, Jeff.
I'm already, follow up. I forgot that one thing that we are hard on ourselves, right? Because we expect, or for me, I expect it quick. Okay. But what we want to do also is understand that maybe we didn't reach our goal, but we still have to celebrate the victory that we did have, right? Maybe that goal was just a little bit, we got to learn how to have realistic goals, right? And so just because it might not have been realistic, that is another foothold for that isolation and the enemy to start saying, see, you should have never started this. I don't know what you were thinking. So we have to stay positive, because if it is something that is good for the good of God's people, the enemy is going to come after it, and you may not be able to recognize it in such subtle ways.
Amen.
Still an accomplishment.
Well,
That's
And
it.
pray for a hedge of protection daily.
You have to.
God, every day.
You have to, because the enemy comes, right? Full frontal attack. Great job, guys. That was very fruitful. Yeah. So let me do this, because I think our next page is reflections, right? Yes.
Yep.
So you've already done that work. Now, if you have additional notes, I do want to give you a minute to go to the back and add. Got to be a good steward, right? Like, we have the section for you in the back. I should let you use it. So. A lot of this, you guys are taking notes in ways that I think make more sense. You've got your little notebooks, or you're writing them on the blank side, and no, those are all good. There's no right way or wrong way to do this.
I
So
gave up on the little notes. I'm doing the big notes on the paper. I was trying to keep the pages clean.
No.
Yeah, I gave up on that too.
Yeah.
All over them.
you guys take a minute, and then we'll continue. The plane is circling the air, right? Flying up on the runway. It's like you fly enough, you figure out what they do.
Thinking, when I was in college, this is 100 years ago, but we used to do like a flow chart. That still works.
Yep.
And then it's this route, and if this doesn't go, then we go this other route to get to the goal.
Yep.
That's right.
Same.
Which is a flexible thing that you mentioned.
Yep.
Mhm.
You don't know if a door's going to get closed and you won't be able to get to where you want to go in the way you thought you were going to get there. So you just have to find another way to get there. That's all. I mean, even as a business, we've pivoted to get us to where we are right now.
Yeah, because that's what you have to do.
Everyone has a plan until they get punched
Just in the face.
It's the best quote he ever said.
Yep.
Or at least the most meaningful.
Mhm. It's like, oh, I got punched in the face. Well, that changes things. All right, everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody good? Awesome. Let's then. All right. Chapter 11. Action 3. What's our chapter essential question here? You guys take what are the specific actions we can take to move the needle on our timeline and achieve our goals? So,
attention, cancer victims who were in New York on or after 9/11. If you or a loved one were in Lower Manhattan during the 9/11 tragedy or during the 11 months afterward and were later diagnosed with any of these or other cancers, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. A $10 billion compensation fund is in place for these cancer victims. Do not wait to file your claim. Call now and speak with us. The call is confidential and free, or reach us online at worldtradecenterfund.com.
He had a good business, solid product, good people. He just couldn't figure out why growth had stalled. Sherlock found the buyers he didn't know were looking. Now he knows exactly where to go next. Learn more at investinanswers.com.
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. Right now, LifeCare is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. Call 800-519-1427. The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592.
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so
this is where we start to take some time to reflect on all the great stuff that you guys have learned. And really, it's summed up in the middle of that page there that you guys see in bold. This training is a call to action for you, and that first action starts with you. So what you guys have done today, we look at as a springboard, because remember how we measure our success. Watchmen Action measures its success by the number of advocacy plans that are launched from our training. So we have a vested interest in you doing things. Right? And this is meant to be a springboard for that. The time we spend with you, the time you spend in the manual, the time you spend watching the replay and kind of going back through and fine tuning it. And it's supposed to be a source of inspiration for you guys, right? Now you'll take this, you'll share it with other people, but you'll also use it for yourself. We want it to be another intimate tool that you go back and refine. And as Jeff mentioned, you know, we're quick to write things in pen when they should be in pencil, nothing against your notes. But when you think about it, like how you use these tools, because you're going to draw SWOT grids and circles, you're going to do that a lot. It's just going to become second nature for you on a piece of paper when you're trying to work through something. And that's really what this is about. So, you know, here is where we start to talk about those specific actions. So if you guys take a look at the next page, it says people in action. When you think about your timeline, although it is rudimentary at this point, what are the different types of roles? Who and what are you going to need to get there? And then what are some of the responsibilities those people are going to have?
Alicia Ferrant, winning her seat. Right?
Easy one is a slam dunk for Deanna, right? Yeah. So guys, take a little time with this and start to think through who you're going to need, what are they going to do, right? What are they going to need in order to get things done for you?
Ferrant, administrators, school administrators, teachers, school board, teachers union.
Yeah. But see, you've got a lot of stakeholders, right? And each of them are going to need a different approach. They're going to be different decision makers. So this is why it's important you figure out who you need. Because remember, this has been a building exercise. You started with your story, and now you built on top of that, and then you built on top of that, and then you built on top of that. So basically, you've built this house of things, and you can go back through and say, oh, Like Deanna just did this exercise in her head, right? And then shared it with us. It's like, wow, I'm going to need this, this, and this, but then I'm going to need to convince this group, this group, this group. And within those groups, they're going to be decision makers, and I got to figure out a path and the story and the whole thing, right? Mm-hmm. The difference is there's work involved, but now you can get it done.
Right. You're building the path.
That's it. That's it, baby.
How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time.
Mhm. Jeff's smiling at us. So, this is the part of training that's good. It's like, you guys work. You guys work. We'll be over here watching you work. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Sort of a mini break.
Yeah, this is going to be a stretch of training that I'm not going to shit. I'm not going to shut my mouth for like the next week and a half. So we actually speak tomorrow at this anti hackathon thing. And then, yeah, it's at Lake Eola. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so
No, I'm going.
yeah. So don't get to stop talking. Then tomorrow we go speak. And then I'm on site with our client next week, training. And then we go to America Reads the Bible. And then we come back, and then we go to the Christian Chamber Convention. I'm not going to shut up for like 2 weeks.
You should be quiet at home.
Love me.
Whatever.
Mm-hmm. People say, RC, it seems sullen. Why are you so quiet? Because all I do is talk. Speak for a living. You want to go home and not talk? Mm-hmm. All right, guys, we'll give you another minute or two. Doesn't have to be perfect. Doesn't need to be complete. We just want to get you on the path. Gaylord Poems. Right now it's 40 minutes, isn't it? What's that?
You said 1
Yeah, we may have you. We may have to run. What do you think we can get done?
Almost done.
Yeah, almost. Okay. All right, friends. So we want to talk about a little bit about what we came up with. What we got? Stephanie's in the future. She jumped into the future.
Well, just to continue on the education, I hadn't thought about subject matter speakers, like for doing the videos. Instead of me doing it, I mean, I could, but there are people who have more credibility in certain subjects and who are probably better communicators than I am. So get the best communicators to communicate messages.
There you go.
Awesome.
Very good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Jeff, what do you got, bud? Mike comes over. He comes up.
No, you're
Yes, it
muted.
does. No, I didn't speak. I was kidding. Okay, so here is what I can play those games all day.
I know.
That's my life with Trent. I got to keep Trent on the honest. Okay, so here's one thing that instead of it being a like a persona that we have to put on this issue that we have taken up, right? What if instead, what if it kind of just became who we were for the season, right? And so that by meaning that, it's like just figure out how you can weave your content into a conversation. I think if it was the old name that tune, I could get Jesus in a conversation in 3 notes.
Right.
Right. And so it's like with your issue, whatever it is, right? And also be able to recognize either neutral or non-productive conversation. I used to engage in so much conversation that was literally going nowhere, and look back and go, geesh, I had a chance to raise my issue in that moment, right? And so you also have to be prepared in that case to, once again, this is biblical, here I go, but you have to be prepared to tell your issue in many different forms. You might have 5 seconds, you might have 30 seconds, you might have 5 minutes, but this can be part of your DNA, if it, like in the passion, like what I have, because we never know when we are standing in the grocery store in line next to somebody who is somebody's neighbor, right?
Yeah.
That we need to do, or in the doctor's office or just any time that we just kind of stare at each other anymore in this culture. It's a perfect opportunity. Oh, the weather is nice today. Yes, it is. Did you see those chemtrails or whatever your deal is, right? Okay. It can work. It can work, but it can't be something that we have to turn on and turn off. And so for me, it's so simple. What I'm going to need, I started to list them, and then I laughed because I literally started listing the fruit of the Spirit. That's what I need is love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, gentleness, and self-control. Amen.
Amen.
Can I share mine?
Yes, please go ahead. Yeah.
Because this is really about when you think about an advocacy campaign or something with an end goal, it requires a lot of different components.
He had a good business, solid product, good people. He just couldn't figure out why growth had stalled. Sherlock found the buyers he didn't know were looking. Now he knows exactly where to go next. Learn more at investinanswers.com.
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. And today, the average funeral with burial can cost around $8,000 or more. Don't leave your loved ones facing unexpected bills. Right now, LifeCare is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. With a quick call, you can find out if you qualify for affordable whole life insurance designed to help protect your family from these costs. In many cases, no medical exam is required, no lengthy health questionnaires, and coverage decisions can be made quickly. Call now to review your final expense coverage options. Call 800-519-1427. That's 800-519-1427. If you were exposed to asbestos, you may be entitled to financial compensation.
Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve. Call now.
800-895-0489.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be in.
And this doesn't necessarily, the way I read this, it doesn't necessarily mean it has to be different people. It could be you have to wear a lot of hats, and so you do, but you at least need to know what the hats are.
Right.
And so, like, for example, if I want to get an episodic series ever made, or even a pilot, I'm going to need good writing for the product to even talk about. I'm going to need someone who's a good connector, whether it's me or other people or both, somebody who can help establish relationships to even talk about it. I'm going to need graphic designing for just putting things in leave behinds or in different kinds of things like that. And and some element of fundraising capability. And which one of those roles are mine or not is remains to be seen, but you have to be intentional that you know what needs to be done.
Right.
And that you're not missing it, I think, is how I see that.
Right.
That's really good, Stephanie. And Martha actually put something in the chat. She's kind of that same mind. So she's like, campaign expertise, what materials and activities, right? Financial donors, totally makes sense. Where's the money going to come from? Platforms for getting out information, which organizations is she going to use and who needs to do what? And then ground level workers, right? Knock on doors, put up signs, make phone calls, do what they need to do.
Right.
Right. This allows you to visualize it.
Yes, and every one of those people should be operating ideally in the fruit of the spirit.
Amen.
Right? That's the mantle we should be trying to win or
Exactly.
receiving.
Amen.
Amen.
Look at y'all. All right. Nice work. So if you turn the page in your manual, so we talked about the different tasks and things. This is just a page for you if you desire to get more specific. You don't have to use that now. You can use that later. You can use it never, but it is there for you if you would like to get more detailed and you need a little more room, right?
Yeah, it's one line. It's me.
Me.
Me and then me. Oh, yeah, right. And who else? Oh, me.
Me on Thursday.
I'm the committee of one.
Me on Wednesday. Yeah.
Me, myself for a meeting. And have a good talking to myself.
Me, myself, and all meeting.
That gives me 3 on the board. Yes, me, myself, and I. Yes, Deanna, go ahead.
Yeah, as you guys talk, I keep thinking more things pop in. All these retired politicians of Democrat and Republican. Some of the blue dog Democrats. Yeah. Like Bob Graham. Yeah. Mel Martinez, Bill McCollum, John Micah are all, I need to think of some more Democrats. Maybe Betty Castor.
Hey.
You know, the best advice I had when I ran in 2008, somewhere around there, was from Bill Donegan, which he was the what was his title?
Orange County Commissioner.
No, he was not a commissioner. He was in charge of property.
Oh, who's the appraiser?
Best advice I got it was from him.
What did he say?
What he told me history of the opponent. He told me what he did to campaign. Who did he hire? How did he put the signs? They hired group of politicians or candidates hired a particular person. That person put all the signs instead of just me paying for just one and each one. I mean, there were so many details that he told me in an afternoon that I was. And then there was a Republican lady, which probably you don't know her name, but Jerry Buchanan. Yeah. You know Jerry Buchanan? She told me, if you see the media, run away the other way. Good advice. I said, well, why? I need the money. And she said, no, because in 10 years, they'll take a little bit of what you said before and they'll
use it against you.
Yeah.
So true. All right. Know your foe. All right, guys. Good. So reflections. Now, this part of reflection, because we're right at the end, right, is before you do that, let's take a minute to consider what you've learned. All right, just take a breath, right? Because you covered a lot today. Okay. All right. Because there are some things that you're going to want to do. Right. Basic schedule that you and your team will commit to. And then make a commitment to your commitment, as Les Brown would say. Okay.
So people don't make a commitment to their commitment.
Yeah. But it's so true, right? How true is that? You need to make a commitment to your commitment.
We wouldn't have gotten here if we didn't make a commitment to our commitment.
Right. So
all the other stuff.
As we land the plane, guys, if you'll turn the page to chapter 12.
Can I say something about the commitment thing?
Oh, sure. Let me go.
In this book about, it wasn't rules for, I think it was called Rules for Titans. It was something like that, and it was all these rules that people, not many millionaires, but billionaires, and what they all have in common. And one of them was they are relentlessly protective of their schedule, and they don't let people steal their time.
So true.
Even like in an office environment, when people want to say good morning and they bring their coffee to the office and they want to chit chat, and they'll be like,
Nope.
Hey, good to see you, man, but I'm sorry, I'm plugging away here. Like, they're there to work, and that's it. Like, and that's something, the human side, and especially the good Christian in us, I think we want the brotherhood time and the fellowship time, but I think the enemy can use that to kind of lie to you and go, yeah, no, you're just,
right.
You know, you got to be mindful anyway, right? Aware.
Your time is the most important thing that you have, the most valuable thing that you have.
And then it's gone forever.
Father has you on a mission and on his timeline. It's not our timeline. We can't be playing around with his timeline.
Yeah.
Very good. So let me do this, because we're right at the end here. So chapter 12, we come back around to where we started, right? So how can I build a God-centered campaign? Whatever you're going to advocate for, as Jeff has said to us throughout this training, we're talking about working in the spirit, right? Because we know how this battle is won and how it's waged, right? Let's go back to the primary essential question. What can I do to create the kind of society that I want to live in? It's a little different than when we started this morning, right? That question was kind of nebulous. Well, I don't know. I got to figure that out. Well, you've spent the day getting to the point where this question takes on a completely different meaning, right? Because now you have an idea of how you can create the type of society you want to live in. What's your contribution going to be? Right? Now you have a much better idea. And you can find those answers in each of the chapter essential questions and the work that you've done today. We told you kind of get a playbook, like you get a blueprint out of this thing, and there you go, right? So if you guys take a look, we've actually laid out all the pieces for you in a slightly different way so you can see the different parts, right? That's in the following pages. And then here at the end, we ask you to start to pull it together. These aren't things you have to do right now, but this is work for you going forward. So
yeah, I would get quiet.
Yeah.
In prayer time and stuff like that, and then go over chapter 1 and answer the question. Go over chapter 2, right? So that you can pull all the information forward, so that you have all of your ideas and your thoughts centered, so you get really all your ideas are coming together. Yeah. Okay.
And that's what you do over these pages.
Yep.
Right? And then as we get into reflections, so that work that we had you doing, going back and forth, if you didn't do it, that's fine. What Juliana said, you can pull all those notes forward and begin to piece those together. And I say at this point, congratulations on getting through Watchmen Action training.
Wonderful. There's one page I actually think that we need to put back in there. I don't know how I took it out, but it was "Let God be God." No, it's not in there. It's not in the book. I don't know what we did.
Wow. Oops.
I know that's a huge oops. Okay, so chapter 12 is all about making sure that you're submitted to Father's will and that you're doing what he wants you to do, how he wants you to do it, which goes back to, it's his timeline. It's not our timeline. Yeah, I goofed. I don't know what I did wrong. I pulled that one piece out. Father leads. That's the most important thing. That's why we wanted to wrap everything up with chapter 12 of pulling everything together and understanding that it's for his glory and he's the one who's doing it. And we're just the foot soldiers, right? Because Father can't have things happen on earth without our permission.
What you got there, Jeff?
I wanted to show you chapter 1 of our book is called "There is a God and You Are Not Him."
That's so true. That is so true.
Ain't that the truth?
Yeah, that is the truth.
And aren't we glad we're not?
Amen. Amen.
Amen.
Guys, congratulations. That's a lot to take in today. Well done. A round of applause for yourself. Jeff.
See you, Juliana.
Oh, you guys are so welcome. You guys are so welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Martha, Jeff, we'll let you guys get on with your day. Thank you for being here and being through all of it. The recording will be available in the next day or two. So you guys will be able to go back and go through it. And you are welcome to print out if you haven't already, you can print out a copy of your workbook.
Yep, that's what I've been following all day. And I just want to take a moment to thank you two, because I spent a couple years with a nationally known conference group that you guys, everybody knows. And I'd stay afterwards and interview the people that attended the conferences. And the overriding thing was, that was all great, but how come there was no battle plan? And so what you all have done, and we talked about this when we met, is give us a plan. And so for once, I want everyone to understand this is not just more knowledge, because knowledge is not where it's at. It's the application of that knowledge, right? And then you'll never know who you may empower, right? And have a whole new group of people that's going to come on board. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Jeff. All right, you guys. You are, what did they say, church? You are released. You are released. You are dismissed.
You may depart.
Yes.
That's the royal way.
He had a good business, solid product, good people. He just couldn't figure out why growth had stalled. Sherlock found the buyers he didn't know were looking. Now he knows exactly where to go next. Learn more at investinanswers.com.
Watchmen Action Training provides a masterclass for advocating. In less than a day, you and your group are ready to win the battles that matter most. Visit watchmenaction.org to learn more.
When you choose Patriot Mobile, you're not just picking a wireless provider. You're choosing a company that shares your values. It's easy to switch, and you can keep your number, your phone, and most importantly, your values. With Patriot Mobile, you get the power of nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks. That means wherever life takes you, we've got you covered on the same reliable networks you already know and trust. And when you need us, we're here for you right here at home. Our customer service is 100% US-based, because we believe that support should come from people who understand you and your values. At Patriot Mobile, you're not just another call, you're a priority. In today's world, where you spend your money matters more than ever, every dollar is a vote for the kind of future you want to build. Join the thousands of Americans making a difference with every call, every text, and every connection. Choose a company that shares your values. Choose Patriot Mobile.
Most growing businesses are making 7-figure decisions on gut feel and assumptions. The biggest companies in the world don't operate that way. Neither should you. Sherlock gives you market intelligence they pay 6 figures for. We find your buyers before your competitors do. Visit investinanswers.com to learn more.
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately,
Hey guys, you know Juliana and I and what we do, so let's be honest. The healthcare system has become a maze of red tape and sky-high costs. That's why we want you to check out Altrua Health Share. That's a community of people helping people. Now, Altrua isn't insurance. It's a faith-based health sharing community where members cover one another's medical needs, not corporate profits. Okay, important stuff. You'll get access to over 1 million providers nationwide, and you can save thousands of dollars a year based on what you're dealing with now. It's time to take control of your health care. So here's what we need you to do. We need you to go to altruahealth.org/Watchmen. That's altruahealth.org/Watchmen. And when you get there, use the promo code FREEDOM100 for an additional discount. Or you can give them a call and discuss the options. 512-717-4639. That's 512-717-4639.
again, friends, and welcome to another episode of Culture Crossroads. I'm Andrew Southwick. He is R.C. Williams, and she is Juliana Ormond, they of Watchmen Action, and we are so glad that you are with us once again this week. Thank you for spending some of your time with us, whether you're seeing us right here on Beck News Network or any of the other platforms that carry the program, that you see the program on demand, online, wherever it is. We thank you so much for it. And in fact, I want to take some time right now to let people know, or RC will let people know, all the different places that you can find Culture Crossroads, Watchmen Action, all that good stuff. And then we're going to dive into a jam-packed show for you today. But RC, take it away.
Thanks, Andrew. All things Watchmen Action, super easy. Just go to Watchmen, it's plural, WatchMen action.org. You'll find more information on us, the organization, information on Culture Crossroads, and all that good stuff. If you're looking for us on social media, the handles are super simple. All socials, our handle is Watchmen Action. And if you're looking for Andrew Southwick on YouTube, go to Culture Crossroads 316. You will see Culture Crossroads, all of his other programming, and those legendary monologues, one of which he is going to provide for us this evening.
Oh, my goodness. You're too kind, RC. You're too kind. I will try to live up to the hype here, but I'm not sure that I'll make it, but we'll do what we can. You know, while I'm thinking about these things, RC and Juliana, when you're in a tight month, money-wise, do you guys sit down at the table and do you figure out, like what you need to cut in order to make ends meet? Or do you do like what DC does and just say, you know what, we're going to raise the debt ceiling, even though you can't really do that because you're maxed out? Do you guys have the option to just, call your creditor or call your bank and say, hey, I know that the bottom line says zero, but we're going to go ahead and say there's another 12 grand in there. Does that work for you? It hasn't worked for me lately. What about you?
Don't you wish that it worked for us the same way that it works for them? Absolutely not. That is not the way that it works in the real world.
Sorry, I have a quick admission of guilt. So I actually do that. And you know what they say to me? They're like, we can send over the padded van and put you in the straitjacket whenever you'd like, sir.
Yes. Well, we need hundreds of padded vans to go to DC, because in America's 250th anniversary, we celebrate that by crossing the $40 trillion debt mark. $40 trillion, friends. Just under 12 trillion of that has been in the Trump administration. Another 9 trillion under Biden. So you have roughly half of that coming since 2016. And I'll get into this here in a minute, but look, there's a basic truth about debt that applies to a family, a business, or a government. Borrowing can delay a problem, but it can't make the problem disappear. Eventually, somebody has to pay the bill. And that's the part of America's debt conversation that Washington still seems determined to avoid. Now, Fox Business recently reported that the national debt is now $40 trillion, and that roughly 1/4 of that total has been added during President Trump's time in office across his 2 terms, as we just noted. When Trump first took office in January 2017, the national debt was roughly $19.9 trillion. By the time his first term ended, it had climbed to $27.7 trillion. And when he returned to office in January 2025, the debt stood at around $36.2 trillion. And by mid-August of 2026, it was just shy of $40 trillion. That works out to roughly $11.5 trillion in additional debt during just President Trump's time as president, both terms. Now, that does not mean that Trump created the debt crisis, because he did not. This problem has been building for decades. Republicans have contributed to it. Democrats have contributed to it. Congress has contributed to it. They control the purse strings, by the way. Presidents of both parties have signed the spending bills. COVID obviously played a massive role during Trump's first term and during Biden's term. There was, and in fact, in Biden's term, there was even more COVID spending than there was under Trump. And of course, we have wars, we have recessions, we have stimulus packages, we have tax changes, expanding entitlement programs, and countless spending bills that are always described as necessary at the time. There's always a reason. And that's exactly how governments get into this situation. You see, nobody wakes up one morning and says, you know what sounds like a good idea? Let's bankrupt the country. How's that? It happens really one necessary or supposedly necessary decision at a time. A little more borrowing here, another emergency over there, maybe another program that we can't possibly cut, another constituency that can't be told no. And eventually the exception then becomes the normal way of doing business. That's where America is right now. We are borrowing enormous amounts of money during what are, historically speaking, fairly normal economic conditions. According to the Congressional Budget Office, the federal government is expected to spend roughly $7.4 trillion in fiscal year 2026, while collecting only around $5.6 trillion. So we're talking about a deficit of approximately $1.9 trillion in a single year. Think about that just for a minute. We're not in the middle of the Great Depression. At least we won't admit it. We're not financing World War II. We won't admit it. We're not in the opening weeks of a global pandemic. According to all signs, we're in normal Washington, D.C. And the problem with normalizing trillion-dollar deficits is that eventually the debt itself begins consuming the budget. Interest payments on the national debt are already running above $1 trillion per year. Now, that might be the number Americans need to understand more than any other, because when Washington spends $1 trillion on interest, we're not buying anything new. We're not building infrastructure with that money. We're not improving education. We're not strengthening the military, nor are we securing our border, for that matter. We are paying for decisions that have already been made. We are sending money out the door simply because we borrowed money yesterday, and that's where debt starts becoming dangerous. There comes a point where yesterday's spending begins crowding out tomorrow's choices, and history has plenty of examples of governments that discovered this too late. Now, I don't think we need to go through 10 collapsing empires to make the point, but there are a couple worth remembering. Take France in the years leading up to the French Revolution. The French government had accumulated enormous debts through years of wars and government spending. And by the late 1780s, a tremendous share of government revenue was being consumed simply servicing those obligations. The government reached the point where it had made more promises than its finances could support. And once investors, taxpayers, and political leaders began losing confidence in the government's ability to manage the situation, the fiscal problem became a political crisis. And that financial breakdown wasn't the only cause of the French Revolution, obviously, but it was one of the major forces that pushed the government toward the breaking point. Now, a more modern example is Argentina. Argentina spent years running chronic deficits and accumulating debt, repeatedly convincing itself that another loan, another restructuring, or another political promise could keep the system going. Eventually, investors stopped believing it, right? So in 2001, Argentina defaulted on its sovereign debt, and the consequences hit ordinary people very quickly. The economy contracted dramatically, unemployment then surged, poverty exploded, banks restricted withdrawals, the currency lost huge amounts of its value. That's what Americans sometimes misunderstand when we talk about a government debt crisis. It doesn't remain an argument between economists. Eventually, it reaches people's kitchen tables. It reaches our savings accounts. It reaches our paychecks. It reaches the price of food. It reaches retirement accounts. Now, look, America is not Argentina, and it's important to say that clearly. The United States has enormous advantages that many countries throughout history did not have. We control our own currency, for example, and the dollar remains the world's dominant reserve currency. The U.S. Treasury securities remain central to global finance. Now, we have one of the largest and most productive economies in human history to boot. Those things give us breathing room. But breathing room is not the same as immunity. In fact, I would argue those advantages actually make Washington less disciplined, because every time someone warns that the debt is unsustainable, easy for me to say, the political class points out that nothing has collapsed yet. And technically, they're right. Treasury auctions still happen. The government still borrows. checks still clear and Social Security payments still arrive. The lights are still on in our homes. So apparently everything must be fine. But that's like saying a family is financially healthy because the credit card hasn't been declined yet. The question is not whether you can borrow another dollar today. The question is whether your obligations are growing faster than your ability to pay them tomorrow. And according to the Congressional Budget Office, that's exactly the direction we are heading. CBO projects that the debt held by the public will continue climbing relative to the size of the economy, reaching levels higher than the record set after World War II. And if current policy trends continue long enough, the numbers get increasingly difficult to comprehend. But here's where the conversation becomes politically uncomfortable, particularly for Republicans. If we're serious about federal spending, eventually we have to talk about entitlements. There is no mathematically honest way around that. And I understand why politicians don't want to touch the subject. People paid into their Social Security their entire working lives. Millions of seniors depend on Medicare. These programs are not abstract line items. They represent promises people organize their lives around. So when someone casually says, we'll just cut entitlements, well, that's not serious policy either. You cannot pull the rug out from under a 72-year-old retiree who spent 40 or 50 years paying taxes because Washington finally discovers a calculator, all right? But you also cannot pretend these programs have nothing to do with the debt problem. Once again, going back to the CBO projections, Social Security and Medicare are among the largest drivers of future federal spending growth. Between 2027 and 2036, the CBO estimates that increases in Social Security and Medicare will account for roughly 81% of the growth in mandatory spending. And that's the conversation Washington doesn't want to have, and they certainly don't want to tell you that. Everybody likes talking about cutting foreign aid or eliminating ridiculous government grants, and I support cutting waste wherever we can find it. Go through every agency, eliminate programs that don't work, get rid of duplicated bureaucracies, stop subsidizing corporations, stop investing in them, by the way, stop funding pet projects that exist because some senator needed something for his or her district. Absolutely. But we have to be mature enough to admit that we're not solving a structural debt problem at $40 trillion by finding a few $1 billion in stupid government programs. The numbers simply don't work. If you refuse to discuss Social Security, Medicare, and the broader entitlement structure while simultaneously promising to balance the budget, then you need to explain exactly how that arithmetic works. And slogans don't count. This is where Republicans, including President Trump, are going to have to decide whether fiscal conservatism is something we actually believe or something we just put in campaign speeches. Because conservatives have spent decades criticizing Democrats for reckless spending. We talked about balanced budgets. We talked about limited government. We talked about leaving a stronger country to our children. But when someone suggests changing a popular program, suddenly many Republicans sound exactly like the Democrats they spent years criticizing. Nobody wants their program touched. Nobody wants their benefits reconsidered. Nobody wants to be the politician who tells voters that something has to change. And again, I understand the political calculation, because the politician who promises reform risks losing the next election. The politician who promises everybody everything might win. But that raises another important question. At what point does governing become more important than winning? Because eventually somebody is going to have to make decisions that are unpopular. And maybe that means gradually increasing eligibility ages for younger Americans who have decades to prepare. Or maybe it means testing certain benefits for retirees. Or maybe it means restructuring benefits for future generations rather than current recipients. Maybe it means introducing more competition into Medicare. There are plenty of legitimate policy arguments about what reform should look like. And I'm less interested today in dictating the exact formula than I am in saying something politicians clearly refuse to say. The current trajectory cannot continue forever. It cannot. That shouldn't even be controversial by this point. No government can indefinitely spend substantially more than it collects while piling the difference onto an ever-growing debt balance. Eventually, one of several things happens. Okay, taxes rise, spending gets cut, inflation reduces the real value of government's obligations. That's why they like inflation, by the way. Or lenders demand more money to continue financing the government. That's interest. Most likely, we get eventually some combination of all of these things. And that interest rate problem deserves more attention. If investors begin believing the United States is becoming financially less stable, they will demand higher interest rates to lend the U.S. money. Then the cost of servicing the debt rises. That creates larger deficits. Larger deficits require additional borrowing. Additional borrowing increases interest expenses even more. And before long, the debt starts feeding itself. And this is when a fiscal problem becomes extremely difficult to unwind. Some people respond by saying the United States can never truly go bankrupt because we print the currency our debt is denominated in, and there is some truth there. America is extremely unlikely to experience a bankruptcy in the way a business does, but that doesn't mean there are no consequences. Governments can technically repay creditors in dollars while simultaneously making those dollars worthless. And if that happens, the burden of government debt doesn't disappear. It gets transferred to the public through reduced purchasing power. Are you hearing me, people? Your Social Security check may still arrive. Your salary may still show up. Your savings account may have the same number printed on the inside as it does the statement. But if the dollar buys substantially less than it used to, somebody's still paying for the government's decisions, and I can tell you that somebody is in D.C. That's why this isn't really a debate about Washington accounting. It's a debate about what kind of economy our children are going to inherit. It's about how much of their income will eventually be required to finance decisions they never made. That's the moral dimension of this conversation that politicians also will never talk about. We have spent trillions of dollars that future Americans are responsible for servicing. People who weren't old enough to vote when these spending bills passed, in some cases, people who aren't even born yet. And we're effectively telling them, hey, we wanted these benefits now, so you're going to have to figure out how to pay for them later. That's not fiscal responsibility. I would argue it's not conservative. So here's the question I would ask every politician who tells you they're serious about the national debt. What are you actually willing to stop spending money on? I mean, that matters. Don't tell me you support cutting waste. Everybody supports cutting waste. Show me the number. Show me the program. Show me the reform. Show me how your budget balances. And if the answer is that nothing popular can ever be touched, then just admit we're not serious about balancing the budget. Because there is no painless solution anymore. We have passed the painless exits a long time ago. The choices are now between making difficult adjustments while we still have control over the process, or waiting until financial circumstances make those decisions for us. And history suggests that voluntary reform is almost always less painful than a forced reform. That's the part I keep coming back to. America is not bankrupt, okay? And we're not Greece. America is not Argentina. There is no reason to panic here. But there's every reason to pay attention, because financial crises usually look impossible right up until the moment they're unavoidable. For years, people can point to the fact that nothing terrible has happened yet. Fine. The government borrows another $1 trillion. The markets absorb it. Another spending bill passes. Another election happens. And the warnings begin sounding repetitive. Then one day, the numbers finally matter. I don't know where that line is for the United States. Nobody does. That's what makes this spending so dangerous. Maybe we have another decade before the pressure becomes severe, maybe longer. Or maybe events accelerate it sooner. But I know this much. There is no economic theory, not one, that allows a government to spend beyond its means forever without consequence. And that consequence will always bear out on the people, not the government. And there is no political slogan capable of overruling arithmetic. We still have time to make choices. We still have an extraordinarily strong economy, at least because we pretend it's free anyway. We still have the world's reserve currency, that's true. And we still have the ability to reform these programs gradually instead of waiting until we're forced to change them suddenly. But having time is only useful if we will actually use it. And maybe that's the question Americans should start asking when politicians promise us another benefit or another subsidy or another program or another $1 trillion bill. Who ultimately is going to pay for this? Because somebody always does. Maybe it's us through taxes. Maybe it's retirees through reduced benefits. Maybe it's workers through inflation. Maybe it's our children through decades of debt service. But the cost never disappears simply because Washington moves it off of today's balance sheet. Debt spending works wonderfully right up until it doesn't. And when that moment arrives, history tells us that governments rarely get to choose who suffers. So the real question is not whether America's bill eventually comes due. It will. The question is whether we are willing to start paying it responsibly while we still have a choice. The numbers finally matter. I don't know where that line is for the United States as to when they do. But again, we have some time. Maybe we have a respite. But the time is running out. And if we don't face these things now, and if we don't have some leaders with some guts, with some intestinal fortitude, as they say, to say, you know what? These entitlements, the Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid that are eating up 81% of our mandatory spending, if we don't address how to curb some of that spending, we're not going to have that money to spend anymore. And then it's not just that you'll have a reduced benefit for a future generation. There won't be a benefit there at all for any generation. And that will be immediate. I want to bring in R.C. Williams and Juliana Ramad for a comment and a reaction. $40 trillion in debt, my friends, and it ain't slowing down. What say you?
I just want to start by saying that this sounds like it's the ruse, because if you were to really look into what's happening, it's almost like our government does things that are positive, and when money comes in, they keep it for themselves. But when it's negative, they pass it off to the people, because that 40 trillion, we didn't agree to that 40 trillion. All that's happening in the Middle East and all the money that they're spending and whatnot, we the people aren't okay with what's happening. Why is it that these people are making decisions for us and then we have to hold the bucket of what's happening here? Like, and then the monies goes to the children. Like at this point, like this is not what we've asked for. So why is it a debt that we're incurring when this is the government and that what they're doing? It's like they're borrowing money and they're creating all this inflation and they're making all this money and we have to hold the bag from it.
So Andrew, Juliana, if I can take a moment of levity just because of the topic. Years ago, comedian Cedric the Entertainer during the Kings of Comedy tour addressed this exact subject. When he said, if I was president and I looked at all those trillions, I would just look at him and say, look, man, I ain't got it. I can put something on it, but I ain't got it. I ain't never going to be able to pay it. Now, we can chuckle at that, but the reality is this. That number is absolutely insane. And can you print your way out of it? Well, maybe on paper, but Andrew, here's what happens eventually. Let's be honest. The U.S. ain't paying that debt. Nope. As we're doing the show, Scott Bassett just had a setback with regard to treasuries and bonds. Right? Thought he was going to be able to do a bond rescue. Didn't quite work out the way that he intended. If a guy that smart can't figure it out, what does that tell you about the 40 trillion in debt? What it tells you is that it will be nearly impossible to pay off. So the alternative is to make it go away. Now, we've talked many times on this show about what that would ultimately look like with a CBDC or some nearest union equivalent. Here's the honest truth. You never pay off 40 trillion in debt. You simply can't do it. Right? You can try to inflate your way out of it, but then you end up looking like World War I Germany. So what's the alternative? You've got to figure out a way to make it all go away and manage to keep people whole. It's pretty scary to think about how that's going to look.
Do you think, again, I do agree, and I think it's true, that we do have a moral obligation to those Americans who have paid in their entire lives and that they have counted on these services because that's what the government said 60 years ago, 50 years ago, 40 or 30 years ago. But at some point, we have to find the line where we say, okay, that's going to go up to this point, and then we have to start easing off of it. I mean, I don't know of any other way to do it, but we're going to have to be honest, which means one of these generations has to be the first in line to say, okay, reduce my benefits. Now, in contrast to a war in Iran where we have quote unquote short-term pain for long-term gain, if you reduce my quote unquote retirement benefits, which by the way, RC and Juliana, I think we realize we're not going to see any of that money anyway. I don't think any of us actually believe that Social Security is going to be around when we start drawing. Mm-hmm. So that gives us less than 30 years until we really see some of that. But if somebody would have the guts to say, okay, we're going to come up to this line, whatever, make it Gen X. We're Gen X, let's do it. And we'll be the first one to say, okay, you know what, I'll take that pain because tomorrow my kids aren't going to have to do that. And I'll do that now. And I think that's one thing, RC, you and I were talking off the air earlier today. One of the directives and missives of this show and the work that you do with Watchmen Action and what we do together, it's really for what we're leaving the next generation and the one after that. What is this going to be? And it's like the founders when they founded America, I'm not comparing us to the founders in terms of our national greatness by any stretch, but conceptually that they fought for a freedom that they would never fully see themselves. It was a freedom they dreamed of that one day maybe their grandkids or great-grandkids might experience. Now, sadly, we're giving a lot of that back for free stuff, and that free stuff is causing us to go bankrupt as a nation. But I would be willing to be, that's a short-term pain for a long-term gain. I'd be willing to pay. What do you think? Have you heard of maybe other ways around it from some of your conversations with other leaders, politicians, economic thinkers, and the like?
Andrew, honestly, there isn't really a way around it unless you crash the thing and you start over again. And that may sound crazy to some people, but it's not out of the realm of possibility. Here's one other thing that people should be aware of. The government has habitually lied to the American people for so long that I don't even think they realize how crazy they actually are. So they're the benefits you see. Medicare, Social Security, we've talked about those. And obviously something is going to have to be done. And somebody's going to have to take some type of pain to at least make an effort to right the ship. But here are the other things the government said to you. Hey, listen, you can't take care of your own retirements. We're going to create the 401k. You're going to put in your money pre-tax, and then eventually we'll start letting you draw it back out. Here's what's interesting, Andrew. You will never pay a lower rate of tax than you do today. So what do you think is going to happen to all that money that you put in retirement when you got to start pulling it? You're going to pay a tax rate that's going to be significantly higher than the one that you have today. On the other side of that, and we have people in our families that deal with this right now, are pensions. So there were promises made by companies or by state agencies or whatever about pensions. And the nasty secret they didn't tell you is that the people they relied on to make your money make money were like crackheads in a casino. And they started losing. So then they were told to go bigger and try to make up the losses. Andrew, there are so many underfunded pensions in America right now. There are so many nasty surprises coming. It's going to be the toilet bowl effect. And I think it starts, the tip of the spear are the public benefits. But when you get to some of the ones that are supposed to be yours, it's a much nastier look. And don't think for 1 minute that your government will not lie to you to the point where they'll start pulling from that money, because right now they control it.
Which is why it is important. That's why we encourage people, be prepared. As much as you can now, don't depend on this government, because they do not have your best interests at heart, and they don't give two wits, to use the censored version, about what your future holds or your security thereof or any obligations they made to you, because we know that our government's obligations are no longer to we the people. That's part of the things we're fighting against. All right, we're going to take a break. When we come back, it is the rundown. RC and Juliana will stick around. We'll be right back. We hope you'll stick around too. Culture Crossroads continues. And welcome back to Culture Crossroads. It's time for the rundown. All the news and notes you need to know in no particular order. Now, Republicans may want to pay attention to what just happened in Western Pennsylvania. Democrat Brandon Dukes has apparently flipped Pennsylvania House District 12, defeating Republican Scott Timko by just 88 votes, with more than 99% counted. But the margin isn't the biggest part of the story. Donald Trump carried this district by more than 18 points in 2024, and Republicans had controlled the seat for nearly 30 years. And this is Butler County. This is the same county where Trump was shot during the July 2024 assassination attempt. All right, this is Trump country. Democrats just walked into one of the most recognizable pieces of Trump country in America and flipped a state house seat. Now, one special election doesn't predict a national election, of course, particularly with turnout this low. But Republicans dismiss this at their own risk. Democrats say they've now flipped 31 state legislative seats since Trump returned to office. And with the midterms approaching, is this simply a strange special election or another warning that parts of the Trump coalition are either staying home or starting to move away? All right, my friends, does a district that Trump won by 18 points move roughly 18 to 20 points toward Democrats in less than 2 years? Is this a Republican turnout problem, or are Trump voters who voted for him in 24 actually starting to change their minds?
I'm going to start by saying there's a lot of people that have left the MAGA movement because the MAGA movement is no longer representing we the people. So now we're in an upheaval. You know, people are thinking, what are we supposed to be doing next? And, you know, what's been going on is it's our own fault. I mean, everything from Mamdani getting in New York to what's going on in Pennsylvania, we're going to get creamed at the next elections. Like, you know, Republicans say that we're okay. And the fact of the matter is that we're not. As a party, we are not okay. They're not representing the church people, the kingdom people. And we're sitting here going, we don't know what to do. But you know what? A year and a half ago, Trump said to us, you know, where we're going to go, where the Republicans going to be able to go.
Yeah. There's a boxing analogy, Andrew, when somebody hits you with a 1-2 punch and then a hook, they call it a 2-piece and a biscuit.
That's for a reason.
That's for a very good reason. Yep. Juliana, you're right. So, Andrew, I think that Trump won that district in 2024 by something like 19 or 20 percentage points. That flip is indicative of a number of things that we're seeing around the country right now. People need to be paying attention.
Now, we've now seen Democratic overperformance in multiple special elections. At what point does the GOP stop calling these isolated races and maybe start to see a pattern? Because if the Republicans lose the midterms, will the warning signs have been visible for months in these races, you know, exactly like this one?
Oh, boy. They will lie to people as long as they think they'll still believe it. I mean, let's just be honest, right? Hey, let's just keep telling people it's okay. Hey, go out and vote for these people. Go out and vote for run of the mill. They'll keep lying as long as they think they can get away with it. Andrew, here's the bigger problem, is that all the things that Republicans and conservatives historically do really badly, like the ground game, don't think that the other side hasn't figured that out. When you compound that with the fact that these guys are like, now it's time for us to strike, and their game is precision, this is an indicator, as we call them in the research business. This is a leading market indicator of things to come. Boy, the midterms on November 3rd are going to be messy.
It's going to be terrible.
Yeah.
All right. Well, here's a story that does need one important clarification before everybody starts sharing the headline here. But James Tallarico, he's the Senate candidate in Texas, running against Ken Paxton, has built part of his national reputation attacking billionaire influence in politics. He's talked repeatedly about wealthy donors. James Tallarico is the Democrat, by the way. He's talked repeatedly about wealthy donors buying politicians and has become one of the Democratic Party's loudest, quote-unquote, populist voices in Texas, although I'd say communist, but, you know, okay. Politico, though, reported that in 2024, Tallarico's Texas state campaign received roughly $59,000 from a Texas Sands Political Action Committee, Texas Sands PAC, a group primarily financed by Republican mega donor Miriam Adelson. This is the same Miriam Adelson whose millions of dollars were instrumental in ousting Thomas Massie from Kentucky. Now, at the time, the PAC was actually his largest donor. Adelson, of course, is one of Donald Trump's most important financial supporters. The catch here is that those contributions were made before Tallarico launched his current Senate campaign. Let's be clear about that. And current FEC records show his Senate committee raising tens of millions of dollars, primarily through individual contributions. Okay. So the fair question isn't necessarily, quote, is Miriam Adelson secretly funding Tallarico's Senate campaign, unquote, although it might be characterized that way. The better question is, how does a politician campaigning against billionaire influence explain taking Adelson-linked money just when it benefited him? Go.
This is wrong on every single level. I mean, this is supposed to be for we the people, not they, the ones that have a lot of money. And when you've got people from other countries coming in and telling the people of America who's going to get elected because they're shelling out the shekels, I mean, that's not right. Absolutely, positively not. We should not be having this kind of influence over our politics at all.
Andrew, you're a wrestling fan. We talked about this earlier today, right? This is that part that they call kayfabe. Kayfabe, right? It's all an act. It's a script. And whoever needs to get funded to deliver whatever result, including the false illusion of an enemy, that's going to work out for the greater agenda. Two wings, same bird. And depending on which wing you're looking at, two sets of the same feathers. Why am I not surprised in the least
that this has happened?
That this happened and you're sharing this story. Here's what I really want people to do. I want them to think about all the other scenarios similar to this one where something like this is likely happening, because those people that have been idol worshipped are your enemy.
Exactly.
And you don't even realize it because you're too busy worshiping idols, which biblically you're not supposed to do. This is a great indicator of that exact thing.
I probably shouldn't ask this question on air, but I'm going to anyway because I just thought of it and I don't have time to look it up. Did Trump endorse Ken Paxton? Do you know?
Yes, he did.
So Trump endorses Ken Paxton, but one of his largest financiers supports the other guy. Oh, okay. That's weird. It's
Politics
almost like after the WrestleMania 3 match when Macho Man Randy Savage fought Ricky the Dragon Steamboat for the Intercontinental Championship, and it was an incredible match. And then later on, they were caught hanging out at a bar together, laughing, and they're supposed to be enemies. Wait a minute, what the heck's going on? Oh, you're just friends. It's theater. Real quickly, though, do you think this exposes a larger truth, really, about our politics? That we're now becoming corporatists, that it's business interests that care more about policy access than even party labels, for that matter.
100%. When the people need a hero, we will provide him. Show. Kind of like Macho Man and Ricky Steamboat, which, by the way, that was an incredible match. That was legendary. Doesn't surprise me they were hanging out in a bar together talking about what a great job they did fooling everybody. Kind of like this.
All right. Okay, last story in the rundown here. President Trump is again making it clear that he does not want a Federal Reserve-controlled central bank digital currency in the United States. His January 2025 executive order prohibited federal agencies from establishing, issuing, or promoting a CBDC and ordered existing federal CBDCs initiatives shut down. Trump framed the issue around financial privacy, government surveillance, and economic liberty. But here's where the story has changed. This is no longer merely an executive order issue. In July, the bipartisan 21st Century Road to Housing Act became law, and buried inside it is a statutory prohibition on the Federal Reserve issuance of a CBDC through December 31st, 2030. So Congress has now put at least a temporary CBDC prohibition into federal law. The question now is whether that's enough. An executive order disappears when another president reverses it, and even the new statutory protection has an expiration date. If conservatives genuinely believe a government-controlled digital dollar represents a threat to financial privacy, shouldn't Congress make the prohibition a permanent one? What do you think?
Oh boy. Okay, so let's do a couple things here, right? So let's address the elephant in the room because it sounds good on the surface. Remember the old act, like look over here, look over. You're not watching, right? You don't see what's going on. No CBDC. Well, you know what would be extremely helpful is if you completely killed the Clarity Act and you didn't do stable coins, right? Or you didn't have Tether kind of pushing this thing to be the plumbing to make it happen. Andrew, all that's happening here is that the Trump administration has leaned into the thing people are most afraid of. Meanwhile, they're doing the exact same thing
It's all
under a different
theatrics.
name, which, going back to the top of the show during your monologue, when and if they decide they're not going to pay that debt, guess what happens? They come out and say, look, man, I ain't got it. Right? So look, you're all broke, but here's the good news. We're going to make you whole 1 for 1 as soon as you take this stable coin, because that's going to be the new primary, right? Now, all of our problems go away. You got all your money back, and now the golden age can abound. Notice what wasn't in there? The CBDCs, the big, hairy, scary boogeyman that you don't want. It's kind of like when people say, ban all the flock cameras. No, you know what you actually need to do? You need to take all the companies that are doing something like that and make sure you get all of them. Because interestingly enough, there are ties between the administration and the family and an alternative surveillance company where there's investment. You need to kill all of these things, not just the big, hairy, scary one they're making you believe is the enemy.
Because here's the reality of what's happening there. What the government is doing is removing the competition from their preferred way of doing it. And so
because the government hates competition.
That's right. So they turned us against the flock, against the CBDC. Meanwhile, hey, we've got this version of a digital currency here. We've got this camera company, and it's great. And now that we need it, now that your dollar's completely worthless, we'll restore it and make you whole. And and I'll bet you too, that when that day comes, and I believe it will come sooner than later, that all of a sudden prices will go down. Things will be very affordable once again, and it'll feel like a relief. But that is one more step into the open air prison that they're fashioning around us. That step's going to feel good, but we're not stepping out into the wild blue yonder, I'm afraid. All right, we've got another story to tackle when we come back. We're going to take a prediction markets and whether or not our military information is being used to make people rich. Yeah, that story coming up next on Culture Crossroads.
Did you want to? Oh, did you?
There he is.
Did you want to step away from this for the segment like you did last time? Or are you going to be in with me?
He's been bugging me this whole time. Does it make a difference?
Yeah.
I'm just covering him up.
That's all right. That's all right.
Mm-hmm. Aiden Gutierrez is on set.
Yes.
Okay.
I always said at church, I would always tell people, when babies would cry in service or whatever, and everybody turns around, I'd always tell them, listen, you should be happy about that because in other places around the world, there are kids screaming, but it's because the local militia has come in to shoot the church.
Yeah.
And so if our babies are crying because they're a little hungry or they're a little fussy, that's a blessing.
It's okay.
We should celebrate that,
Agreed.
So doesn't bother me.
Grandma has to work, okay?
Okay.
Good job. You covered up there. Good job.
He's moving me.
4, 3, 2, and welcome back to Culture Crossroads. Well, we're in a good mood right now, and that's okay. So, yes. Which is good for the story we got to tell you. This is a story that takes prediction markets from a political novelty to a potential national security problem. Reuters reports that researchers with the Anti-Corruption Data Collective identified more than 150 polymarket international wallets that may have traded based on inside U.S. military information. Researchers say suspicious long-shot wagers appeared ahead of military actions, including U.S. strikes involving Iran, and in some cases, those bets were quickly copied by large traders and automated bots. And that creates a problem much bigger than somebody making money on secret information, because these trades are visible on a public blockchain. Unusual betting activity could potentially become an intelligence signal all on its own. In other words, if insiders are betting before military action, foreign adversaries may not need a spy in the Pentagon. They may just need to watch the betting lines and the betting markets and see what's happening. RC, you brought this story to our attention here at the program. What's going on here?
Man, my goodness. So we have talked extensively on Culture Crossroads and our other stuff, Andrew, about polymarket and Kalshi, right? These prediction markets where people can make money. And one of our big challenges was when it comes from the top down, that this type of behavior that is bereft of a moral compass or a proper worldview happens, right? Look, it may not necessarily be moral or even ethical, but as long as it's legal, it's okay. As they say, a fish rots from the head. So now it's gotten from the point where somebody in the White House or in and around DC has enough inside information. Spoiler alert, the entire stock market and pretty much everything that you have your money invested in has inside information that moves it. Sorry, not sorry, but I digress.
Well, we also have the Trump Truth Social Club where people pay anywhere from $60,000 to $100,000 a month for early access to his posts, that sometimes those posts have preceded particular market moves that are also in correlation with the military efforts going on in Iran. Now, I don't want to report that all these things are connected, but it sure seems like they're in the same neighborhood.
How could you not make correlations and connect the dots to what's happening behind the scenes so that you can actually see what's going on and how money is influencing what's happening and how we, the people, don't have a voice anymore because their God called money is what is controlling everything behind the scenes?
Yeah. Andrew, if I can just talk about how actual gangster this whole thing is and how the company you keep is a huge determining factor in how you're perceived and what actually happens. Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary of the United States, a very close friend of President Donald Trump, is the original gangster on this. He had his family taking short positions when the stuff with Iran was about to kick off, and they made something to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars because they basically went and underwrote insurance contracts to insure their losses, knowing that the losses were coming. So if you don't believe me, Howard Lutnick was called to Capitol Hill to testify on this. And guess what happened? Absolutely nothing. But just as a quick aside, just so you understand, you scratch my back and I scratch yours. When President Trump was going through his bankruptcy, which he's written a number of books about and talked about how he came out of it, there were some people in his circle that really helped him out. You want to guess who the main linchpin for that was?
Who is it?
Howard Lutnick.
Oh, it's a small world. That's really convenient. Some people have all the luck. You know what I mean?
You know, by the way, Andrew, just a quick aside. You know who the other big hand in that was?
Who?
Wilbur Ross.
Huh.
Trump's first term. Guess what happened?
I'm still waiting.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Put the guys in position and you wonder why. Well, look who bailed them out.
Well, I guess this is the gravy train that will just keep on gravy training. Meanwhile, you and I will pay higher prices because remember, it's short-term pain for long-term gain, but we better ask who's the one making the long-term gain. When we come back, Faith Focus is next. There is something happening in America that I don't think we can ignore, and it can't simply be understood just by talking about political affiliations. We've got to dig into the spiritual roots of communism and why the spiritual roots are the engine that I believe is driving the rise of communism in America today. That report is next. Culture Crossroads. And welcome back one more time to Culture Crossroads. It's time for our Faith Focus segment. When government becomes God, there is something happening in America right now that I don't think can be understood simply by talking about elections or political parties, tax rates, or economic systems. And this is the rise of communism and of political movements that increasingly look to centralize government as the answer to virtually every human need. And I think this is really a spiritual issue. Because beneath the economics is a much older temptation. It's the temptation of humanity to replace God with something we can see, something we can control, and something that we'll convince ourselves to believe can save us, but save us on our own terms. And government has always been one of mankind's favorite substitutes. You can go all the way back to the book of Genesis. Now, after the flood, humanity gathers together at Babel, and they say, "Come, let us build for ourselves a city with a tower that reaches to the heavens so we can make a name for ourselves." That's in Genesis 11. Notice the impulse. We will build, we will organize, we will consolidate, we will make ourselves secure, we will create our own greatness, and we will do it without depending upon God. If you want to put that in modern day terms, we are the people we've been waiting for. Heard that recently? Now, this is an ancient temptation. Later in 1 Samuel 8, Israel looks around at the nations surrounding them, and they tell Samuel that they want a king. Now, God had already established how his people were to live, but they wanted something visible, something centralized, something that looked like the systems that everybody else had. Samuel warned them exactly what a king would eventually do. He would take their sons, he would take their daughters, he'll take their land, he'll take their crops, he'll take their wealth, and yet they still say, "No, we want a king over us." Why? Because fallen humanity repeatedly prefers earthly power it can see over a God that it must trust. And that, I believe, is one of the spiritual engines underneath communism. Communism doesn't merely make an economic claim. At its most fundamental level, it makes a theological claim. It says that if society can reorganize ownership, redistribute resources, centralize enough authority, and put the right people in charge, we can finally solve the human problem. But Christianity starts from a completely different premise, that the human problem is not primarily an economic arrangement, it is sin. Romans 3:23 says, "For all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God." Jeremiah tells us that the human heart is deceitful and wicked above all things. Who can know it? Jesus teaches us that evil comes from within the human heart. So here's the problem with every political philosophy that promises utopia through concentrated human power. Eventually, that power gets abused because human beings are sinful. And sinful human beings do not become less sinful because they receive a government title. Not sure if you noticed that. They don't suddenly become selfless because they're managing somebody else's property. Human beings don't suddenly become incorruptible because they've declared themselves servants of the people. If anything, Scripture repeatedly warns us about the danger of concentrated power because sinful people eventually use power for sinful purposes. And history has been painfully consistent about this. You remember the Soviet Union? Communist leaders promised equality, and they promised liberation from exploitation. Instead, Stalin's forced collectivization ripped agriculture out of individual hands and placed it under centralized state control. Millions died amid famine, imprisonment, and deportation and repression. OpenStax estimates that collectivization-related famine cost between 5 and 10 million lives across the Soviet Union. Then came the Great Terror. The Library of Congress describes Stalin's government terrorizing the country through widespread arrests, executions, sending millions of innocent Soviet citizens into labor camps or killing them in prison. That's where the dream of centralized equality led. Not because every person who wanted economic equality secretly wanted mass murder, of course not. It happened because once government possesses enough power to determine who owns what, who produces what, who receives what, and who is allowed to disagree, there's very little left standing between political authority and absolute authority. And absolute authority in the hands of sinful humanity becomes extraordinarily dangerous. Look at Mao's China. The Great Leap Forward. This was supposed to rapidly remake the economy through collectivization and centralized planning. Instead, it helped produce one of the most catastrophic famines in modern times. Scholarly estimates vary, but research summarized by the Association for Asian Studies puts famine-related deaths somewhere between 23 and 55 million, with around 30 million frequently cited. And again, this was the promise of prosperity through collective control. The reality was suffering on a scale that is difficult to comprehend, if not impossible. And this is why Christians should be very careful whenever any political movement begins speaking as though government can become the provider of every human need. And not just Christians, I would say, but if you're a liberty-loving conservative of any kind, that's why you should be careful. Because there is another question we ought to ask. If government assumes responsibility for everything, what happens to the institutions God actually commanded to care for people? And that brings us to the church then. Now, Scripture couldn't be clearer that Christians have an obligation toward one another and toward those in need. James 1:27 describes pure religion as caring for orphans and widows in their distress. Galatians 6:10 tells us, as we have opportunity, let us never cease to do good, especially to those who belong to the family of believers. And in Acts 2, believers were voluntarily, not government coerced, voluntarily, they shared their possessions so that the needs within the church could be met. Acts 4 tells us that believers sold property and brought the proceeds so distribution could be made to anyone who had need. I noticed something extremely important there. Nobody was confiscating their property. Peter makes that explicit in Acts 5. Speaking to Ananias, Peter says the property belonged to him before it was sold, and even after it was sold, the money remained at his disposal. That's not communism, that's generosity. And there's a world of difference between the two. Christian charity says, what God has entrusted to me, I will willingly use to bless my neighbor. Government collectivism says, what belongs to you may be taken and distributed according to the priorities of the state. We should not ask the government to become, in our lives, what only God can be. And we should be careful not to surrender to government the work God commanded his people to do. And maybe beneath the spiritual battle, beneath all this, it's ultimately very simple. The world keeps asking, who will take care of us? Communism answers the state. The Christian answer is that God will take care of us, and his people need to be willing to show up and be his hands and feet. All right, I want to bring in R.C. Williams and Juliana Ahmad for a response and our last word here on the program today. My friends, communism is on the rise. I believe there's a spiritual undercurrent to that, and I think the church can be a part of the front lines in combating that because, we have fought communism around the world and won as a nation. Now we are going to fight communism here at home, and maybe some different soldiers need to take the battlefield.
So the antidote for communism is absolutely the church. Let me just give a little story. There's a church that we love to visit once in a while. And there was a family where the mother was passing away and she had 2 teenage children. And they were like, okay, well, what are we going to do with the children? And one of the families said, you know what? I have 2 teenage children. I'll take in the 2 teenage children. And she's like, I don't really have the money and I don't have the resources. So the church says, you know what? We're going to get behind you. We're going to bring in the aunties and uncles are going to help you. We're going to bring in funding to be able to help you. We're going to help the kids go into all the different programs that we could possibly find through the church and elsewhere. That is what the church was supposed to be doing, not the government. But like you said, we've become lackadaisical and we're allowing the government to do what the church is supposed to do.
Talk about life and Kristen Hawkins, Students for Life. How are you, ma'am?
Thanks for having me. I'm very well.
Yeah, welcome to the Watchmen Brief. So if you could just give a 30,000-foot view for our audience that does not know you and your incredible work, and then I want to get into some of the details.
Well, I have the honor of leading Students for Life America and Students for Life Action. We are the pro-life movement's talent pipeline. So we have the honor of serving more than 1,600 Students for Life chapters in all 50 states and college and high school, med and law school campuses, and equipping this generation to be that ends abortion. So changing hearts and minds on our campuses of those most directly targeted by the abortion industry, but then also transforming their campuses to be a place where no woman ever again feels like she has to choose between the life of her child and her education or future career. And so we very much have a twofold goal. We're working with this generation, but we know the significance and importance of it, because if you look the history of social reform movements in our nation and our world, no side wins without having the largest, most well-trained, activated army.
Amen.
And so that's where we find our very unique niche in the pro-life movement, which is building and training up this army.
It is interesting to me, Kristen, Seth Gruber did a wonderful movie called The 1916
That's right.
Project, and talking about the history of Planned Parenthood that people don't understand.
Yeah.
Being someone who is Black, mixed. Margaret Sanger wanted to kill me before I ever got here. And so I posed that way because I want to talk to you about Gen Z. So Braden Sorbo was on the show yesterday. And it seems like the idea of abortion has become so normalized in society, it is like they are trying to get so far ahead of the future generations to eliminate us all. You're on the ground.
Yeah.
You deal with this on a regular basis. What is the feeling from young people when they encounter you and what you guys do?
It's really interesting, and it's changed. And I launched Students for Life 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I know I look a lot younger, but that was Gen Y. That was the snowflake generation, right? Gen Z is much different, much more direct.
Mm-hmm.
I actually enjoy Gen Z way more than Gen Y,
Yeah.
and I'm seeing that as an elder millennial. But I think it's definitely changed. We've definitely seen, and I spoke about this last night on the main stage about how more young men now than young women, I would say, are pro-life.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, when you ask young men what their biggest marker of success is, conservative young men say it's having children more than women. And so we've definitely seen culture begin to shift. More young people being willing to call out abortion for what it is, human sacrifice, child sacrifice. But you still fundamentally have this problem of 50 plus years now of the feminist movement, the second wave of feminism. I'm not tarnishing the first wave of feminists. Great Christian ladies. They led the temperance movement and for the right to vote. Suffrage, right? But the second wave of feminism was very strategic. They wanted to end the family, the nuclear family. One of their biggest enemies, they said, was the Catholic Church, attacking the church because the church was building up the family. And so now we have 50 years of young women being fed these lies. And so when I'm talking to young women on campus, I'm often asking them why they've fallen victim and fallen for the lies of the abortion industry, that they need abortion in order to be empowered. Because it's really, abortion is the opposite of empowerment. It tells women that they can't. Planned Parenthood tells women, you're not strong enough to be pregnant and finish your degree, have a child and achieve your career goals, right? They always tell them no. But we in the pro-life movement are saying, yes, you can. We believe in you. It's not going to be easy. It might not be ideal, but we will walk with you and seek social justice, real justice with you in a way that doesn't kill your child. Right. And it empowers you. So when I'm talking to young women, because often they'll come up and, they've got the antiquated 1970s talking points of it's a clump of cells. And they'll try to spout those off. But when you get to have a logical, rational, calm conversation with them, I'm always going back to who told you had to choose abortion? Who told you these lies? And then I'm always going back to, why does your life have value? That's something that we used to see this on campuses pre-COVID, just in Oregon and Washington, the really spiritually dark places. We would see kind of conversations for people saying, well, I don't think my life has any value. But it wasn't widespread, but something changed for the worse in COVID. I mean, a lot of things change, but now it is pervasive on college campuses that in every conversation I have with pro-choice students who are there to debate me, right? When I say, well, let's back up. Let's stop talking about a child who is going to be temporarily inconvenient to you or that you may not have any relationship with yet, feel a relationship with yet. Let's talk about you. Does your life have value? What gives your life meaning? Why can't I kill you? Beyond the laws, what would be wrong if I stabbed you and shot you? Like, why can't I do that? Problem is, they can't answer that question. And and I think that's the bigger problem that we see with Gen Z. Gen Y, all of us went to church. Our grandparents forced us to go to church and we spent the night with them, right? Our parents signed us up for vacation Bible school for a free week of babysitting. Even if our parents weren't active churchgoers, we had exposure and we understood the basic concepts of the gospel story. This is a generation, Gen Z is the least church generation in American history. For the first time ever, Pew Research has found that this is the first generation that under 50% identify as Christians. Not even if they actually understand all the tenets of Christianity or living out the life of a Christian. Under 50% are identifying as Christian. And so that's why you've seen in the wake of the assassination of Charlie, you've seen this incredible moment, and a lot of people are saying, is this a revival? Is this going to spark revival? And God, I hope and pray that is so. But we have a really long road ahead of us. Because they have to understand who made them, why they made them, why their life has value and meaning before we're even going to be able to change their minds on why another inconvenient human's life has value, meaning. And that's new. That is something that most of my colleagues and peers in the pro-life movement who are older than me, who a lot of them serve in Washington, D.C., they don't have the privilege that I do of going on college campuses and having these conversations. It's almost even unfathomable for people over 50, I would say, to even understand this mindset that we're now in this post-Christian culture. But it is the biggest challenge we face.
You know, Kristen, it's funny because when people ask me to do.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489.
Watchmen Action Training provides a masterclass for advocating. In less than a day, you and your group are ready to win the battles that matter most. Visit watchmenaction.org to learn more.
Most growing businesses are making seven-figure decisions on gut feel and assumptions. The biggest companies in the world don't operate that way. Neither should you. Sherlock gives you market intelligence they pay six figures for. We find your buyers before your competitors do. Visit investinanswers.com to learn more. He had a good business, solid product, good people. He just couldn't figure out why growth had stalled. Sherlock found the buyers he didn't know were looking. Now he knows exactly where to go next. Learn more at investinanswers.com.
Attention, cancer victims who were in New York on or after 9/11. If you or a loved one were in Lower Manhattan during the 9/11 tragedy or during the 11 months afterward and were later diagnosed with any of these or other cancers, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. A $10 billion compensation fund is in place for these cancer victims. Do not wait to file your claim. Call now and speak with us. The call is confidential and free, or reach us online at worldtradecenterfund.com.
If you were exposed to asbestos, you may be entitled to financial compensation.
Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family.
Benedictions or opens. One of the things I do is I focus on Genesis and those verses, because until you understand who you are and who you belong to, none of this is going to make sense to you. And it so bears out, I think, generationally. The older generations need to hear it too, to be reminded. And one of the things that we encourage them to do is you're going to have to get real serious about engaging with the younger generations, because you come to the table saying they're lazy and they're this and they're whatever, but in reality, it's the opposite. And I challenge them and I say, do you want to be the generation that cuts off the knowledge transfer that's necessary for these young people to remember these things? And much like you said with the young folks that can't answer the question, the older folks can't answer that question for me. But it convicts them. You see that moment in their spirit where they're like, I didn't know that I didn't know, and I didn't realize what I was doing. And whoever it hits, it hits. But I think this is so important that we continue to call out the part of how many are unchurched, right? Or just agnostic. And why that matters, and why the work that you guys do is so important. So on that, you've been on the main stage here. Talk to me about AmFest, Charlie, the whole thing with Turning Point and how it impacts campuses and the work that you do.
Well, I mean, Charlie, when I met Charlie right after he launched Turning Point, and we've known each other. We knew each other for a very long time, and I was proud to call him a friend. And Erica, I've actually known longer. When Charlie started Turning Point, I would say it was very secular focused, very kind of conservative, fiscal, foreign policy focused. But as Charlie grew in his faith, he started to transform Turning Point. And I think, when I was talking to some young men last night about why we're seeing young men saying having kids is the greatest marker of success, I attribute that to Charlie Kirk.
Amen.
That was the Charlie Kirk effect. And I saw a tweet after Charlie was assassinated, and they said, after the board at Turning Point announced that Erica would be taking over as CEO, brilliant decision. And someone said Charlie Kirk had come for the boys. Erica's coming for the girls. And backstage last night after my speech, I finally got a good amount of time alone with Erica to talk. And that was one of the things we spoke about, because we were talking about 2026, 2028, what we have to do. And in the wake of Charlie's assassination, there's been this, like, Ben Shapiro called it out on the main stage the first night, and I thought it was really poignant. The responsibility of influencers, podcasters, thought leaders. There's a lot of people who want to fill Charlie's shoes. And we've seen this online, and it's been pretty despicable, where you've got people who are saying some outlandish things for the clickbait, for the outrage, because there's a monetization, there's a financial incentive to that. But what Charlie did is he used the influencer culture to influence elections, to get the right people elected, so we could get the right policies enacted to save America. He had a strategic game plan where we have others who, they don't feel that same responsibility.
Right.
And I was so thankful to see Ben kind of call that out. And that's what Erica and I are talking about, because I've seen a lot online of young men, conservative men, saying things, acting in ways we already have a women problem when it comes to the electorate and the conservative movement.
Yeah.
Going to drive women even further away.
Right.
Even further. I mean, there's a group not too far from our booth here at the AmFest that, they openly call to repeal the 19th Amendment. Okay, that's like 180 million voters. That would take 37 state legislatures to ratify that amendment, okay?
Oh, boy.
Why would you jump to that extreme step of saying, well, all these women voted for Madami, they're voting for socialists, let's take away the right to vote? I don't know. Maybe let's educate GOP elected officials and candidates how to talk to women better and how to make an argument to women about why conservative fiscal and social policies are going to be better for them and their family and their future. It's crazy. And yet we let these people say these crazy things. And I'm like, it's reckless.
It is reckless, Kristen, and I know we're
We
short
gotta
on
go
time.
now.
We got to continue this conversation later on. But please, with all the great work you're doing, how can people find you, support you? What do they need to do? What's the action?
Go to studentsforlife.org. You can sign up for our prayer team. If you know a student who can start or join Students for Life, they can email your state name at studentsforlife.org. Find me on Instagram and Facebook and Twitter. I'm Kristen Mercer Hawkins, and give me a follow.
Kristen, thank you so much for being on the Watchmen Brief. God bless you.
Thank you. Pray for me.
We certainly will. We certainly will, ma'am. Guys, we're live at AmFest 2025. This is the Watchmen Brief. We'll be right back.